an incredible team that has total faith in him,
Okay.
and here he is.
And he's also spoken about how much
Yeah, like my
adversity has
voice
taught
is
him,
not really
right?
getting better.
Especially how
It's
he
not
had
really
this
getting
breakthrough
worse
going
either.
into this split or during this split where
Yeah.
he's like, I realized that I'm, living my dream, right?
I'm really
Talking
not
about how
sure
introspective he is. I think a
what's
lot of
wrong with it at
hardship
this
has kind
point.
of created the phenomenal player he has been at
Dude,
this
it sucks.
tournament.
Yeah, Emily, and he also
My voice has been shit for like
comes from a pretty
most of
rural area
MSI.
in China. He was apparently a straight A student.
Yeah, he was a
as
really
well.
good student, maybe until he started playing League of Legends
That
a little
happens.
bit more.
That happens.
But yeah, he was a really good student. He lived in a really rural area, so it was sometimes difficult for him
Yeah.
to try to find places to be able to compete to kind of show his strength. He made friends with a jungler on the ladder, had tryouts in Chengdu, tried that out, eventually got noticed enough to end up on WE Academy.
When we look at T1 then and Faker, I feel like at the other side of the matchup, T1 has almost weaponized the fact that every team tries to gun for Faker,
Yeah.
be it in the lane, be it with ganks, be it in team fights, be it kind of, he's in their brain, right? It's like, where is he now? Is he gonna...
Fuck those rods, dude.
What's going on?
It's funny.
Let's
'cause
go
he also mentioned the
AL.
on-Q thing. Like
Yeah.
that was the exact same incident there.
I
It was
mean,
like,
the better-
send the junglers, all
what's it
these things,
called?
Like put in as much pressure as humanly
Yo,
possible.
I don't know,
into
man.
Faker's lane, but he is.
I feel like my
incredibly
voice
smart
is
about
really
playing around it.
improving.
We'll have the wards to be able to catch against it, and he's for years upon years upon years in international tournaments. He's had that experience. He knows what's coming.
He knows what's coming, and also T1 in their drafts. One
Yeah,
thing
I'm
people
hoping
are
for
like, oh, is
AL
going to
win.
kinda hamstring their drafts if they feel
It'll
like
make CFO look better.
Picks. Thus far, has not really been a
Nope.
problem
Yeah.
for T1. And Faker in particular, I love him when he is on picks like in
Yeah,
Arena
I
or
mean,
the
I
Tibia.
should be
Really
sounding
see how
better,
well he
but
reads the map.
still,
And it looks
like,
like the
yeah,
rest of the
still
team is also just
inconsistent,
willing
and
to
I don't know
facilitate that for him.
why.
Carrier plays a lot of things. He can always open up some space in the draft. Doran's willing to slam the Ornn when it is needed. So I do think we're seeing kind of a new beginning of this T1 roster, integrating Doran, but we'll see how they can do here. That is the big question. Will we see the T1 magic again? Let's see how the fans have voted.
We're almost there.
MasterCard
It's almost time.
and who they're calling the match for.
Drum
which
roll.
I think it's gonna be T1.
True.
79.1% of, oh my god, cuties! Amazing. Yes, there's always so many T1 fans.
I didn't even know my
Say
voice is
yesterday-
deeper.
Oh,
Okay,
Anyone can be a legend.
Bring it in, bring it in. Oh, did they do it?
Oh, it's some nice shank
Oh,
throwing.
let's go.
Wow.
And some people who are just here for fun.
Yes.
For fun. And to see Faker, probably. I will say, as the fans' track record is 60. Oh, Seb, our amazing stage manager.
Yeah, he's amazing.
The fans' track record is 67% correct. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG on X to lock your predictions in.
Dude, ugh.
We have 3.5
All they do
minutes
is
so
just
we can
follow the
really
trend.
get into those predictions, right? Because we can talk about the magic on one hand, and we can talk about the chips on the shoulder of the members of AL and the fact that they're the first seed from the LPL, but it doesn't always work out the way you think it will. Emily, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, so I think actually if you're going by performances on this tournament, by the way that these two drafting coaches in particular can go up against each other, these are two teams that do a lot of preparation. You've kind of seen it in those drafts.
Yeah.
You heard Tabe talking about it yesterday on desk when assessing BLG, and then
It's so shameless. Yeah, it is.
looking
True.
for
I don't know. I think it's so like
but he
lame
did
to be
say
like,
that, they
oh,
are formidable.
I'm gonna cheer for the team that wins the most.
It's infuriating.
okay.
Because I feel like I'm looking at
Then,
this and I'm like,
the
it
worst
should
part
be
is when they
AL.
get mad.
Yeah.
And instead
And they're
of
like,
going
oh, you don't
2-3.
cheer for T1? You're an idiot.
Push you over
Like,
the
what
edge.
the fuck?
Yeah. What pushed you over?
I mean, just T1.
I know, it's so difficult.
Like, it's really difficult to bet against them. I do think their preparation has been, honestly, a lot better than I thought it was going to.
Yeah.
And Doran, although, again, he has had some Doran moments negative, he's had just as many, if not more, Doran moments positive, especially when it's come to some of these team fights.
I'll go next because I think maybe Raz has something spicy prepared, but I
Okay.
don't
Yeah, we
know.
saw.
All right.
I said 3-1 for T1. I just think I'm
What?
having a really hard time
Why is everybody with
choosing or betting
T1?
against them, I should say, at an international tournament. And I did not do it last time, and I was wrong because Gen G was better. I do not think AL will be better with the way they have been ramping up and how focused T1 is coming into these matches. But I could also be just.
It's hilarious to blame the coaches when they lose. Blame the coaches when they bench someone. Yeah. No, to being the coach of T1 is like the worst.
The reasoning for it is I just felt like
No matter what you do, you're just in the wrong.
Player, a lot more picks that he has ready for him.
Like no one is good enough to coach T1.
Something that would be a little bit inconsistent.
Which is like crazy.
AL side, so I was like T1 for sure. And I still think maybe they're a better team fighter. But then I saw yesterday's series, and it felt like AL is just getting better as a team.
Nice.
Like AL is unironically, see, the T1 fans, the T1 fans are loud. Yeah, you guys aren't gonna change my mind on this one.
No,
I said
you're the consummate flip-flopper.
I said that was my last flip-flop days ago. I will not change my vote. I think their team fighting is getting better and better, especially when they went up against BLG. I have to stick with these boys. That's where my faith comes in and lies with.
And can I just say, oh, your husband is at home, but you're here. Let's go.
Let's go, Oilers.
Let's
We're in
go,
Vancouver.
Queen or Mister. I can't really see who is holding the sign. That's amazing. Can I just say how lucky we are to be seeing these matches at MSI and them all being best of fives? Not in the least that we get AL versus T1 tomorrow, and then we get 2 unbelievable matches.
Dude, not even Chinese Canadian, like Chinese. A lot of foreigners fly to these events, dude.
Fake LCK finals that we saw yesterday in T1 versus Gen G. I think like we have been so incredibly spoiled.
Like I feel like a lot of them are traveling fans. Like fans that flew in.
And I expect finals, regardless of who makes it out, to go the full distance.
I know I'm ready. Like, I know you're ready. Vancouver, are you ready?
Thank you. Without further ado, we'll get the teams here in Vancouver. T1 versus Anyone Legends for a spot in the grand final of MSI 2025.
The LCK? I don't know, actually. I don't know, but I know a lot of Chinese fans travel for, like Worlds and shit, or MSI.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make 'em turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Yeah, but the thing with T1, there's so many fans.
Oh, Vancouver!
Dude, I saw your argument about with yeah, dude, like I 100% agree with you. MSI is way harder than Worlds.
To fight Gen G tomorrow.
Being an MSI champion is harder than being a world champion. This is how it is.
Is going to be an incredible match.
It definitely is. And first of all, I just have to say,
Oh, it's way harder. It's way harder.
It seems like every single person went through the trouble of making a sign. Never ever seen more signs in the audience, and they are popping off before the first champion select.
And we're not going to waste any time.
Yeah.
Let's jump straight into the draft of game 1. Talia and Nico on the side.
Yeah, I mean, like, dude, you could avoid like the top team until like the very end.
Question marks around things like the vibe.
Or maybe a top team gets eliminated by someone
Do you want
else.
to give Faker his Azir? The answer to that is no.
Here it's like double elimination. Like even if you avoid a top team, you're gonna have to fight them again.
Value of things like Annie in particular, very high.
And it's all BO5, dude.
Pantheon.
It's crazy difficult.
Moment. Rise target here as well. Oh, Pantheon, of course, already out, but Xin Zhao, another priority AD jungle. So a lot of options still available here. Orianna definitely still up and available. Couple of mages here.
You have to take into consideration things like the Gwen. Yeah, we saw this being highly prioritized by T1 in their series against Gen G as well. With that locked in, Flandre has the possibility of bringing out something like the Jax, but there are a lot of answers that we've been seeing coming through from the Gwen so far in the tournament. Rumble, also perfectly safe blind pick if they want to go for that as well.
Exactly, 2 of the most common ones right there to play into it. Of course, the Gwen side, they're fine with blind picking it.
Damn.
Even if you do get the Rumble, they're fine with scaling out and have been.
Dude, is AL the only team that like hard prios Annie like
It is
this?
going to be the Annie. Our most common pairing is the Wukong after it. Tarzan does really highly prioritize that Wukong. These two synergize just so well for their burst combinations and the CC that they bring to some of the
DLG2?
Certainly
Okay.
picking a Wukong though is the possible Poppy response. We know that Ona is
Yeah, I don't think any other team like hard prios any like this.
About the Rumble. There are some AD carries that they could also consider prioritizing, something like the Ezreal as well. Right now, they are hovering on the Wukong, and they're not going to hesitate. This will give Ona the opportunity to counter-pick, and being paired alongside the Gwen, I mean, they have a ton of options. We've seen something like the Sejuani come through.
Fuck?
The Vi's, of course, still available if they want a little bit more.
Dude, they sound like me.
Yeah, Vi plus a burst champion for mid lane for Faker. Faker has done very well on a lot of playmaking champions for the mid lane. Owner Vi here locked in. That is a powerful pick for T1. What do they want to pair it with first here, though, into the Annie?
Normally we'd see mages as a response into the Annie, but the Galio
that is a burst champion.
And it also pairs very nicely with the amount of dive.
People actually underestimate the burst damage that Galio can have, especially early on into the game. And as you say, it does cover a couple bases here as far as being good into the Annie.
AL. Oh, Jace.
Well as the ultimate for counter engage.
And also,
I thought they might go Rum.
Faker is famous for many champions, but Galio is perhaps one of his most famous picks, especially.
Yeah, I wish it been Jari. That's cringe, man. Imagine being a T1 fan. Cringe.
As AL round out their first half with the Jace.
I mean, some of Faker's most iconic games of all time. I think back to 2017, the run that Faker had at Worlds playing Galio. He was everywhere on the map. If you think this champion cannot carry, you have not seen Faker play it.
Certainly. You have to have missed a lot of games if you have not seen Faker play it, especially
Conman.
So let's get into the bottom lanes here.
Yeah.
We are going to dive a bit deeper. Varus, of course, was already taken out super early. So things like the Jhin, both of them have really prioritized those types of champions.
Annie into Galio is pretty tough.
At some sort of counter engage, maybe the Xayah type for Guma. Definitely very good at counter engage as well.
Yeah, Xayah Rakan is a tried and true bot lane for this T1. So makes a lot
What
of
else
sense.
are they gonna ban?
The Rakan. I wonder if they would consider
Maybe
something like the Karma. We've been seeing it rise in priority a lot. It depends
Rom?
on how much they want to commit to the dive angle, because Kai'Sa is another champion that could also synergize nicely with what T1 have
Alistair, okay. I was thinking AL would want Alistair.
Towards, something like Kai'Sa, or you go the more defensive route.
Fuck you.
These types of champions that can help enable.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's been like a hole for Guma as far as his champion pool, though, so I not really expecting that one for their side. What other sort of protection bans do they need, though? The Poppy is definitely a very good one, versatile champion. As you say, so many dashes could have a lot
they could consider banning.
Yeah.
The Lucian. I mean, if we watched Hope's Lucian yesterday, it makes a lot of sense that they would want to take that away from the pool. But now AL have a lot of flexibility. Braum makes a lot of sense against
Damn, crying to my nightbot.
Also very good. It depends if they want more defensive.
Are you saying I'm lying? Don't pick Jhin. Don't pick Jhin.
They want to channel more in the poke direction. Jhin, a very powerful laner, does well into many matchups in the current meta and synergizes quite nicely rather, with champions like Jace.
Yeah, Rel.
Rel hover over here, so maybe some counter engage, invest in like Braum or something towards the bottom side of the map. They already, of course, have several options to themselves, but the early hover on the Jhin, as we mentioned, both of them have really preferred this champion. Lots of utility from the bottom lane, and they've been pretty good at
I think Kai'Sa would be really good.
T1 are just taking the maximum time.
Actually, they can go Xayah. Xayah wouldn't be bad.
The Jhin is going to be the lock-in. Of course, doesn't have any inherent dashes, so if AL can get on top of the Jhin, it can be very difficult to play. But with champions like the Galio being able to provide protection, and Bard being an effective pairing that we've seen many times before, can be very effective at denying some of those fast engages that AL are planning with this Annie Wukong.
Gary really toying with them. The Nautilus, of course, is the more offensive version. You can hook Rel out of combos, and you can look for some point-and-click CC along with that Vi. Very critical when trying to shut down Carry.
Yeah, I feel like Xayah would be way better than Kai'Sa.
AL is considering the Kai'Sa right now. Of course,
I feel like it's really hard.
For his Kai'Sa, one of his most played throughout this year. And I mean, it pairs nicely with the dive that they have already built up with the Annie, the Wukong, and the Rel.
No, it's Kaisa. Okay.
So AL, I mean, they've gone for a very powerful mid-game spike with this type of composition. Around one item, they have so much burst damage. They have decent backline access thanks to both the Rel and the Wukong. But on paper, the question is how effectively can they use their poke with things like the Kaisa and the Jace, setting up around these.
Yeah, I feel like
objectives. They
Xayah
have
would
a
be
lot
way
of
easier to
long
play.
range, so they can look to try and chip away at T1's HP.
Also, AL, yeah, they have this kind of guarantee, this Jace on the top side to give you a pushing lane. So it opens up Tarzan to try and like mirror Owner. And Owner's going to be looking to play, you know, towards a lot of the CC on his team, towards the Jhin Nautilus, towards the Galio even, visit early to try and help out Faker. So we'll see if they can do that jungle tracking there. Tarzan has been very good at shadowing style.
I will also say with T1, the amount of dive that they have, I'm excited to see how well they can execute it. I think back to game 2 in their series against Gen G, their composition at just locking down a single target and removing them was flawless.
Oh.
The drafts are done. The stage is set. T1 versus anyone's legend. Getting ready for the first game of what is sure to be an incredible series. MSI has delivered 5-game series after 5-game series this year. So lock in, Vancouver. We're getting ready for a good one.
Yeah, they're gonna go for his ass really hard.
It is LPL versus LCK at MSI on this stage. There's a tremendous amount of pressure here. The last 2 years, T1 have been stopped in this spot. 3rd place in 2023 MSI, stopped by BLG, stopped by the LPL.
What would you cleanse though?
Also stopped in 3rd place by
Oh,
LPL.
Jhin not having cleanse is kind of crazy.
Even going back to 2022, we didn't have as many teams at MSI, but it was RNG that denied them.
But
It's been so
Kaisa
long since
has nothing
T1
to
was
cleanse.
able to lift an MSI trophy. But when you look at the record all time, T1 have had the LPL's number.
They absolutely have. This is the team that time after time after time always delivers against their greatest rivals.
Nala's
the LPL.
hook.
Ward here, I like this from Tarzan. As I was mentioning in Champion Select, you really want to be able to track owners early.
Cube, you can't really cleanse that though.
Lanes to work with, and when you have early Vi, there's a lot more ganking potential than the early Wukong pre-6. Wukong definitely looking to get the ultimate, whereas Vi can go for, you know, Q flash plays on some of these CC heavy lanes, but with that ward on blue buff, they will assume and they will surmise that Owner is starting from bottom to top.
You can see Shanks getting very aggressive here already in the mid lane, constantly trying to harass Faker.
Yeah, the auto,
Realizing that range
yeah,
advantage,
yeah.
and we'll see how much
That's
he
why for
can keep Faker
Kaisa,
down.
I
It does
kind of
feel
understand
like
not
the
getting
mid lane is
it.
gonna be key.
Jhin, I feel like it's kind of crazy. This is a lot you can cleanse.
Flandra now trading back well, has Doran quite low.
Again, callbacks to Doran versus Zeus. Could try and force some flash there early on.
Both of these supports very creative. Keria, of course, he cooks a little bit harder. Both of them playing Spellbook in this first game.
Oh,
Tarzan up towards this top
Doran?
side. Level 2 gank. Doran has to flash out.
Oh, wait, what's going on bot side? Oh, Kale's getting killed. Oh, no, I killed.
Is going to go to AL, but it's going to be traded back immediately.
Oh.
Firing on to Guma. Will retreat. The action is hot and heavy. 2 minutes in, 2 kills on the board.
1 for 1 trade.
Even in the bottom side, both AD carries getting the kill credit there, but the difference in summoner spells is flash versus the barrier for the all-in.
A very tense moment across the rift. Tarzan looking for a very early play as Flandre gets low.
Doran in trouble, has no flash. Flandre does have his flash
Holy
available,
fuck,
but he
dude.
is incredibly low.
Both
Mana
top and
is
bot.
very low also. And junglers could be in the area. It's a pause.
We get a little taste of the
True,
action.
true.
You like that taste?
That's an appetizer.
They should bring it back, the extra gold.
Goodness. Hopefully we can get a replay of that bot lane fight that we just had a kind of brief spectacle of, because while that was happening, you guys were talking about that top lane gank. Tarzan, super early on, wanted to make his presence known. And it felt like Owner already, he kind of adapted his pathing. He skipped past the wolves, he was threatening the top lane play, he saw that Flandre was looking to go to base, and he decided against it, instead clearing through the top side jungle instead.
Yeah, I mean, Wukong, you always expect just to do these full clears, look to power towards that level 6, but expecting Doran to play it very aggressively as he did and getting some value there, them getting the flash down on the Gwen really early on. could definitely change this matchup and help out Flandre and help out AL with some push for the top side.
And I'm struggling to remember any level 2 ganks that I've seen at MSI. It feels like even level 3 ganks are relatively rare. So definitely, giving up a little bit as far as the pace in the jungle, hoping that they can really swing that top lane matchup early.
And that's something that I value so highly with junglers, is adaptability and being flexible to the situation that you see within your lanes if they're trading that heavily to go and take a moment. But we'll see if you can get punished, because there is a reason those level 2 ganks are not very common. You can get behind and you can snowball against you.
So let's look back on what happened.
Did you see on stepping the map? Yeah, I saw that.
From Kyle and Hope.
I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
And an early exhaust from Hope means that this fight looks very advantageous towards T1's bot lane. But the Kai'Sa passive coming in really valuable there for AL meant that they were
Dukla is joining 100 Thieves as a coach. Damn, okay.
So
Big
the
dope.
official reason on stage for the pause, some mouse issues on the T1 side. So we're going to hopefully get that sorted out very, very quickly. Hopefully have no further issues as we go forward. But of course, incredibly important for everything to be perfect in a match like this.
Wow, we really got to stock up on mice for this tournament. We're
back.
We have had some mice issues. All right, we are stocked up.
We'll walk in as Doran, he's in trouble already. Tarzan is back.
Oh, what the
Tarzan
fuck?
Claims another. AL are hungry in this early game.
It's
Damn.
with the camp, the king of the jungle here, going top lane so hard. And look at the minimap. During that, they had swapped over. So it is Owner and Keria up there, but it's already too late after the action has already finished.
AL with an effective early game plan. They get Doran's flash, and then they're able to find a follow-up gank. They find themselves with a small gold lead early. Shanks looking to get a nice trade off in mid lane.
And I have to say, that is
Okay.
so good for AL, for Tarzan. He actually doesn't lose out on any of his bot side camps there, because Owner was clearing from bottom up to top and then did part of his blue camps before getting there. Very, very good stuff for Tarzan. Of course, Owner is going to finish up his clear and still have his CS lead, but Doran will be in trouble.
I mean, it's huge. At worst, you maybe lose a scuttle. Faker gonna go in here. Keria looking, flash forward, flash out. The taunt just barely connects, and there's Keria. T1 will strike back in the middle.
Oh, at least Keria got it.
Galio sets it up. Keria here, level 2 on the Nautilus, finds his way in, and they get their kill back.
AL committing their bot side towards top lane means that Kyle is not
Well, I mean, I feel like Annie's
the
really
same way that
weak.
Keria is. Yes, he's losing out on some experience, but making plays like that happen is exactly what T1 needs.
Doran getting aggressive.
Doran?
Has he gone too far?
Doran?
He has the flash
What is he
available,
doing?
but AL are looking to chase him down, and Doran may have gone too
Doran?
far. Flash forward,
What the fuck was that, Doran?
Knock him down. Feet of warfare claimed by the
Wait, did he not flash?
They're focused
No,
on
it's gotta be
Doran
bugged. He
getting
has that
Summoner
flash.
early, and this pressure is paying off for AL.
A big overstep
Hey.
from Doran as he
It
tries
says
to
he
take
has
a fight, but he
flash,
just wasn't
but I'm pretty sure
strong
that's a
enough to
bug.
take. He doesn't have his TP available. He's going to lose so much farm and experience as Flandre getting a bit of pressure put down onto him on the bot side of the map, but feeling pretty safe in this 2v1.
Yeah, the timing of that kill is
Yeah, he
so
doesn't
good.
have flash, he doesn't have
went
flash.
down a bunch of this
Oh,
wave, just
Doran
goes
doesn't have
into the
flash?
dirt in front of the
Okay,
tower.
okay, I was about to say, dude, like, there's no way he just
You're
lets
gonna look at more of these
Kai'Sa kill him
volatile
without
areas
flashing
because
away.
While Faker did blow his flash to set up the gank onto Shanks, he also defensively flashed there on the Annie. So there should be more
Oh, the
returns
wave
towards mid
clear.
lane. You can see there are 2 wards towards the top side, which are actually getting swept out at the moment, but bottom side is still clean for T1, and Keria's back.
And small correction, Doran, his flash is not actually up, so it wasn't actually available when he did go down there, even though it is showing as up.
Yeah.
Does not have it currently. And Doran just trying to crash this wave here, but Hope and Kyle not allowing him to do it, and Tarzan is
Who has the better
behind him.
draft? I think AL.
Playing
I like
Tarzan,
AL's draft a
looks like
lot.
he will be safe for now.
I mean, AL have a really nice free setup on the top wave. They can just keep it here. Doran is in a very awkward position. The
Yeah, and his
good
wave
news for him
clear's
is
not
this
that
team's
great
still
later
getting
on.
stuff on the map. They do secure that
Compared to,
dragon
like,
on the
Galio,
bot side,
Q just
and now
clears
they
the
can
wave
look to
really
steal away
hard.
some of Tarzan's
Especially if you
bot
go, like,
camps
AP.
and put some pressure onto Flandre, but Doran is just being suffocated from all this farm as AL find another good trade.
Yeah, it looks like T1 are going to send multiple people over to attack Flandre and force him off.
Yeah,
But while they're
QW
taking
just
away
deletes
some
it.
camps
Yeah,
from
yeah, yeah.
Tarzan's side, Tarzan is doing the exact
'Cause Annie only
same
has,
here
like,
on T1's
W.
jungle. He is
They
camping
usually
that
max
top
it
lane
second,
incredibly
so
hard,
it just
splitting the
depends.
map and taking away multiple camps.
Just play safe. The classic top lane experience. Neither of these guys can even get in range for experience. So it's going to be KMTlol TPing down here, double TP to make sure that Flandre can grab this. Beautiful use of the early spellbook teleport there from KMTlol, who gets down and makes sure Flandre cannot be dove there. Faker now face checking, is going to find two members from AL. Do they have the damage to knock down the Galio? Faker trying to kite it out.
Oh my
Looks
god.
like he just barely
No
will be able to get back to the
damage.
tower. Carry
You have no
arrives and
mana.
Faker
No
survives.
mana.
He just wanted to get a ward down.
What
AL
the
were
fuck,
looking to
dude?
reset. They set up a trap, but they didn't quite have the damage. That early Null Magic Mantle doing wonders. As KMTlol and Carrier, they trade a bit. Shanks is going to need to catch this wave, and we find ourselves with another pause.
Everyone's switching to trackballs.
Clearly some peripheral issues that I expect we will get resolved very, very shortly. But my goodness, AL and T1 off to the races in this early game. It feels like that AL is getting the better ever so slightly, but T1 is not slowing down. They are cross-mapping appropriately. They did get that first dragon. They're putting what pressure they can on a Flandre, but as AL, just as you highlighted, they're doing a good job, AL, of making sure that Flandre still has access to that farm, recognizing
Yeah,
that he's
Tarzan
a
was a
risk of
6,
dive.
but
They
still,
commit the TP for support, and they escort him through that wave to help get that push out. You expect that the Grubs is going to be the next big point of contention. Resets are going to need to come through, and I would be surprised if T1 give that up without a fight.
Yeah, so far, Doran is the one losing out the most in this game. Tarzan lost out on a little bit of camps, but I think it was well worth the investment and the focus that they put early.
So the update on stage is that Doran is now having some mouse issues here. So we see the refs are there with him working through that. And hopefully we'll be able to get that sorted out here for us on stage very quickly.
I think, why is this jungler always attacking me? Why is my mouse messing up? Like,
yeah, you didn't see it, but Tarzan actually ran over and unplugged it.
Yeah.
It was a real-life gank after the camp.
It was the pre-game gank.
Yeah.
He's just so efficient with this pathing.
I know, that
Intelligent.
pathing is crazy. He's on a recall, he's running across stage, he's unplugging the mouse.
Genius.
Now, the biggest concern I would say that T1 have is that it's Hope that got all those kills. He got a kill in the bot lane 2 versus 2, and he gets the kill up on towards the top side against Doran. And so this Kai'Sa, who in the early game, you know, generally at her weakest point, doesn't have the strongest first item spike, is getting invested a lot of gold and is quickly ramping up. And we've seen what Hope is capable of doing when he gets some resources.
Exactly. I mean, just yesterday.
What is with all the
he
mouse
was
issues? I have no
good
idea.
against
I don't know
BLG.
what's going on.
And when he got a lead, we
Did
saw
someone
him
just tap on their
dominating. The Lucian game was
mouses
stellar,
to
but
break
really
them?
the entire series, it felt like if he got an inch, he took a mile. And so definitely going to have to be on point here on the T1 side to prevent Hope from just getting out of control.
It's like everyone is staring at him at the moment. Like, okay, come on.
Of course, the pressure high. We are only in game 1. If you've just joined us, it's T1 versus AL. It is a fight for the finals of MSI. It would be a rematch for both teams against Gen G, who was able to get the better of both of them in epic, intense 5-game series.
But a lot of people have a lot of hopes for this series because both of these teams went 5 games versus Gen G. Both of them dealt with BLG in 3 games.
Yep.
So
Only one of them has hope.
exactly, there's only one hope on that stage.
But it's exciting, and it's just
Yeah, I woke up like an hour
T1
ago.
definitely didn't have a
Still a little bit tired.
bad
Bluetooth has connected.
Into this tournament.
The
So
fuck?
many thought that HLE would be the representative.
I mean, everyone's
from
using
the LCK
wireless mouse,
alongside
so
Gen G. And to see
maybe
T1
it's some
coming into the
Bluetooth
tournament,
issue.
A lot of the conversation that
I don't know.
was
I feel like
was,
you go wired.
regardless of what you think of their play, it's T1 at an international event, right? And I mean, that's just the pedigree that they've been able to earn themselves just because of how they always do level up. And it's no different at this tournament. They get to play on the patch for longer. They figure out the way in which they want to play, and they bring some of
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the pauses.
things that they've learned, and already they've just become a force to be reckoned with here at MSI.
They absolutely have, and they just seem to do it every single time. The regular season struggles, when they have them, don't seem to translate to international. It was the same story going into Worlds last
Okay,
year,
let's
and they walked
go.
away world champions. This
Yeah,
team
probably
seems to
actually. That
thrive
actually makes a
off
lot
of
of
the drought,
sense.
Thrive off of the struggle.
But
It just
yeah,
makes them
I don't know
stronger.
anything about
For like the whole year,
Shit.
everyone expecting HLE and Gen G
but
to
that,
be the
that
reps.
shit.
But in
I don't know.
this game,
That is that a
with
factor?
some fresh mice in everybody's hands. And we've got our lanes finally answered.
And the finals using wireless, not wired. I mean, I just thought like with all the phones and Bluetooth connections going on.
Side of the map, but it was Owner that so many people were talking about during T1's regular season. And Tarzan, ever since he joined AL, it feels like AL has completely changed their approach, the level of play that they've brought. And we got a really meaningful interview from Taba yesterday where he talked about how important Tarzan is to this team. Historically, the record favors Owner, and that was back in 2023 Worlds where they met in LNG versus T1.
Yeah, and that one was definitely a very rough one for Tarzan. Got flamed a lot for it. So it could be a very meaningful match here for him to get some revenge and redemption versus T1.
I mean, it was just so fun listening to Tabe speak about Tarzan. He couldn't say enough positive about him, talking about Tarzan being the guiding light for the team that leads them to safety, the captain of the team that they can always trust in.
Oh, okay. I thought they would try to contest this.
How tight of a relationship they have, how much this team really does believe in
They're just giving away all 3 grubs. It's kind of crazy, no?
From all of the interviews with Tabe as well. Talked about him a lot. This was after the games yesterday, but he also gave a long, in-depth interview with Dom and Yamato, and he talked about how at the beginning, Kyle, he was very shy and had some problems with communication. And when Tarzan joined the team, he treated him like this younger brother. And since Tarzan's Chinese is so good, he really improved the communication there. And it's no wonder that those two have such good synergy within the game.
What the
They have become the best jungle support duo in the LPL. They have become incredible. And that is the fun, I think, of this Anyone's Legend team, where there's so many players with these improbable stories where it feels like, you know, they were overlooked or they were underrated or they were passed by other teams, by other players, and they've come together to be greater than the sum of their parts. Kyle here, potentially in trouble, is going to get hit by the deadly flourish. Hooked after, but it won't be more than just a trade there. Doran just fighting down here with Flandre, taking the worst end of these trades, just trying to stay relevant after these 2 early ganks that Tarzan used to put him quite behind.
Now, I will say I am a little surprised to see AL so respectful towards the grubs. This is an objective that this team absolutely loves. T1, though, was able to get it pretty much uncontested. AL didn't put up much of a fight. Instead, they've prioritized on farming through the jungle, wanting to work towards that first item. And as we were talking about in draft, when you see this AL comp, I feel like that they spike so nicely on that first item. The Trinity Force for the Wukong, the Malignants that we're expecting for Shanks. These champions, once they've got their ultimates online, when they're ready for the mid-game team fights, is something that T1 needs to be cautious of.
You were talking, Kobe, about
I mean, right now, like, I don't know, dude.
He's going to go for a damage item first. You know, has the mask, is going to be building in, likely towards Riftmaker.
Hope is going for that really good standard Kai'Sa build with the Kraken Slayer.
Or just pure damage. So Faker here definitely wanting to bring that extra AP threat here alongside the rest of the dive that T1 is drafted for.
Yep, and he's got his early Merc treads to deal with the Annie setup as well. Can be very critical when you're looking at layering those.
What the best MSI arena was?
Can be just enough.
Nice hook does connect. Deadly flourish is going to root, but
the one in EU.
Crash down by Kyle.
Oh yeah, the London one. Yeah.
Get this push out. Notice
had like the giant thing,
so
the giant circle in the middle.
Objective. We look at the minimap, and AL is in a position to contest. Both top laners should have their TPs available.
He's threatening. He's going to pop the ulti here onto Hope. Deadly flourish is there, and here
oh my god, they're using everything.
The CC not quite
oh, that's a weird flash all from Cope, but okay. It should be fine. They're chasing after them all. Gumayushi! Oh wait, never, he died. Oh my god, Doran's in the back line.
Can he turn it around? They get one back here as Guma claims the kill, but it is action after action here in game number 1.
Yeah, it ends in a 2-for-2. T1 start out the play trying to find the wraparound towards Hope and do get the kill, but it costs him 2 in the counter, and so nobody's going to be able to take the dragon. We'll have to see about the reset afterwards, and this is the look here. As the minion wave is getting pushed by Hope,
but he did look good. Dude, Hope's flash here was kind of weird.
So many long-range abilities to follow up.
He flashes back and then ults straight up.
But then Owner, who was trying to rotate with the rest of the squad, gets countered there by Shanks and Tarzan.
And then the TPs from the top laners arrive.
Yeah, Doran coming in from behind was clutch.
He gets a little too low as Guma's able to consistently dish out the damage. Doran, I thought that he was in so much danger on the backside, but he was able to create enough space between him and AL that he was able to get away to safety. Now T1 not slowing the game down.
Of course T1's going down.
Dive here, carry it.
T1 downfall.
Andre in some trouble. Will he be able to kite it out? Flashes, sidesteps. Well done by Flandre. Survives the pressure. And I have to highlight Kyle in that previous fight. As Faker landed, Q Flash stuns him to deny the taunt follow-up onto Hope. Kept his AD carry alive for much longer. Allowed him to put out that pressure in that fight. Kyle already looking good in this game number 1.
And look at T1's call. They made the effort to put so much.
Wow,
more
Doran's
money
getting
into
so
this
much
fight.
from
They're
this.
fine. On reset, they'll go for the dragon, but we will get so much more money. All these plates and solo tower gold for Doran. That was the attack point for
Did
AL
Doran
early
just
on
get
in
like
this
3
game.
plates
Now
on his
Doran
own?
has actually taken the gold lead.
Much needed for Doran on the top side of the map.
What
Feats
the
of strength now
fuck?
in T1's favor.
Did they give him
Faker
3 or
not really
4
risking a
solo
dive.
plates?
The minion wave wasn't stacked enough, and on this Galio, he feels tanky enough to be able to weather any pressure. T1 exerting across the map right now as they fully control the top side jungle, leveraging the commitment onto Flandre that they were able to invest, alongside setting up nice defense on the bot side. Yes, they will concede a lot of vision control, but no camps were stolen away. There is no cross map coming through from Tarzan, which means that Ona just finding those jungle advantages across the board.
And T1 now only 1 objective away here from the upgraded boots. I think they're going to have their eyes on the Herald here, spawning in 50 seconds, which
Yeah, I
would
guess so.
get them the feats of strength.
And all that focus of gold into Doran resulted
He's
in
going
his...
to pop the ulti here onto Kyle. Deadly Flourish will not connect. Kyle looking like he might be able to get out. Tarzan could be in some trouble. Clone over the wall. There's the flash forward.
Okay.
They're going to try to fully send it.
When Galio all got canceled?
Though, by Shanks on the side. Faker though flanking.
Oh.
Tarzan's down. Kyle is sure to follow. Faker may get slowed, but he will not be stopped. Arrives all the same in T1.
Oh, bye, Shanks.
Like they want more.
They don't have a minion wave to play with. I think a dive against Shanks would be very risky, but they are just buying time. They're trying to clear through the wave as quickly as they can. Shanks stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. He has nowhere to
Goodbye,
go.
Shanks! Goodbye!
Shanks will try as he might. The rest of the members are coming in here from AL. Can they get anything back? The CC is layered. Shanks gonna fall. Hope is in the area. Flandre takes a tower on the top side, but for now, no kills back.
Another tower is secured as well from T1. And just like that,
Yeah,
they lose
it
the
works.
gold lead. They punish
Ah.
Tarzan's invade. He did not have the time or the agency to move into that bot side jungle and threaten that red. And T1 knew this. Look at the minimap. You can see the collapse is so much stronger because all of the T1 members are on this side of the map. There's no way for Flandre to get involved. Annie is forced to catch the wave, and T1, they leave no prisoners.
Yeah, T1 had really good timers there.
Yeah,
Doran
5 people down
had
here.
just reset after spending all of that gold from the top side play. He had the fully finished Rift Maker, and they had plenty of long-range CC with the Nautilus, with the Jhin, to be able to punish the invade heavily.
Oh. Oh my god, dude. AL got ripped Herald though.
They're just trying to keep everyone's heart rates down. It's getting a little bit too exciting. Everyone take a deep breath.
How many mouse jokes can we make, though? I think we're out.
Yes.
I think we are done.
Let's make another mouse
Faker
choke.
Smiling, though, after that, of course, you know, them feeling the building of momentum here in game number 1.
Dude, this guy is so tilting.
Interviews about Shanks coming into this matchup where even though he is such a Faker fan, he's talked about how he just needs to stay true to himself. Faker is just another opponent, and I feel like that he has had a lot of pressure thrown towards him so far in this game, and he's been doing his best, but on the side lane, it feels like T1 have been playing around Faker and collapsing on the pressure from this Galio.
Yeah, honestly, I've loved every Shanks interview that I have seen. My favorite one was the one he did with LPL English, where he rocks up with his red-tinted sunglasses, and they ask him about this being his first international tournament. They're like, oh, Shanks, what sort of impression do you want to leave on the international fans now that you're on this big stage? And he gave a really based answer. He was like, you know what? I'm not too concerned with the impression that I leave on fans. What I really care about is being champion. He is focused on winning. He is focused on the game, on the competition, and that is what's got him through all of these years to rise up to the international stage. It is just actually based.
And he has been playing incredible here at MSI. I think he is one of, if not the best.
Oh my god, is that a mouse setting?
Shanks really has been delivering. Another update, it is another mouse issue for Doran, so he is getting that looked at once more.
Once we get it resolved, we will naturally get back into the game, and it's T1 that currently find themselves with the gold lead. They got a huge swing in momentum, and it really was just a punish on that Tarzan invade, because it's important to recognize that what was happening was T1 was
you know what's up, man?
on that top tier 1. They threatened a dive onto Flandre. While they didn't get the pick, they funneled a huge amount of gold into Doran and kind of swung that matchup back in his favor. And that was their opportunity for AL to then invade on the bot side of the map.
MSI is harder.
They stole away the Krugs, and they were threatening a dive on a Faker, but without a proper wave to really push a dive on, there wasn't much of a play there. But then they left the jungle. Tarzan then went back to his other side of the jungle, but then moved back towards T1's side. And as Kobe, you were saying, it was a matter of the resets had already come through. He moved into an area of the map where T1 was already looking to reclaim control of, and T1, they just didn't waste any time. They immediately
it's not really delusions, it's like,
punished it. And they
if you just think about it,
kills,
yeah, MSI is much harder.
Of that, and now they find themselves with a 1.7k gold lead.
Yeah, and the reason why I liked T1's original top side play, where they send multiple members and they sacrifice the dragon, is because Doran, the Gwen, is actually a critical part of this team comp, plays a very critical role here as far as the extra damage that they're going to need towards the mid game and towards the late game. Because Galio and Jhin are very burst-centric, this Gwen has the opportunity to be such
18 versus 16, that's not how that works, you dumbass.
And that's why it's so critical.
Yeah.
I'm sure his mouse is working.
Because there's less good, there's more bad teams.
For now.
Dude, a lot of those teams are NA, like LEC, LTA, and LCP.
Where it's telepathic.
That's not, that doesn't make it harder.
Faker at 85.
If Cloud9 was at MSI, you wouldn't be like, whoa, now it's really hard. You'd be like, who the fuck gives a shit?
So as you said, Azel, we're just taking a breather right now. The heart rates were very elevated. You could tell that the T1 fans in the audience, they were excited and they were tense. And that was just at the Bard hover, remember? Okay, it was already up and down right from the start of the draft. So the fact that T1 now leads...
Dude, you're a fucking idiot, dude.
It's we've got to take that breather, take that opportunity to reset.
And I gotta say, this tournament I think has been way more competitive than I personally was expecting. Coming into it, I was worried that Gen G could possibly just run away with it. We saw HLE at first stand and how that looked, where they were not really challenged very heavily throughout that tournament. Then we had AL versus, Gen G. We had T1 versus Gen G, and you see not one team can challenge them, but two teams can challenge them, can push them to the brink in a best of 5. Gen G still undefeated on the year here, but both these teams one Nexus away from changing that. And you have to think that both of these teams believe that if they get the rematch, they will be the ones hoisting the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, we have had the most full 5-game series of any international ever.
Dude, MSI is all BO5 double limb. That's way harder than BO1 Swiss, BO3 maybe. Single elimination BO5 is just random. It's not difficult.
1.8k is the advantage just 15 minutes in, and one objective away from claiming feats here.
Now, of course, supports play a vital role for both of these teams. But what's impressed me already in this game one is Carrier has been involved in every single kill that T1 have been able to find. He has been leaving Guma isolated in a side lane so that he can roam around the map. He's been working closely with Faker specifically to try and attack Shanks. And so far in this game, they've succeeded, finding himself with a 0-2-1 scoreline. Hope is the player that's just kind of...
It's just because it's called Worlds. It was like CSGO where it's like called the Major. You wouldn't say it's the same.
They were able to secure.
You definitely say MSI is way harder.
Setting their sights and looking to grab that objective for themselves.
It is good that you mentioned Hope though, because he just did his 2-item power spike. Now with the Rage Blade, the Kaisa very capable of making some of these pick plays. AL, they have so much CC on their team to set him up with Plasma. So if they can control some,
there's too many fans that only log in for one month of the year.
To be able to make that pick with Kyle himself, going to try and do that. But as you can see, very good vision toggle by the observers. T1 have made it difficult for them.
They really have, and Hope, as you said, on those 2 items because he has the free boots. Guma on the other side has slightly more gold, but he did not have free boots. Did upgrade those steel caps to try to survive the dive that he knows is going to be coming for him.
20 seconds now until the Dragon. And while AL have good vision control, it's T1 that have the pressure on the waves. Mid and bot have both been pushed in. Doran now making his way towards the river with the rest of his team. Shanks needs to go back to base, spend what gold he can. And now he's going to TP towards the middle lane. Going to pick up an amp tone, so a bit of extra AP as now the contest over this mid wave begins.
Yeah, he's sitting on 3 charges of his passive, so he can just shield in with the speed, look for the big stun play. The wards are there for T1, but the approach for AL is here.
T1 pulling back out. Carrier just uses heal to swap over to that exhaust, so has it ready for the fight. AL drop the Herald mid.
Oh, yeah.
Tarzan going forward, trying to get some poke down here as T1 forcing the flash out of Tarzan there as Carrier came through with the dredge line. Both teams posturing for position, but it is
No, Worlds is more important than MSI, but it's not the only thing. Being an MSI champion is a huge accomplishment.
Knocks up two. Tarzan in trouble, but is kiting back. Kyle now gonna have to flash out. Guma opens up. Kyle
Oh my god, Guma's missing every shot. Oh my god, Guma missed like all 3 shots.
Rolling victory from the jaws of defeat.
T1 overchased the enemy support. Kyle reels them in under the tower, and AL have control of the dragon area.
AL gonna start this one off as they find a
No, it's just in prestige. And Worlds is like better than MSI. Just because it's called Worlds.
Oh, Carrier.
Carrier is here.
Yes, Smite. Oh, not gonna be able to steal it. Carrier's now in a bit of danger as he finds himself in a 1v1. T1 trying to keep the rest of AL in the mid lane. Flash comes through from Flandre, forcing them back a little bit. But all right, a very tense affair between AL and T1.
Incredibly, and Dragon number 2
Then,
going
dude,
AL's way.
if you think winning MSI is a big accomplishment for losers, you just don't enjoy E-League.
Plus, for the next consecutive play, now there is no flash on Doran. Of course, you know, Tarzan got his blown really early there as well, so the Wukong got reduced a lot in viability for that team fight. And that probably is one of the reasons why T1 did chase it so heavily.
Yeah, I mean, the fight start for T1 looked fantastic. The Galio ultimate hit onto like 3 members. I thought that
crazy,
once
dude,
Kyle
crazy.
came through, Hope was immediately going to dive onto the back line. Tarzan was going to come through. And again, we'll get a chance to see it. Look at this follow-through that comes from Faker. As Kyle gets the engage, the immediate backline response. Hook connects onto Tarzan. 3-man knockup from Carrier. The follow-up ulti means that AL is completely separated from Kyle.
Dude.
But then as he flashes away, T1 overstep a little too far.
Oh my god. Jin missing every shot is so funny.
Hope comes from over the wall to pick up a kill. Gets the shutdown as well onto Ona.
Yeah, T1 were just split on 2 sides of that.
That was angle. Holy shit, you're right.
Tower, to try and get over there to them.
You two were in the finals of the world.
Combo quite nice. T1 still able to get the mid tower though in the aftermath. They still have their gold lead, and Otacon is on the map, so you have to believe.
I mean, I care.
Over, control the vision, and try and.
Everyone remembers the G2 MSI win.
AL did claim the upgraded boots. T1 though, as they often do, starting up the Otacon here. Flandre is now in base, has the teleport available. Will AL get here in time? Hope and Shanks are trailing, and T1 is killing this fast. Teleport now coming in here from Flandre. Will T1
That's all any EU fans ever talk about. Is how G2 won MSI.
As Kyle moves forward, stuns up Doran. Doran in some trouble from the
Okay, what's going on here? Oh, Tarzan gets it.
And Tarzan has stolen the Otacon. AL trying to just run out.
Oh! Shanks is flashed in!
But it's Guma now.
Oh my god, this might be really bad. Oh wait, never mind. Hope is still alive. Hope is still alive. Oh my god, Hope is so good. Hope!
Will not be stopped.
Oh!
Triple for the Kaisa as Hope goes crazy.
Damn! Hope!
So many kills in the aftermath, and because Tarzan's smite hits true, they're able to get the advantage here. Hope still has the advantage.
T1 came so close to killing Hope, but just barely he was able to navigate his way through the fight and walk away with a triple kill. 8-1 on the Kai'Sa as the TP collapse response from T1.
This is Carrier TPing in with the Summoner Spellbook here. Hope just going to try to turn around.
Yeah.
Getting very low to these minions. Has to be careful.
Team looking beat.
Hope going to try to outplay the passive auto, the hook, shut down. It's 1K in the bank for Doran. Survives with a sliver of health.
The Krug Lord learned how to play on the edge of his health bar. No Krugs, no Wolves, no problem.
We look at this fight, and it's Kael again with an engage. The hook from Carrier hits onto the Otacon, but he does get the ultimate onto Hope, forcing him out of the fight. Doran's able to do so much damage onto the front line as the Galio engage comes through. But this choke point, Shanks drops a big stun, forcing T1 to retreat. But T1 don't really care because Guma's doing
He even dropped the stun. It didn't look like he stunned anyone.
Positioning of Hope. Everything is thrown at him. He flashes away from the damage of the Galio. Shanks just barely able to get the damage off to secure that kill on the backline as Hope walks away with a triple kill.
Yeah, Hope made sure that Shanks was going to live after that one, chasing off the rest of T1. Guma had to retreat. Now, as we get back out into the action, though, we'll see about the reset. So many flashes blown in that last fight. There will be vulnerabilities here. So it puts so much importance on the vision setup. And right now, you can see Owner is moving in with Doran.
Is going to be spotted, and Tarzan looking
Danger.
here. Will they find the engage? Doran going to have to try to cut back. Is going to be knocked up by the Cyclone. Shanks cannot get in range just yet, and Tarzan now in trouble.
Oh,
Doran's incredibly
no
low,
way.
Owner running now.
Oh, here comes Hope.
And that might be the end of the hope for the fight for T1 as they have got to run. This Kaisa is on a
Run, oh, Gumayushi. Damn.
Wherever Hope goes, T1 has none.
Hope shines bright as T1 look for a pick
Dude.
onto Tarzan. The collapse
Think we're Vibrant for really 3 years.
to the Kaisa ultimate, and he picks T1
Dude, Hope's
apart once
looking
more.
nice, dude.
Kills on that Kaisa. 3 items completed already. He is going to destroy them, and that's Dragon number 3. That is Dragon Soul points. Here's another look at the 2v2 that started out. They wanted again to go for Doran here and get him incredibly low. T1 get their kill, but look at the reinforcements. Hope flies in on the Kaisa, is able to play off.
Yeah,
the
dude, look
You
at,
can see
I
that
mean,
Shanks was hesitant to drop his combo
I'm
right
so
from the start
crazy.
because of that Gwen invulnerability.
T1 downfall.
And that meant that because he hesitated
Dude,
so
let's
long,
go,
Doran was
AL.
able to get away to safety, but as you said, Hope comes in just at the right time. And while the kills are very
Dude,
close,
we gotta
the
pray
goal is
hard,
very close.
man.
All of the gold is basically sitting on Hope as the rest of T1 will still find ways to navigate these upcoming fights.
But as we watch these replays, Ale is picking up Dragons. They are now on Soul Point here, and it is Cloud.
CFL had a better performance against AL.
Of the champions that they are running.
Okay, so when you have an AD carry that's super fed, what do? Vi ult and Nautilus ult are very good tools at trying to shut down that Kaisa. So we will be looking at Hope's flash, at Hope attempts to survive.
Hope has that Terminus and likely going to build towards GA.
Dude,
next.
who cares?
To try to answer all of this.
Gen G AL could be the 2 best teams in the world. That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Does have the BF, and I'm assuming that is going to be the GA.
You can see that Shanks is hesitant to push out that top lane.
Yeah, they took Gen G to 5 games, dude.
The top side jungle, and that's because he
It was close.
How quickly the collapse from T1 can be, with Owner on this Vi and Faker who can quickly follow up. Baron is going to be started, and this will be spotted out.
It's a T1 classic. When the stakes are high, they go to these objectives, they force their opponents to respond. Flandre on the other side of the map is going to teleport. AL are here. Doran threatening a flank on the side. Tarzan moving in, but Carrier is marking him. Will T1 just try to finish? It looks like they're going to turn for the...
Oh, they're going to turn around on this? Oh, dude, they can't do anything. What are they doing? Wait, why is Gubayushi not even there?
No chance at all.
What the fuck is that Jin ult?
They throw everything at Hope. They put
What
as
the
much
fuck
CC
was that
down as
engage?
possible, yet it is still not enough to take him down. He doesn't pick up a kill, but the rest of AL is there to support him, and now they're running through the base.
That game?
AL on the march here, looking to put the finishing touches on this game. T1 went for the Baron, but AL have eyes on their Nexus. Flash forward, there's the flash out and the barrier from Guma, but he's got nothing to do about this.
Clean, clean, clean.
Will claim game 1 off of a heroic performance from Hope.
T1 got the early lead, but AL come out in
T1 that hit Baron Brave.
And they retake control.
I mean, AL's team fighting is just crazy, and you have to say that Hope is the backbone of it. This man is so difficult to take down. And it's AL that lead the series 1-0.
What can you say? LPL Kaisas, man, they just hit different.
Incredible stuff here in game number 1. to set the tone for our Fearless draft. We have a long way to go in this one. We'll see about the responses, about the changes heading into game number 2.
AL.
To get his thoughts on game 1.
Why are they interviewing Coach
Thank you
Tabe?
so much for joining me after this game 1. Any comments on T1 for this one?
They were a really strong team, and I think today our game, anyone would win. So we really had to push all our limits and to strive our best.
Now, any comments on Hope and this amazing performance on Kai'Sa?
Because enemy has Nautilus, Bai, and Galio. They are very serious engaged, but Kai'Sa has really good capability on avoiding all the engagements, so all the engage. So I was very amazed by Hope's performance, and I think today Hope will carry.
Spectacular game 1, Tabe. Thank you so much. I'm gonna let you join your team.
Dude, the GOAT coach. Damn, Tabe.
That's why he's a kingmaker. He knows what.
AL blue side map too? No, AL will be probably red side still.
Trust that they will carry, and Hope did. This is a true carry performance that we've not seen.
Every good
this MSI.
Kai'Sa players in Chinese.
And it's so amazing
Yeah,
for Hope to
Gala
be
is
the
another
to
great
step
one.
up here, right? Because looking at this team, we're like, okay, we can see standout performances.
Yeah,
from
I
both
feel like there's
players.
probably more.
Hope's been consistently good. This is his first breakout insane performance.
Hydration
What a
is
way to do it in
important.
game 1 against T1.
And it's not as if they didn't try to stop him.
No.
Like Tabe said, there was Vi, Galio, the amount of times they tried to just stick onto him, but he, with like just narrowly escapes. So it's important to actually focus on the first replay, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, every second counts.
Oh, LWX, yeah, Hope.
Around this team fight right here.
Yeah, and as you see, T1 initially looked like they are going to have the setup here, right?
Dude.
Kyle does go in, but then Keria is able to get on the back line there. Galio comes through from Faker. Kyle has to.
I wouldn't be
flash out.
surprised
Looks
if
like he
Odo
breaks
was
that,
not secretly
What
Chinese.
about Shanks here, because it's kind of weird to say that someone is cracked on Annie, but I think Shanks' Annie is actually amazing. I feel like he's always stunning people in really key target situations in so many of these team fights, and it allowed Hope to have so much space in a lot of these fights where he ended up getting kills.
Yeah, and it was just that snap engage that they had immediately. Sure, recognizing that T1's overstepping with 2 members, but it was Kyle's immediate engage into the Annie ulti. Kai'Sa also just like moves over around like the wall just to be able to like free fire on the two members. And by the way, early game, Kai'Sa was getting fed. The early kill that happened bot lane in the 2v2, and then the frozen wave when they were the 2v1 into Doran. All of this set up for his success in this game.
Can I ask you about the 2 compositions and why initially it looked very good for T1 in terms of how they're willing to play these, use the Galio ult as more of an offensive tool, right, to get the taunt in? Where did their composition break apart? Was it just that Kai'Sa was so fed? Because it seemed like even in the intricacies of the engages, they just couldn't get the
Let's go home from the past.
And I think the goal was to expand for T1 because not only did they get the full tower top side and they weren't able to get dove down bot side.
Dude, tomorrow, Asia Masters starts again tomorrow, dude. This is gonna be a tough week.
That Otacon fight that they were fighting.
Dude, if my voice heals by tomorrow, I'm gonna be so butthurt.
That was allowing Kai'Sa to just free fire. And that to me was
Oh, from the pub, okay.
the game open.
I was about to say, do I hear time traveler?
Couldn't really enter.
Yeah, and so many things go wrong here for T1, despite the fact that, again, like Raz said, they are in a good position. They've set the map up pretty well. They're going to take this Otacon, and a few things go wrong in that Tarzan actually is able to get in, right?
Yeah, that's
with
the
the smite. So he's able to get the smite. The fight still looks kind of good. Maybe they can play with range. And then just watch Hope in this fight. Again, it ends up being so close. And the key here is Shanks.
Wow.
Like, he is constantly stunning up these targets for Hope to be able to go in and clean them up. And this is really how this composition wants to work. We take a look at our 2 bot laners with the 10-2
Asia
and 4
Masters.
score line coming out of that one.
Absolutely insane, and we set up in the pre-show how important this was for Hope. The fact that he does want to get revenge specifically versus T1, but he also just wants to get this big win for himself. And Guma with his own issues this year, and the fact that he wasn't even considered a starter at some points.
Yeah, I want to reiterate for Hope, again, this is someone who has been good, but his teams are always like, oh, but we found someone better, right? And we talked about T1 on kind of taking JDG out in 2022. Hope
Dude, Ghost coming back is crazy.
He has so much to prove. So for him to be the one who is the
after MSI finals.
Great story.
It is, and if you just look at this game, like, I think T1's going to be kicking themselves with the lead that they were able to get.
Yeah, so after the MSI finals, we'll have Asia Masters.
It was just about team fights, and I feel like that has been the word of the tournament. Like, team fighting is everything, and you need to be able to execute.
You want to select blue side? Yep, that's what I thought.
Really starting to snowball.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see from any of our teams, really, but
Yeah.
specifically in this
I'm gonna take a quick break again, as always.
Already in game one,
BRB.
how incredibly back and forth it was, but T1 don't come up with the W in this first one. It is AL that goes into game two with that lead, and we'll be right back with that game.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Contain me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny.
Oh, of course AL won, dude. AL's good. Oh man. Ooh. Oh, this video. Why does everyone hate this coach so much?
Let me throw it down to the ground, make him turn around.
Kyle moves forward, stuns up Doran. Doran into the trouble from the back. Storms in. Is going to get it. As opens up, and Tarzan has stolen the Octagon. AL trying to just run out, but now Hope is there. Hope's going to be hit by the exhaust, goes in aggressively, but it's Guma now. Free. It's Guma firing. It's Hope in some trouble. He's getting locked down by Baker, but Hope is just taking over. Hope will not be stopped.
我们所有人都第一次见到他这么发挥。
As Hope goes crazy.
Oh man.
Welcome back for game number 2, AL versus T1.
Yeah, he didn't do anything weird.
Nothing else can be said, but it was explosive. That game was amazing.
And I think we're going to get more of that. Lots of team fighting, lots of skirmishes between these two teams. So it should be action-packed for the duration here.
I'm excited. When these junglers get their hands on some playmakers, you know the magic is going to happen with both Vi and Wukong already taken out of the pool. Xin Zhao naturally rises in priority. The Pantheon was an early ban coming through from AL. And also that Poppy, that Trundle, those two responses to specific picks.
Oh yeah, when you won Worlds.
Let's not forget Azir and Talia, the most prominent mid laners that we've seen banned in game 1. Will they fall to the wayside as we jump into our draft, presented by Omen and HyperX?
Exactly. Let's see with some of the picks out.
Yeah,
so
dude.
Many of the power picks available. Okay, Talia banding.
I mean, T1's picking blue side again. Let's see what they do differently.
As expected, usually not wanting to give one without the other.
Are they going to give away Rumble?
Weird Poppy stuff. And try and get 2-for-1 value there, because Poppy is another one of those ones that is left up and could be flexible to jungle or support, and is a very good answer.
The Varus ban comes through from AL. So far the bans are very similar to what we saw. We are just missing that Azir that you were talking about, Kobe. T1 taking their time, thinking about how they want to close this one out. What will their priority be here in the draft? Remember, Rumble with Galio gone naturally rises in priority as well. Jarvan taken out of the pool, something we've seen Tarzan.
What does it have to do with anything, though?
With as well.
I've never attended a soccer match.
Yeah.
So maybe
I wonder
looking
if
to break that up.
this will be the Rumble priority here for T1.
Yeah, Rumble up and available, Rise another one, but it does feel like it is an angle for that potential Rumble first pick if T1 wants to go for it.
Dude, soccer's boring.
Still left up as far as the bottom lane.
Soccer's probably like the worst sport.
Lucian here. So Braum has been
Ooh, Gumish being Lucian.
Even oftentimes surpassing the Namis and the Emilios of old, which definitely does kind of put you into a more counter-engage and defensive mindset, but it has a very flexible outlook. So let's see what the exchange is going to be. This would put a lot of like This would dissuade you a bit from picking the Xin in that case, because then Trundle is very good into Xin, and some of the AD jungles have been kind of whittled away here already pretty early on.
My instincts are that AL might just slam a Scion. Oh, okay. Could also be the early Yorick. We did see this come through in their series yesterday, I want to say. And I mean, it's a big comfort pick for Flandre. In the matchup against Bin, he actually fell behind a little bit, but then he came back and had a huge impact later on in the game.
And so oftentimes you'll see either the Scion, Jax, maybe Cho'Gath into that one here. You could still do Renekton as well. One of the nerfs to Yorick for this patch for MSI was the armor. And so you do have a couple more of those options.
And one of the things I like about the Trundle pairing with it is it's dissuading you from going towards the Cho'Gath and the Scion, which are two really stable, strong answers to the Yorick.
Thinking about AL just locking something like a Rakan here as well. When you go for the blind Braum, obviously it's a fantastic pairing alongside the Lucian. Faker's Rise. These do feel like a lot of denial picks, but we saw a composition similar to this come through in their series against Gen G.
Okay, well there's the Orianna.
Another denial, you know, taking away the Orianna from Faker is like, okay, fine, you're gonna take my Rise, I will take your Orianna here. Both teams here really utilizing the fearless aspect of it, but that leaves up in doubt what is going to be the answer into.
What are you talking about, Biz? Dude, that shit's dope when they're like cheering for the team.
Early on here, going for the Nocturne instead, which Owner has played a bunch of.
Yeah, I guess they, as Azel was already saying, they're not worried about the tank responses just because the Trundle already locked in. And instead they're worried about the potential dive against an Orianna. Like front to back is probably the style of play that they want to be playing. They can also like round things out with an Ezreal. You'll notice that T1 also recognizing that support pool and wanting to remove the Rakan as a possibility. I wonder if something like the Leona may
Dude, we're watching esports. What are you talking about, Piz? What the fuck?
Limit some of Hope's options, but you can see Jax, something that Flandre did play into.
Yeah, that is my goat, dude.
Matchup can be quite difficult, especially if that Jax gets ahead early.
Okay, any more support options they're truly worried about playing into? The Alistar here instead.
Generally, I consider Braum good into the Alistar, but I guess they are worried about just giving Kyle the ability to engage, wanting to limit some of the ways that he starts fights. Right now, the Karma Hover, really good matchup into the Braum, and they're going to lock that in. Screams to be something like an Ezreal to come through from the side of AL.
It also screams to me that AL are not going to have a lot of hard engage at all for themselves. Going to rely on some pretty good shockwaves and going to rely on really playing the map. They're so good.
Dude, that guy had a TES jersey. What the fuck?
But having a bottom lane that is going to be...
Dude, Chingdian could eat the other top laner, dude.
Instead of getting in there engage.
We've seen the Lee do well into the Trundle, just
okay, Lee
Sin. The champion has, and Ona, I mean, he's a very well-known Lee Sin player. He did bring it out in game 5 against Gen G. Had a great start, but then he had that blunder around the Otacon where he stepped too far and walked into the traps. You also mentioned the Renekton earlier, Kobe. That does seem to be the direction that is thinking, and he will.
Dude, I'm leaning towards AL win, dude.
Powerful skirmish composition coming through from T1 with things like the Renekton, Lee Sin, and Braum. If Kerry can get out onto the map, like the 2v2s, 3v3s are monstrous.
They have a tremendous amount of CC, you know, between the Rise, the Braum passive, the Renekton stuns. They really can be powerful, as you say, but definitely some potential concerns as you get towards the later stages of the game. Can you actually lock down this Ezreal? Do you have enough, you know, hard engage to really get in there? Because you are dependent upon flanks, you're dependent upon, you know, getting in with someone like the Renekton or a kick flash onto the Ezreal who can be hard to lock down.
I completely agree. I think that AL's composition is straightforward, and I like the approach that they've gone for. I will say across the board, the engage is quite low. I will give the range advantage to AL simply because they have the Ezreal, the small amount of poke that can also come through from the Yorick. But patience, I think, is going to be key when it comes to playing these fights. And control of the side lanes is going to be super important, because you think about things like the Rise ultimate being able to potentially set up a pick onto those side lanes.
I mean, it's such a different draft than game 1 for both sides. Both sides are very low on hard engage. You know, last game we had so many ways to start fights out. Nautilus, Wukong, all of these ways to full send it. This time, teams are going to have to be more creative. It's going to be about the setup. It's going to be about the angles of attack.
Yeah, Flandre only has a single game on the Renekton so far this year. Of course, he's played it throughout his career, a very long career. But we'll get into it with Game 2 being so important.
Yo, let's go.
Jumping into Game 2. Keeping an eye on early vision.
I don't know, man. I think AL's gonna win.
Notice Flandre making his way towards the bot lane will drop the ward for his bot laners.
Dude, they do travel. Dude, look at how many AL fans are in the crowd, dude.
Extremely careful.
There's no way there's Westerners that are fans of AL. Everyone's a fan of T1 because that's just like the easy team to be a fan of. But listen to the crowd, look at the signs. Those are foreigner fans.
Has not been spotted just yet, and I don't even think they actually had vision of that ward going down. So Doran being very sneaky here will net them a little bit of additional information that Ale is not wise to.
Sneaky Doran.
Oh,
classic.
And they still alive after all.
Oh my god. You know, there may very well be League players today that have no idea who TSM are.
That's fair. Congratulations, though, to Guma and Owner. They're passing Maple and Peanut for 8th all-time, 145
oh my god, dude.
international games played. Still seems interesting to me. Like, it doesn't quite compute in my brain that these T1 players are now such veterans of international play, because every time they show up, they have such deep runs.
Exactly. And
oh yeah, I don't even know why we're comparing it to traditional sports, dude.
Really following
but whatever, man. Whatever.
The journeys for the junglers in this game are both going to be top towards that bottom. Of course, the deep ward that we saw placed up by the Raptor pit will alert T1 to Tarzan's pathing.
Exactly. I'm curious as to how Owner will respond as the poke continues to come through.
Wow, heal used.
Heal used by Carrier to sidestep some of the poke coming out from Hope. As Faker also just getting some nice trades in the middle lane. So T1 with push in mid and top. You know, on the bot side of the map, it is Gumayushi and Carrier that are being put underneath their tower.
There are a lot of histories, a lot of stories between the players on these teams, but also the coaches. Tabe has been around for a long time and has faced down T1 internationally a number of times, both as a player and as a coach.
That was back when he was on Royal Club as a player, playing with Uzi. And as a coach, has had more success, much more success.
I mean, 7-9 versus T1 is better than almost anyone does. This is a team that just wins time and time and time again.
Anyone's legend.
Tabe has cooked up for AL. Doran.
Oh man.
Looking for a trade once
go in, dude.
Flandre. The back and forth between the two top laners is they're left
dude,
isolated.
the way, like, I don't know, man. Both coming bot, there's going to be a 3v3 in the bot side.
Is heading down, but Tarzan in the area as well. Both junglers will spot each other. Guma, nice little trade here onto Hope.
Okay.
With Tarzan on
They're going on Hope.
Carrier goes forward, can't connect on the winner's bite. Kael gets the root here. It does.
Guma's snared.
Owner heavily losing out in that fight, but will be able to just.
I think AL's draft is pretty strong.
Control on the bot side for AL.
Yeah, really have to respect that Trundle. So he's going to be able to finish off this one. Owner actually going to make a pass through mid lane while Tarzan actually finishes the Scuttle Crab, running up to the second one, so he doesn't get Scuttle Crabbed here. Should be fine there. Then the option usually for the Trundle is try and just place down a Trinket Ward by Raptors to see the second Raptor spawn, so you can be there for the second timer, because Trundle is so good at going for 1v1s and invades. Lee Sin, of course,
Flandre in trouble.
Gets to choose a lot of the time the actual fight that you take. Flandre low under tower.
Flandre incredibly low. We'll see if they can set up the dive here. Pushing in, Flandre, they'll have the stun. Doran can set it up. Can Flandre look for the outplay here? There's the stun. There's the Sonic Wave and the resonating strike. It's first blood for Owner.
Great stun setup there. Very easy for Doran's Renekton under the tower. An efficient route here, too, for Owner. Now he can just go for his reset as his camps are respawning.
Tarzan was able to get an earlier base off, but I mean, that was a consequence of, shanked. Gets very low, sidesteps nicely though, gets away to safety. The phase rush helping him out with that one. But yeah, I mean, not more else to say really on that top side play. Doran now going to be sent towards the bot side of the map. He's going to match into the Ezreal as Flandre's wave in a very awkward spot. the question mark ping coming through from AL on that top side. They're expecting the swap to come through, and his wave is just in a very dangerous position because of T1's ability to freeze it and potentially deny Flandre a lot of farm.
They did one good game top. It's not over, dude.
So Flandre had to TP immediately back up to try to fix that wave, but Guma shows up alongside Keria, and we'll see if they can actually hold this wave off the tower. Looks like Guma does want to thin the wave and potentially threaten that freeze.
Meanwhile, it's just going to be the rotation over.
3-0.
Ezreal
Yeah, I guess so.
Now, keeping it safe.
AL's gonna win 3-0.
Doran going for a little scouting mission down there first, making sure there's no extra pressure to come through since they know both junglers heading towards this area.
T1 playing with their pressure well, though. Going to start off this Dragon immediately, thanks to Doran and Faker getting push in their respective lanes.
And because they've got the early support rotation here, Keria rotating over since Karma is showing so much in top side of the map. They know they've got it locked down, and will be Dragon number 1 for T1.
Similar to what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what Piz is trying to say.
As well. So small advantages beginning to be built by T1 here in the early game. They're playing around their push well. They're punishing the HP bars where they can. And they're starting off strong. And I would say this is kind of what we expected based on the draft. Faker and Doran able to get that early push in against their counterpart. The ulti comes through from Faker.
Faker with the Realm War.
Oh.
In trouble, has the flash. Will he be
But Kyria flashed? I mean, it doesn't matter.
And I don't even think it's worth using.
Yeah.
Guma Yushi gets
damn.
And the Maiden is going to be on cooldown for a very long time.
AL targeted Doran in the previous game so heavily, and T1 actually going to go for both sides of the map.
Oh my god. Holy shit. T1.
Will he be able to get out to safety? Doran waiting for the cooldowns. Owner backing off. T1 happy with what they have gotten.
Just like that, T1 pick up 3 kills across the map. We talked about how you have to be very careful of this Ryze ultimate, and Faker doesn't waste any time. They've been utilizing their pressure so well. They collapse onto Flandre, who's isolated in the top lane, and they punish Kyle on the bottom lane as well. A 1k gold lead, 7 minutes in.
There's been a lot of talk about Faker and his laning phase not being as strong as it has been in the past, but this guy knows how to win games. He is always in the right place at the right time, doing whatever it takes to enable his teammates to get the win.
Kind of all over the place. Engage with no hard engage, yeah. I mean, there's no hard engage, but I thought it would be fine.
On the reset timer, Owner going towards the bottom side, getting one there as well. T1 building.
It's not like T1 really has hard engage either.
AL's team fighting has been so good though, so they'll look to try and take it back once we get to the mid game.
Not a lot of engage tools here though, so Tarzan can show up, but as long as T1 respect the fact that he is there, there's no Alistar to set him up, there's no Nautilus to lock them down. You know, it requires an overextension from T1 to really get chased down and killed. And so AL instead will start up the objective.
Bit of damage being thrown down onto
Oh my god.
Test the waters.
They're gonna flip for grubs.
The grubs being collapsed on by T1. Here comes Doran as well from the river.
Yeah, Doran is running up here. Tarzan.
Oh, yeah, they stole one.
The first one, Kyle looking.
Oh, Owner! Tarzan has to flash out.
Flash as Faker and Guma were putting the pressure on. Tarzan just barely.
Oh!
There's the shockwave coming in, but Keria throws.
But they have no mana. They have no mana. They're dead.
In trouble.
You gotta run.
In range here. Can't quite finish him off. A lot of low health bars, but no one goes down. And someone is going to have to answer Flandre in the bot lane because no one has TP right now from T1. So instead, they will try to keep the pressure on top here. Doran is behind him. They know that they're going to give up plates on bot side. Will T1 try to force the dive? Doran, if he's going to go, he has to stop that recall now. Kyle incredibly low.
Oh!
Gets one. Can he get in range for the slice? The dice, the stun.
Doran!
Is here, and he is hungry.
It's Doran extending
Dude,
the play.
Doran with the BBC.
Through the jungle here, as you say, to trap them behind the secondary tower. They do sacrifice something on the bottom side, a little bit of turret plate money to Flandre, but very worth for T1.
T1, 5 kills to 0. We're not
yeah,
even
T1's dominating this round.
They are looking to skirmish. They are looking to fight where they can. We talked about it in the draft, how this Braum can provide so much value in these extended fights. And after chipping away at AL's HP bar, they knew that they could chase for more. A healthy gold lead, the Dragon spawning in about 1 minute and 50
I forget what
seconds.
happened, dude.
T1,
WT.
position here in the early game.
Doran at the center of much of the action here, involved in all but one of the kills. A significant gold lead, even though
WD's still in, never mind.
on the bot side to make that move. He's been put in a position to succeed here.
Yeah, they beat
Pressure
TT.
will be on him to do so.
Yeah, meanwhile, into the side lanes here for Faker, for Rise. Comfortable position as they have Keria kind of rotating over. There's plenty of vision for Shanks, so it shouldn't fall under any pressure, but
The voice is almost back to normal? Yeah, almost.
For AL as they move in and get those deeper wards through the jungle. Owner now going to replace some of his own.
Keria sitting on that spellbook Ghost. Could give him an opportunity to go a little bit more aggressive if he sees one. But for now, both teams are content to just continue farming here. And T1 does feel like they're in much better position around
Maybe, I doubt it though.
Control in the river, but AL does have a couple of deep wards, so we'll at least be able to spot a potential.
Yeah, I don't watch the bottom teams in LPL. Fuck that, dude.
Sun and Sky finished means that he is so strong on this Lee Sin. Notice that he's just abandoned his topside camps, made a beeline towards the bot lane, with Tarzan being spotted on the top side as well. There should be an uncontested dragon that T1 will start immediately. Good vision coverage around the river, and Keria recognizes he doesn't need to be around the dragon, so instead he can make his way towards top, try and prevent the dive.
And T1 are calling Keria over to help Doran defend.
Doran
Okay.
pops the ulti, slices out of safety.
Oh,
goes in,
Tarzan might be fucked.
Tarzan in trouble, but Flandre
Never mind,
is the one
Flandre is
taking
hanging
the
it.
turret for now. Keria popped the ghost just
Holy
to get
shit.
there in time and used the flash to help save Doran.
Great allocation of resources here from T1. Braum is
No,
so
he was
good at
streaming.
defending. They call for the rotation from Keria. He gets there initially. And that's going to be
He did do
enough.
military, but he
They
was
will hold
streaming.
it while taking the dragon
Shanks in
bottom
trouble,
side.
Shockwave connects onto Faker, but Shanks has nowhere to go. Takes up by Faker.
What the fuck is going on?
Another successful play in the side lanes from T1.
T1's is playing so good.
And AL is getting nothing on the cross map. A few camps are being stolen, but Doran is just a monster. And with Keria at his back, this play feels impossible for AL.
Yeah, he did military, came back and was a streamer for a year and a half, and now he's on Astral.
Some trouble, has no flash, and he's got nowhere to go.
Such weird import.
Down, stunned up, and Keria takes him down, but on the other side, Doran gets knocked down by Kyle and Flandre. Flandre, though, potentially has overextended here. Guma gonna look for the chase. He's sped up by Kyle. Can Keria connect on the Winter's Bite? He can. He is slowed down. Guma trying to get in range. The dash not there just yet. Looks like they will be able to walk it out.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there. Tarzan goes really deep into the jungle, but because Guma had not fully recalled,
Dude, that's actually so wild.
They get the extra kill, and that means
Like, AL looks like they're getting so fucked.
Money here. At least a little bit of tower damage.
Guma feels confident in the 1 versus 2. He doesn't even have Keria near him.
Got it.
But with how strong he is on the Lucian,
I don't even remember what my pick'ems were.
9, Hope just ticking over as well. I mean, T1 is accelerating this game at a rapid pace. 13 minutes in, the kills are 7-1. And bear in mind, while Tarzan was on the top side trying to make a play happen, he was able to steal away a Grom. Owner just took his entire bot side jungle. He has nearly a full level over Tarzan right now on this Lee Sin. He's continuing to ramp up. And it feels like that as we get closer to this Herald, this third dragon, T1 can just force these fights that AL is not strong enough to contest just yet.
They absolutely will, and they already have the feats of strength, have those upgraded boots through here for T1. A lot of magical footwear though, so not a lot of value grabbed from it just yet, but will be coming through soon, you have to think, as Tarzan in the area, trying to see if Doran would go too aggressive. But Owner and Keria are here as well. Tarzan will spot them. Kyle there, trying to keep him safe. Tarzan now is the target, will be able to back up. Nice pillar, buying some time as Keria will pop his barrier there with the spellbook and stay safe.
I feel like with these compositions and with the early lead that T1 have, they're going to be in the driver's seat. They get to choose basically whatever fight is going to take place because AL have so few ways of actually forcing the issue in their favor or actually choosing the moment.
I mean, I'm a fan of bad teams too, you know. I was cheering for Fnatic really hard.
He's going to go for the Realm Warp. Can he actually interrupt it? He cannot. Doesn't have his cage available. You can bump him with the edge of it, but didn't have it up. Faker gets out to safety, but nice job by Flandre getting some pressure down. The True Shot Barrage will not interrupt him, but you can see Tarzan here to back him up. Keria, though, again, always covering the side lanes.
Yeah, Keria, another shadow here, but the ghouls are doing some work.
Ooh.
Oh, Tarzan's behind him, and now I think they are going to go for the dive. The TPs are coming in. Tarzan has his eyes on Faker.
Can Flanders take out the tower?
Response from Doran. He is on Shanks. Tarzan's fighting on the other side. Doran trying to take down Shanks. He flashes forward. He takes him down.
Doran.
For a second, Flandre now in trouble as everyone piles in onto
Why didn't Flanders just take out the tower?
Get out. Another teleport coming back. It's Faker re-arriving to the fight. Owner kicks off Tarzan, takes him down, and Flandre trying to kite for his life. Kyle has the tether in onto Carrier, but here comes.
Oh my God, they're so fucked.
Owner surviving as T1.
All right. Next game. This game is over, dude.
They lose 4 members in that exchange.
What the
And it all
fuck?
started with them trying to dive Faker. They see how low his HP is. The TPs come in rapid succession, but the arrival of Doran swings the fight.
Yeah, carry a locket shields there, and then Faker's going to be able to recall. Doran, though, just absolutely destroyed Shanks. Deleting him, did go for the flash, and in the end he does go down. But as you say, the rest of T1 are able to collapse, and you'll see there on the mini-map, Hope the Ezreal cannot join, so he just goes back to push the mid wave.
I mean, Ona, we talked about how strong he is at this point in the game, and you can see while Flandre still does a lot of damage thanks to the Maiden, it wasn't quite enough. The collapse from T1 was swift. And now they find themselves with 11 kills.
Yeah, I think Milky Way is good.
And it's a small thing, but
I think if you got him off RNG, he'll look a lot better. Or if you don't have a manager, just fucking everything up.
HP down there, so that got so much extra damage to help Doran knock Shanks down immediately.
Yeah, this one's snowballing so heavily in favor of T1. Should be effortless to pick up Dragon number 3 for themselves with a large gold lead with so much CC to their advantage. Should be able to push in on AL. I guess the silver lining to that tower not going down earlier, they've got objective bounties on it, so they can hope to try and get an objective bounty on that tower standing there.
You look at that thing and it's gonna die.
25 HP on the tower. Oh, Kyle, he's in danger.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, dude. They're just getting so fisted, no?
Should be fine here. Relmore coming through. Faker posturing aggressively, but Tarzan trying to turn the damage
down. Owner!
Kick back, looking for Kyle. He's going to try to get out.
Okay.
There's the shockwave over the wall from Shanks. AL low on health. Can't extend the play here. Hope shifts forward aggressively. Does get some good poke down.
What do you mean? My takes are the best. I have the best opinions in this game.
I just love that T1 is recognizing
What are you talking about?
Composition. It's good at skirmishing. That was a 2 versus 3, and they just went in. They know that in these smaller fights is where they can really outplay their opponents and get the better when it comes to the damage. And AL, when it does extend into these bigger fights, it's not like it's a straight up 5v5. It's like a 2 versus 3 that then turns into another 3v3.
Everyone has copium takes, dude. That's just normal.
Go down. AL's first of the game. They get a bit of gold back, but it's still a 3.5k gold advantage for T1.
Yeah, it's going to be a drop in the bucket, honestly, with the way that this game has been going. Owner with 1,000 individual gold lead. Rise here going to be so problematic in the side lanes that now it's going to be...
Hey, Carrier.
Carrier very far out, but does flash back.
Wow, he gets out.
Over to Faker. Keeps himself safe. I mean, this is a ridiculously fast dragon stacking game as well. You're looking at a soul that could be here around 22 minutes.
1-0 down, the highest price.
I don't see any reason for them not to do it right on spawn with how they can set it up too. Outer towers down, they can move in, place the prerequisite vision here through the blue quadrant of AL. And again, since AL really...
Dude, I get a lot of my picks right. I just happen to pick teams that I like. That's the thing.
T1, yeah, they do just that. They fully take over jungle vision, take out that outer tower, and will set themselves up nicely.
Yeah, the team's back. They're heading out again soon.
This tier 2 tower
for EWC.
Flandre's in the side lane, going to be hunting for that bounty. We can already see pings from T1. They are going to be heading up there, sending Doran to respawn, and Flandre knows he cannot stay around to try to knock that tower down. So T1, again, an unanswered play here. 2 towers in the mid lane, and extending that gold lead to nearly 5,000. Faker, though, could be in trouble. Can they actually knock him down? Do they have the interrupt? The shockwave does stop it. And
shockwave!
Shut down. The gold goes to Tarzan.
So the mid laner finally falls, and AL claw back a bit of gold.
Who's hustling sus?
T1 have already extended that lead.
What do you mean?
So much in the middle lane. Top tower still relatively healthy. Guma pushing in another wave in mid. Artican about to spawn on the top side of the rift. AL gonna look to recall, but we know T1, they are not afraid to force this objective.
And critically, Faker didn't waste the flash here. He knows he's going to have that available for the next Dragon fight, for these big objective fights, and T1 are not even going to wait for the Dragon. They're starting the Otacon now.
Yep, they have such a good advantage. They can just force on these objectives. AL are coming, though. They are going to fight.
We'll see if they can find their way in. Keria not allowing them to get past here.
Otacon throw. This is it. The Otacon throw time. Oh, there's no ults. There's no Orianna ult to win this fight. Ah, but they're so fucked, dude. They're so fucked.
Faker is behind them. Doran and Faker. It's a triple for Guma, but it's a solo laner getting
oh, Doran, nice play.
Gets back over the wall with the flash of his own. Shanks now running from Faker. Doran trying to corral Hope here. Hope looking to try to make an outplay. Shanks on the side. Faker flashes in. He takes him out just as his teammates do the same.
Yeah, they didn't have their ult for that fight.
An ace, and they're gonna claim the Otacon.
They may lose owner, but they will take every last member of AL, including the Otacon. And then look at the Dragon just 50 seconds away afterwards. They can reset and move their resources over to the other side of the map.
T1 bounced back after game 1 ruthlessly as Keria acts as gatekeeper in this brush, making it so difficult. And remember, at this point, it is a 4 versus 4. Hope is coming up through the river, and then T1 just forced the fight, knowing that the TP is coming through from Faker. At this point, Owner, he has to get away from Hope, so he goes in a little bit deep. He gets close to taking out Tarzan, but he does the damage that he needs to do. Guma dancing his way through the fight, sticking close to
Oh, yeah, can't wait.
Triple. He's going to get an extended quadra after picking up Hope at the back end of this fight as Shanks falls on the top side to Faker.
Yeah, I saw that, dude.
Really believing that
So troll, dude. CFL is such a weird-ass team.
Number 2, pushing back so heavily, already looking to even us up if they can complete this game.
And I just love how aggressively Keria has been playing. He knows they're heavily ahead in gold. He's just playing in the face of AL, making them waste spells on him, making them dump damage into him. And AL gonna look for a cross-map play. Faker did spend his flash in the last fight. The pillar is good. Kenny Realm Warp out to safety. The tether not in time. Faker is safe. The soul is
They get Cloud Soul. 22-minute Cloud Soul, dude. What am I supposed to say about this game? I hate games like this. I never know what to fucking talk about. I just feel like the game is like done.
They are out of options in this game. We've already talked so much about the limited engage in T1. They're just going to run at AL once more.
Owner is hunting. Great sidestep there from Tarzan, but will him get him out to safety. He's trying to run for it, is barely able to get out of range there, but Kyle is going to be left for the Wolves. Keria still is chasing as Guma is coming through the jungle. They want everyone here. Owner is just going to fight against Kyle as Guma arrives here trying to lock down Tarzan. They can't quite stop him. Owner does pick up the 1 kill on the support, but it is only Kyle falling.
Right now, they do have Shanks split pushing in bottom lane, has his teleport ready. So the plan for AL, try and get as many resources as you possibly can, and then get everyone here ready for the defense. Hope that they can find an angle for a counter play.
But T1 are not giving them time. They are just forcing their hand constantly.
I just feel like this is GG, no?
Forcing objectives.
Is there even a way AL could come back from this?
Some sort of a Baron flip or a prey for the
I feel like the Otacon fight was their best chance, but they didn't even have ult or anything.
First, it'll be very difficult for them to approach.
Completely agree. Faker going to continue to catch lanes in a side wave and tick over to level 16, now on the rise. This pick was really important in the early game at getting T1 those early advantages. Both Faker and Owner working together, but also just how T1 was playing the map. When something was happening top lane, something was also happening in the bot, making it impossible for AL to really cross-map at any opportunity. Right from the start, T1 have had a vice grip over this game, and they have not relieved that pressure.
Oh yeah, I follow that account.
Get closer and closer to the Baron spawn.
Yeah,
that's where I get a lot of translations.
Looking their best here, Owner making huge plays, often at the same time as Faker making plays on the other side of the map. And now that they have this control, this lead, with the extra speed of the Cloud Soul, you make it so hard for AL to even keep up in resources because they have to use the safety of their towers to catch these waves. T1 can just completely take over your jungle.
Very aggressive
dude.
there from Keria, but he will now swap it over
I
to
appreciate
that
it.
Smite. So could look for an angle on the Baron here with the double smite to try to secure it. And I think that's why he was so loose with the spending of that summoner spell.
Baron spawns and T1 will
I see them fighting over food. Yeah, there's a lot of them fighting over food.
Put the pressure onto AL once more.
It is spotted immediately.
Just eating, going like, ooh, what's this, what's that?
Tarzan has no flash, which will be critical. Can he even get there in time? It doesn't look like it. It's going down way too fast. AL realize it. Owner goes out to try to kick Tarzan away, but he wasn't even there. T1 claim the Baron.
And then they can counter with the teleport. Put a stop to the split push. Faker is
Dude,
there.
our team is so weird, man.
Will they be able to find the chase down? The Cloud Soul here going to pay dividends. As you can see, Owner running through the jungle. They're going to force out the defensive TP. Owner now turning back with Doran. He's going in on Tarzan. Tarzan is
Oh, 3-man shockwave, but it like does nothing.
Gumayusi now firing. Gumayusi dashing forward, trying to pump the damage in. Doran and Keria are low, though. AL will survive the onslaught and back off.
The shockwave from Shanks was good, but he just doesn't have the damage to do anything significant in the fight. It did slow down.
Doinby also says CFO stomped its scrims. Yeah, I saw that.
T1 continue with their relentless pressure, and Faker back to pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we did stomp him its scrims.
Honestly, right now, AL, they need to just send multiple people into one area of the map. But
We stomped everyone except for like the top 2 teams.
So it should be fairly difficult to catch
Maybe top 3.
It doesn't seem like there's really much of an
For
opportunity.
LCK.
T1 pushing on the other side, looking for the last of the outer tier 2s here. Garia steps forward and just pushes Shanks back. Pops the barrier with that summoner spellbook, just constantly rotating through these spells. You can see Doran just fighting here on the side. Tarzan will be able to get the blue buff, but will he be able to actually get out to safety? Doran,
That's why I thought we could get top 4 at MSI. But yeah, the T1 Game 5 was a tragedy. And then the unlucky we had to fight AL. Is win rate higher versus LCK or LP on scrims?
Thank you very much.
It depends. Because there's like, you know, Gen G, HLE, and then I guess T1. Those are really hard. LPL would be like, AL.
If you are an AL fan, don't look at Guma's items.
Maybe
just, avoid
PLG,
that area of
JDG.
the map, because this man is monstrous right now. He is extremely fed, and if things
But overall, like, yeah, the middle to bottom in like LPL or LCK, even LCK middle to bottom, it's really bad. I would say LCK, like the best team is harder, but the skill level drops off really fast compared to LPL. LPL, I feel like even the middle tier teams could put up a decent fight.
A lot of places you don't want to look.
Like the 5th, 6th best team. The 5th best team in LCK is, yeah, they're not good.
Cloud Soul, which is going to make it incredibly difficult to escape a losing fight here. As Keria again just posturing so aggressively, always stepping forward in the face there of Hope and the rest of AL.
Like, obviously, if we fight against, like, you know, T1, HLE, Gen G, it's like, wow, these guys are really strong. Probably harder than, like, you know, AL, BLG, right, for example. But, like, after that, it's like, why even scrim LCK? It's like, what the fuck? It feels really weird. The drop off in terms of skill.
Doing what he can to chip away at the HP bars of T1, but it's not really going to stick. Our observers highlighting for us how little AL can see on the map. The Elder will begin. The suffocation
Elder flip.
full effect as AL
Come on, Tarzan. Smite it.
They have to just full send it. This is the Hope, the Elder Dragon fight.
Tarzan trying to get his way in, but T1 eyes on the Elder. They have played, and now the fight begins in earnest. Look at Doran flashing after Hope. Hope flashes out in time. Doran in the midst of everyone as Keria and Faker arrive. The HP bars are
GG.
as is their time in this game. T1 crushing the fight. Guma flashing forward. Can't quite take down Hope, but he sure as hell takes down Kyle.
Oh, yeah. LCK does a good job consolidating their talent. I feel like LPL's problem is like a lot of good players are too stretched out, too like thin. It's really like bad for if you want to win something. Yep, that's it. GG. Oh shit, yo, Tuna, what's up?
Game 2, absolute domination. 14,000 gold lead, 23-4.
Yo, how you doing, man?
Just a beautiful demonstration of a well-played.
We have 2 more days of MSI. That game was really one-sided. This one was a really bad one-sided game.
Relentless pressure onto AL, seemingly having no answers at any point.
Owner on Lee Sin, beautiful, very active. Faker rotating over on the rise.
Yeah, how's the stream, man?
To even us up.
Yeah, we're watching MSI. This is the international tournament in Canada. My team was there, but we got knocked out, so now we're just chilling.
Incredible game 2 performance.
We're watching
here from
T1
Let's see what the
Faker versus AL.
T1 in the corner twice in a row. That's probably what they are thinking. Led at the helm by Faker, but also by Owner, we have to say. And I know as any jungle player, when you have a Lee Sin at your disposal, you just want a game like this. You want more. You can influence the game.
Yeah, CFO, we made it far, but we didn't win.
From top to bottom too, because I actually loved AL's composition. I felt like the
like
and Oriana had
CFO, we lost to T1 here. Then we had to go to the losers bracket, but we lost to this team, who's like gonna make almost to the finals. So unlucky.
Assignments that T1 did do.
We could have been like here, but it's unlucky.
They go for this dive, right? So the dive goes off. They're going to back, but what, and most importantly, what's going to happen is that Doran's actually going to TP bot.
No, I haven't played Pogo in forever.
While T1's bot lane is going to head topside. That actually gives them power over Drake. This is skipped a little bit further ahead. They're attacking Flandra again on topside, but because they took the Drake...
Yeah, I've been really busy. Mostly nowadays, all I do is watch League.
Ends up getting the gank, so they win.
The finals is tomorrow, so that's going to be hype.
At the same time, and it really came down for me from that decision to send the Renekton bot, force AL to either respond to the swap or keep Flandra in this 2v1, and it set every single one of T1's...
Have you been yelling? Yeah, I damaged my throat from yelling too much.
And it was frustrating because at that point, they can't really fight them early at all. They tried at Grubs. They decided to play away from Dragon, so ended up T1's getting first Drake. They tried to dive top, but Braum was there. T1 anticipated their plays off the lead that they already had and then just rolled it forward. The fact that Lee Sin ended up going bot lane to the play that you had mentioned at the very end of it and just made it punishing even more off the lane assignment. This was Owner's and Doran's game.
Yeah, it definitely was. And let's also check out today's HyperX Reflex replay, where it is just more getting the upper hand over AL.
Yeah, and this was the defended dive that happened on Faker. They recognized...
Can you show me your muscle?
This is going to be on Renekton because he buffers the W alongside the Oriana ulti and then is able to follow it through. Forward, flashes, gets the kill. Doran
so troll, dude.
He was able to just make it kind of flourish in that fight to defend it. So I thought that was like a small focus, but the bigger focus is T1 recognized the dive was going to happen, and they stood their ground with the TP and the follow through with Owner.
I also do.
Yeah, our team is filled with weirdos.
A big point of contention here, and wondering how he's going to do as we see that both Doran and Owner had a fantastic game, and he had.
Can you show me your muscle? What the fuck? Who the fuck asked that?
We see 100% of the time, you really need to make your own luck.
Yeah, and it seemed like, again,
it's okay. AL's gonna get blue side.
Got to be in such a great position. No one can go toe-to-toe with him in a side lane, right? If you look at, the discrepancy in gold between those two. But this is really, really crucial map play from Team 1, and also just Owner being able to recognize how to control this early game on Lee Sin.
And I feel like the difference between the last game and this one was T1 had a lead, and they played very well reserved around their vision, like that Baron play, forcing them to come over, even recognizing that Yorick was like splitting bot side. They double TP'd, even though one of them got canceled. Ryze chased them out. They recognized last game they made a misstep that really snowballed against
definitely
them.
That Twitter account is like goated.
So lucky for us, we get at least 4 games.
Because he also watches like the Twitch streams.
So many signs for both teams. I guess it will over-index a little bit towards Faker and T1, but nevertheless, Emily, it just goes to show how important this matchup is for both fan bases, and I am really happy we get 4 games at least.
Yeah, I've seen so many cool Flandra and Shanks signs.
Yeah.
That is cute.
Nice. Shout out to the person who had the picture of Flandra from Snake. Back in like 2015.
The deep dive on that one.
I know. But for me, then AL looking at this, right? You obviously lost so much control in this early game,
Dude, I still think AL can win. It's just like, fuck, man.
kind of stay in the game early against this
Dude, Tabi is such a crazy good coach.
AL has one thing on their mind, and it's make sure they
Girls first sentence, can you show me your muscles?
that T1 brought, that they can get to those team fights that they love and cherish so much. And AL will be moving on to the blue side as we head into game 3.
Dude, they made Driver look at Kangas and Busio, like, oh, this is them at the gym, and Driver's like, oh, wow, like that. It's so troll, dude. Yeah, Driver is working out quite a bit. In the morning, I'll see him like going for jogs and stuff. He has like a 6-pack or some shit, dude. He's buff. Did you see the group for this? Dude, what the fuck? It's like it's like the worst draw ever for group stage. I don't even find it. I don't care about EWC. Yeah, but I wanted to see more matchups, you know, like CFO versus NA. Maybe FlyQuest versus MKoi, so we can see like which one's actually the better region. That's all he really cared about.
Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
$250K to 2 mil? Yeah. Yeah, the prize pool's crazy.
Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LOL Esports. Customize your
How much does CFO make? $160,000? Holy shit! Okay, CFO got fucking 160K.
Download Opera GX.
Damn, dude. If you just win like one BO1, you make like 75K. That's crazy. Is it just second place last year? Yeah. It's... I'm gonna go pee real quick. Welcome to the main event. Let's go. Welcome to the main event. But yeah, I just want to see more regional matches. Oh, these aren't... Ugh. Oh. Tilo needs to hire a YouTube translator. Yeah. Some of our videos have subtitles, but they're not good.
Allowing them to get past here. Guma in a good position. Tarzan trying to force his way in, but they're immediately turning around to him. But the culling is getting so much damage down. Doran into the back line. Hope over the side.
Like, unfortunately, we don't have anyone in CFO that speaks fluent English and Mandarin. So yeah. This doesn't have subtitles.
震撼世界，我觉得国际赛小题要再加2个等级。
Welcome back. It is game number 3, T1 versus AL coming up.
Yeah, like this one does. Yeah, this one has subtitles.
Everyone expecting that 5-game banger.
有几个特别好的优点，第一点是他们纪律性非常好，他们
Yeah, so it's like it's not all of them. It sucks.
不太给机会，
And they're not perfect.
踩位。
Really difficult to pilot, and they made it look seamless. Like we talked about it in the draft,
Yeah.
both sides didn't really have a lot
Your
of
voice sounding a bit better. Your voice is back, kind of.
Kept finding these
It's still like
skirmishes, these
fucked,
fights, and every single time they were able to.
but it's getting better. I can talk without issues.
So aggressive, always positioning in their face, knowing AL doesn't really have any good lockdown. He can't really be punished, so he's always pushing forward, always forcing their hand. You can't
Yeah, we're still working on the subtitle stuff. It's like, dude,
Same thing with Owner. He had
I don't know, like there's just too much change happening.
There was no one to put a stop to it.
At least we were able to finally get jerseys to be able to ship overseas. We're still working on more regions and yeah, English subtitles.
Will the Talia and the Azir also follow suit?
I have to imagine so, but we are getting later into the series, and sometimes other picks become a priority on the ban list. The Talia, though, going to remain on the side of AL. We know that Shanks is also an Azir player, and so T1 going to respect that. The question is, will things like Poppy make their way onto the ban table? Xin Zhao, the Rumble still available in the draft.
Nico also yet to be banned out, has been on that ban list through the first 2 games.
Kyle would love to get his hands on the champion. Is it first pick worthy? Perhaps. Right now, AL taking their time thinking about how they want to round out their first phase of bans.
Yeah, we've got Rumble, Varus priorities pretty dang high. Twisted Fate actually.
How you guys doing, man?
Way here.
Valiant, Squizzy. I mean, you know, hopefully my voice, dude, it sucks because like my voice was kind of fucked for like
They're forcing AL
all of MSI.
A lot of OP picks still available. I feel like AL will go for the Varus.
Like, I missed the whole event, essentially, dude.
Evident throughout this tournament that they think Varus.
First I got banned, and then when I got unbanned, I got sick. It was like, oh my god, dude. The worst. Like, this whole MSI event was kind of a waste.
We know that Carrier.
This boy's coming back. Sucks. Ah. Unlucky, dude. Unlucky.
My brain was already thinking a step ahead. I like Rumble right now. Seems like the prime combination. A wombo combo in the making for T1.
Exactly. Already, Jarvan and Nico, pretty good combo together themselves. But the Poppy here trying to block some Jarvan shenanigans.
Nico uniquely powerful in the meta because not only are you a
Couldn't YouTube short form with the voice too? I looked at it.
Really do that right now.
Dude, my voice was so bad. I was like, fuck, dude. There's really not much I could have like clipped. I clipped a few Bastion moments, but that's about it.
Nagging it away. I wonder if maybe
It's fine. It's fine.
Then I'm guessing because Galio's already out, so T1 that would be like the next possible.
There's always worlds, right?
Rumble usually.
As well.
Yeah.
Could just go something safe if they want just that tanky front line on the top side. You did mention the Ornn, both very viable
Well, like,
options.
I usually post clips on like TikTok and YouTube.
Whippo spoke about wishing that he had actually, let through the Rumble earlier in their match.
But like, my voice was so bad, dude.
We'll see, how he's going to be able to actually.
I was like, yeah, dude, this guy, dude. I don't know why people would want to watch this shit.
T1 though, quick to remove the Poppy. You've already seen how many dashes are coming through from the side of T1, and they do not want to have to deal with that. The disengage that Poppy provides against this much engage as well is
yeah, I stole your reactions.
AL, you imagine that the AD carry pool will be their direction. Maybe a Misfortune could be a good ban. Zaya potentially as well.
Don't copyright strike me. I already had that happen once, dude.
Yeah, quirky burst damage there, along with the definitely very potent there with the Nico.
Dude, I lost all that momentum day one MSI.
We're whittling away at a lot of these engage.
And then me getting sick, oh my god, dude. It was like the worst timing ever.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Lots of good ults to steal already.
A lot of really good ultimates to steal, especially Nico. We've seen Silas's have huge impact in the draft, especially. Other AD carries that they could consider. I mean, we already mentioned the Misfortune, Zaya, maybe Senna for Gumayushi, but you wouldn't typically pair it up alongside the Nico. They're thinking more team fight, and so they want to take the Civit away. This does mean that Gumayushi still has a lot of options available to him.
I don't know what the fuck the boarding pass was.
Potential Aurora fits neatly into this comp.
Caitlyn, always an option for Guma as well, as you get deeper and deeper into Fearless. And definitely could go for one of those push.
I saw Low Venom now since joined CF as a streamer. Oh, they
everyone's favorite if you're an AL fan,
I don't know.
That pick has not done very well at MSI, 0-10. It's actually the losingest champion of all time.
Losingest?
Yeah.
That is a beautiful description.
Hey, at least I'm on CFO.
The most games played ever in MSI history without getting a win.
That's crazy.
The previous record was actually Malphite at 0-8. Kalista 0-10 now.
Wow.
Yep.
That is a fun fact. Thank you,
It is a fun fact. Not for the Kalista players, but for everyone else.
I do love this this Aurora takeaway as well for T1. Shanks has been so good on it, Flandra as well. And so they're just going to opt, okay, fine. You take my Aurora, now I'll take the Victor that you spammed so much.
I will say that you've got a Victor and a Varus into Jarvan. That does make me worried for AL. It's so much lockdown on the side of T1. If those flashes are not available, oh, you saw the hover. You all saw it.
Wait, you guys don't want T1 to lock Kalista?
Definitely not going to be the case, but this
During
team is
15?
so well set up for a Misfortune that you mentioned way earlier, this wombo combo. They have so many avenues for engage, and as you're rightly pointing out, these carries on AL do not have any safety. They do not have any dashes or even that much peel on their team. So this definitely looks like it is going to be dangerous for Shanks and Hope as far as their positioning.
Here's what we'll say. Game 2, we didn't get really any engage. Game 3, we've now doubled down, and we've got double the amount of engage across the board. Leo,
Where they got January 15th from? I don't know either.
You've got Jarvan, you've got Ornn, you've got Nico.
Is that when LCP started?
Aurora MF. It is It's
January
ultimate
15th?
in Game 3. And
It
it's
might
gonna come down
be.
to the team fights, which we know are AL's bread and butter. It's what's gotten them to this point at MSI. T1 with their impressive early games, the way that they've been able to navigate skirmishes, and also with impressive team fighting of their own. I'm excited to see how they match up here in Game 3.
Going to be an exciting one. Both teams with the opportunity to move to match point here. All tied up 1-1. AL versus T1 absolutely delivering. The winner will move on, of course, to face against Gen G in the grand final tomorrow for a chance at taking the MSI title.
Are you like a technical manager though? Yeah. No, the co-streaming is something I do on the side. I mean,
Worth noting, Hope is going to
co-streaming is not my main job. But when CFO's in Canada, there's not much I can do here.
Through this on, but AL also have multiple damage threats. When you think of Jarvan, sure, if he gets onto a Varus, he can do a lot of damage, but Xin Zhao, I feel, provides so much threat onto the backline as well. And when you pair that up with things like a Rumble, high AP damage from the top side, the Victor scaling in the late game, AL have a lot of power in their composition.
And you can see AL, all of the players' records here against T1. Shanks actually with the highest win rate, only having played against them in this series. His first time getting to play against his idol Faker, who he met earlier.
Well, Kale was an LCK, that's not fair.
How ecstatic he was to have a picture with the GOAT.
No, and we were joking earlier about how for so many teams around the world, if they could have the opportunity to beat T1, it would be like getting revenge, because they've just been at so many internationals, they've knocked out so many different teams, they've stopped so many players. AL.
He was bought with Prince. Oh.
So many of these individuals is already skirmishing.
Yeah, Live Sandbox. Yeah, I forgot it was with Prince. But yeah, that's why his record is so bad, because Live Sandbox pleases a lot.
They get the health lead, they get control of the minion wave for pushing for level 2.
And I just love Carrot using the heal there, not only for the early HP, but also for the move speed to actually sidestep that piercing arrow from Hope. So a very health positive trade from Carrier there, using that summoner at level 1.
Meanwhile, Faker also pushing early here on the Aurora.
Dude, that laser's so annoying.
With the electrocute available.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Prince.
Coming out ahead, the electrocute proccing.
It's probably some like mental thing. I think going to NA ruined him. Like, he should have never gone to NA.
Doing a bit of extra damage. Nicely played positioning. Shanks just leveraging his range. That's why Aurora can struggle in these matchups, because as you're seeing on your screen right now, it can be difficult for Faker to trade back if Shanks doesn't over-aggress in the lane.
And we did just see, or AL just saw Owner on the ward on Raptor, so they know he's on the bottom side. So Tarzan as well revealing on the Raptor ward. It means both these mid-laners have full information.
Yeah, he was really good.
One more spell and Shakes could flash in and try to get that solo. Faker does level up to 3, but as you said, Vedius can be very difficult.
I mean, he was good in NA for like
we have seen Aurora
the first half, but then he like fell off. And yeah, going to China didn't help him either.
Could actually close the gap, but Shanks is low on mana.
This is like going overseas is such a risk.
Of the Aurora. Deny on the cannon at least though.
Yeah, that's true.
The crowd reacting so heavily to every spell there. The laser not landing, the cannon going down, and Faker gets to clean it up.
And it is so important when you're in a tense situation like that. All of these dodges that Faker is having, if one of those lasers had hit, he could have maybe threatened for an all-in. Tarzan now trying to push Owner out here as the bot lanes are getting involved. Great sidestep from Owner. Avoids that Zenith play, but now Guma is the target. Will KL flash in?
Oh,
he is going to
Guma flash! Guma's down!
First blood. It's Hope that claims it. Guma got sectioned off from the rest of his team. And now Faker potentially going aggressive here onto Shanks. Procs the electric.
Shanks.
With that weirding, and Tarzan continuing to scrap with Owner.
Those 3v3s on the bottom side can snowball so
Oh my god, I was like so confused for a second.
Yeah, Carrier using his
dude, that fucking clone shit, dude.
On the bottom side of the map.
I was so confused. I was like, why the fuck is Goon down here?
Currently, I see a Xin on my screen.
They're looking. No one's fooled by that minion. It's going to give you extra gold. They're locking him down. They're knocking him down. 300
nice Tarzan kill.
Tarzan is doing so much work already in the early game. not afraid to contest Owner on the bot scuttle, but he just realizes this early on into the game, Xin with the Varus Leona, they should be able to win out on these
We're so back. T1 downpulse back on the menu, boys.
The collapse from Hope and Kyle.
We're happily eating.
He does lose a decent amount of farm on the bot wave, and Owner does a good job of cross-mapping, stealing away the Gromp respawn from Tarzan, but still, AL off to a good start.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, those bot lane skirmishes can snowball so heavily. You know, Carrot going for that flash play onto Hope and then falling in the aftermath as just a little bit of an extended trade. During these support recall timers, is going to be Keria returning first, but he's on vision.
Faker tagged there, as he did go into stealth. Tarzan around, so Faker will not chase any further.
I think he's looking for a steal away on those Raptors at the moment. Tarzan going to start them out very quickly here. Should be able to finish up by the time the Owner gets there. He has his smite.
Owner gonna
yeah.
Is behind Faker here, pings onto Faker. Will he be able to retreat out to the side? Does have the ultimate now, so could use that to escape if he needs it, but doesn't look like he'll have to.
I mean, I'm always like, it always confuses me for like a split second when the camera cuts back.
Through his mana, he's likely going to have to base soon.
You see like two junglers moving around on the mini map, and you're like, what the fuck?
And Faker's unrelenting with his
like,
push.
okay.
I love how even though he's at like prime risk of a gank, he's saying, no, I'm fine. I have my ulti. Ulti's going to be dropped to push him back. That is a very low Aurora.
Yeah, Faker has no teleport.
I think he's going to have to... Nope, he is not. He's like, you don't have enough mana. Wants to catch this wave, and now I expect both mid laners to reset. Doran has made his way into mid. They really want to contest this dragon.
See if they're going to be able to do it. Owner is going to be first there to actually pull it. Tarzan in the area, though. Andre is up on that top side, but has his teleport available, and Faker is still quite low.
Honeyfruit there really going to help him out as he collects those through the river.
Well, Cap's Nico minion strat.
Here comes Dorian with the engage. He's going to be flashing forward.
Oh!
It's perfect onto Hope. Beautiful.
Hope didn't have flash.
Dorian. Knocks him up, flashes in, knocks him up again. Is going to TP right back up to topside. But Flandre could TP down if they want to continue to contest.
Really smart from Doran. He knows after the bottom lane exchanges, no flash on that Varus means no dodge.
Oh, yeah. You go as cannon minion.
It there, taking out the extra kill
for tower dives, yeah.
Over.
I love this plan from T1, and the TP back to top lane means that Doran doesn't really lose much off the back of it. They saw Flandre TP early to bot lane, which means that after he pushes out that top lane,
I thought a lot of people knew about it.
Guma into Hope. The farm swinging the way of Guma Yushi with about a 2-wave advantage, and after getting that kill, he now holds the gold lead in the 1v1.
Very good Ornn play, made possible by the early skirmish.
Oh, okay.
And the low mobility carries there. Still on the reset though. Tarzan's feeling fairly healthy, gets back out, gets his scuttle.
Yeah, I feel like that's like, should not be allowed. But you also take Omega damage if someone smites you while you're a minion.
Advantage for AL towards the spawn of grubs.
So maybe it's like, okay.
Scout out that side brush and does spot Kyle, who is getting some very good vision around those grubs as you're talking about, Kobe. Doran is down on the bot side with no TP, so he will have to move if they want to try to contest this, because Flandre has moved early. He's already around mid lane, but was...
Oh yeah, dude, that was the most cancer shit ever.
So his E should now be upgraded, giving him a lot more wave clear in the mid lane.
I don't know if T1 are going to contest or not. I mean, Doran is still on that bot side. They're definitely fishing around, seeing is there an angle to at least steal one.
Dude, Akali W getting like super stealth on the tower is still dumb, dude.
Flandre now heading back towards bot side as he realizes the grubs are ours. T1 not going to commit without their top laner.
Yep. And after they finish up here, AL already sending Rumble back down. Flandre not going to lose too much. Ult used for wave clear as well to get the reset timer for Guma.
Looked like Doran was able to get a turret plate down on that bot side, though, so that is something for them.
Tense affair here in game number 3. AL trying to interrupt the bases as Tarzan wants to get his reds.
Baker is around, though. Kyle not going to be able to find an angle. Too many T1 members there to dissuade any sort of an engage.
Kyle is very far away from level 6. Keria has
oh man, dude, Nico's so disgusting.
Some of the experience from this mid wave. Try and get that as quickly as possible. It's a key engage tool that AL are going to have to rely on as we get later into this game.
And it is going to be very intense until we get to that mid game, because the later we get into it, we're going to see these two comps interact with AL having this range.
Yeah, Hope without Flash is like unplayable.
Extra damage on T1 before the
but
fight
he's playing
starts
the
out,
Thali Bear, so maybe he can do damage from a distance.
Long-range engage with the Ornn ultimate and flank capabilities with the Aurora as well as the Nico. That is going to be T1 playing the side lanes, trying to play the flanks to find their engage and force the fights onto the longer range AL.
Faker just being so annoying to Shanks there. You know, saw him step in the side brush, predicted he would just recall immediately when he went in, interrupts him with the weirding, makes Shanks stay around, hurting that tempo a little bit. Couldn't base since it wasn't a cannon minion wave, and did want to collect that. So Faker will have the faster base, and we'll see.
Okay, I mean, so far so good.
Kyle finally ticking over to level 6, so now he has that engage tool. TP's available for both mid laners, and interestingly, Shank's going to use his, but Faker going to hold on for now. This means that there will be a tempo advantage in favor of Shanks in the mid lane. But Victor, not really the strongest roam champion. I don't think they can really threaten much onto Doran, especially with Flandre playing so defensively on the bot side of the map. I don't really think he can use much off the back of this.
A lot of the pings from AL, though, look like a deep play. You know, they've got super deep vision through this red quadrant of the jungle. And Tarzan's going to steal away another chicken pack here, since they've got...
Chicken jockey!
Lots of
wait, Dragon's up. Or Dragon's spawning soon.
Looking for anyone trying to retake vision, but
they're not going to contest for Dragon?
Exposing themselves as Dragon is spawning.
Dude, there's no way they can die Ornn like this.
Towards Leandry. He's not doing the mask stacking that has been so common at this event.
Oh, I mean, if they're going to do that, then they're not going for Dragon, are they?
And is going to be pretty close to getting that Leandry's done. Shanks looks like he is building towards that Roa, and should have that completed here pretty soon as well.
I mean, it's just a slow back and forth farm game between these two teams. A far cry from what we received in game 2, where T1 just dominated the early game. Of course, if you have just joined us, it's an intense battle between T1 and AL as they
T1 versus AL, intense battle.
Gen.G for both teams,
and they're going to give up Dragon.
Gen.G to 5 games in both of their matches, and that's why the expectations
like,
are so
Flandre doesn't have ult. Like, he can't, I mean, even if he TP's in, Ornn has ult.
And it's Kyle that goes in.
Yeah, Kyle going in. He's
okay.
Tarzan now there to follow.
Oh, what?
Will get knocked down. That's the feat of the warfare for AL.
Never mind.
Have their eyes on the Dragon.
What the fuck? Wait, why did Carrier just...
No hesitation.
No flash, no ult, nothing. He just died.
Poke over the wall from Carrier. They fight back. And
yeah, I was not expecting that. I was like, okay, Kale's trolling.
Into the bottom wave. He's setting his sights onto Hope. He oversteps.
Owner not to be outdone, looking for an angle for the engage.
Hope.
Will Hope get close to that brush? Doesn't look like it. He is hugging the wall. Kyle is there behind him. Feels like he has some sort of idea that maybe there could be someone in the side brush. Now the TB's going to be coming in, and Hope has got to run for it. Can he get out? Pops the Ghost Blade. Great ulti to buy some time here. As Carrier coming in. Can he find him with the Pop Blossom? Yes, he can.
Wait, why did he Q in that direction?
The Cataclysm, everything, and the kitchen sink thrown at Hope.
What are you doing, Hope?
Rushed on mid tower though, trying to mine some
Hope.
gold off of that thing.
Yeah, he didn't flash.
For the life of Hope.
Hope doesn't even flash. I'm surprised that he popped the barrier. I feel like that he'd accepted the fact
yeah,
that
like why did he use barrier?
That Jarvan's gonna EQ ult me, and there was no way I was getting out of this.
Yeah, like he didn't flash the Nico ult. He was like charging Q or some shit.
Once that
was so weird.
There are a lot of tools that T1 have to lock these carries down.
Yeah, T1 getting some revenge there, get some money back for themselves. The kill, the tower plates on bottom side, and it does bring out the teleport from Flandre to relieve pressure.
You can see Doran has kind of made it through the most difficult stage of this matchup. He has the Kanik Rooker now, where he can start to shrug off so much of that Rumble poke. Doran already getting involved early, made that roam to help get a kill down on that bot side, that early catch onto Hope, and still not very far behind. So Shanks, feel like he's going to have to get a lot of work done in this one. Hope is going to be the main target, I think, and he's going to struggle to really put out a lot of damage.
And while I don't love the Rod of Ages build on the Victor, against this comp, it makes a ton of sense. Having that extra HP, that additional survivability can make the difference. We saw it from Faker earlier in this tournament when there was so much dive being thrown towards him and he was able to survive so much of it. Once that Zhonya's comes through as well, you're going to have a lot of tools to help weather the burst that T1 will be threatening with this composition. But it does mean that in this early game, this Victor not going to be doing a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, when this game pops off, it's going to pop off very, very hard with the amount of engaged tools that T1 has
I mean,
at their disposal.
why would he use barrier? That's the thing, right? Like, I understand not flashing, like, you're like, oh, I'm dead anyways. No point flashing.
Bring together
But, like, why would you use barrier? I guess it's coming up soon anyways.
Very interesting. Guma does go for the standard.
I feel like he could have lived, but
lethality second here. So, you know, more commonly we do just see full AD items, you know, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, these types of things. You know, the AD scaling on the MF Ultimate is so powerful. So I'm going to be interested to see, you know, is this just like a collector? Does he feel like he needs an Edge of Night or something to stay safe? You know, what is the option here that he's really looking for?
I also wonder if it's just early lethality, because you look at Merc threats across the board. There is very little armor in this early game against AL. So just that extra bit of power in this early game may also be the motivation for this itemization. We'll keep track of whether he chooses to upgrade it.
Yeah, and T1 are really looking to burst the enemy carries. So first objective, blow Shanks and Hope's flashes. Then all you need is lots of burst damage. So lethality going to help out there too. Add that little bit of extra damage on top of the Aurora if they can get that flank.
If AL do get the Herald here, they would have the Feat of Strength. They just need one more objective. So I think T1 looking to contest this. You can see that Shanks is the one matching Doran on that bottom side because Flandre does not have his teleport. So he's going to have to stay around in the area here. We'll see who wants to start this up first. Faker is going to get poked here, taking some early damage. Does go across the veil and gets back to safety though.
Okay, let's go.
It can be critical in a fight like this if AL can land some early poke.
Yeah, I like these looks from AL, specifically from Kyle and Tarzan, where whenever they see one of these engagers,
what, they're not gonna fight?
Whether it be Carrier by the Dragon Pit or Faker over here, they immediately jump on them to just force a little bit of health, chip away at a little bit of the resources available to T1, because they're the ones that do have the extra range with the poke Varus and are going to try and get these small little advantages before the big explosion.
Okay, never mind.
You can feel the tension continue to mount as Guma holding onto that mid-wave push. Hope realizes he doesn't quite have the same wave clear as this MF.
Oh, they're going to go behind them here.
Oh.
T1 looking for potential engage. Carrier
There's a flank.
Trying to lock down the jungler. The CC is good, but the Crescent Guard a lot of time.
Okay, the Rumble ult's kind of okay.
Trying to cook up Owner. Owner
oh,
as well.
Who the fuck is that? Oh, Doran's just by himself. Wait, but actually he gets killed?
He does get the shutdown there on a Flandre.
Oh my god, Tarzan versus Faker.
On the side as Gumayushi has been pushed out. Doran is
Wait, Tarzan wins this?
Is knocked down.
What?
Faker, AL roar to life in an explosive
damn.
That will net them 4
what the fuck?
T1,
yo, that was actually pretty good. Holy shit.
Into the flank, but they go for Tarzan. He shrugs it off and they destroy them. That's going to be the Herald for AL for sure. Dragon is spawning on the other side of the map as well. Maybe the follow-up play here. Hope getting very low.
Bullet time ripped out there as Carrier is back here with Guma. Was looking for an angle to finish off Hope. Couldn't find it.
Hexgates are going to allow T1 to get back out on the map and look for the counter on Dragon, though. So while the
they get Dragon
and the Rift Herald goes the way of AL during this replay, T1 will
dude, look at this. Oh, look at that.
From Tarzan was beautiful.
Yeah, that Rumble ult is pretty fucking good.
I mean, that target focus was great. The arrival of Doran is a little bit late, and while he does pick up this kill, the fight is already so split. Shanks forces Gumayushi out of the pit. Doran is forced back because it's a 3 versus 1, and Tarzan in the jungle.
Yeah, Tarzan solo kills Faker.
It's also worth noting Faker's ultimate just slightly misplaced. The edge of it overlapped with the wall, so he couldn't actually bounce through to the other side to try to escape there from Tarzan, which potentially ended up costing him his life.
I will also say that the damage from Hope, very scary. It took off a chunk of Owner's HP when he was so close to getting away as well. 7-3 the kill difference. AL with a 3k gold lead off the back of this Herald. Guma trying to finish it, but he will not be able to find it. Tarzan navigates through the jungle. Drifts left. He's going to drift right. The angle's too tight, not able to make it, but it will get him to top lane, another tower for AL.
Drifted too close to the sun.
Yeah, they can finish this one by hand, though. It's okay. Get Shank some money on that tower. And the worst part about it for T1, where I was theorizing this comp is going to look to step number 1, blow the summoner.
Dude, are we going to get 5 games of this?
Then go for the big team fight to try and get those kills. They didn't even get the summoner spells off of Shanks and Hope because Tarzan was able to shrug it off with his
Thorn's looking really beefy though.
Counter engage from AL, so T1 still have so much more
No,
work
they have
to
enough
do
damage
to be able to find a successful team fight for themselves. And AL now with this gold lead, now with this map lead as well.
Oh yeah, the 750 stopwatch.
More room to work with. They will
Yeah,
feel
but fans really complained about it.
So
They really did not like
we've
that.
seen T1 rush Arakan. Game 1, Game 2, it's spawned, they forced a fight. I imagine in this game, they're not going to be as quick to force that objective. Given that you're this far behind, of course, you still want to try and force a fight where you can, but starting the Arakan can put you in some serious danger against the lead that AL have built.
That being said, it is T1, and whether they are ahead or behind, they will start these objectives if they think it's a good angle. If they feel like, hey, we need to force a fight, they're going to go to the objective, they're going to look for a turn. And T1 has turned around so many games in their history through that confident shot calling.
If I was them, I would be hoping that AL starts something up and then they can look for a flank. But we will see.
I mean, in terms of itemization right now, it's not that different between the two teams. Of course, the gold lead looks scarier than it actually is, but there's still a few components coming through from AL. The collector was completed for Gumayushi, so we will have that slight
Oh, Gale Force. Yeah, that item was disgusting though, dude. Getting an 80 carry dash is crazy.
And given that he's got 4 kills, he's going to be a tough one to deal with. T1
I got a lot of that 200 years of bullshit Aphelios was because of the Gale Force.
Then if AL try and start something up and make use of their advantage, then maybe T1 could find their dream flank. Maybe they wait for the Otacon to shred a little resistances off of AL to make up for the gold deficit. And they do have a lot of flowers already picked up off the Rift. So if they could maybe smite steal or something,
I mean,
that
it's
objective
20
away.
to 3. I'm kind of surprised that T1 was able to find so many. But Tarzan now saying this space belongs to AL. They will clear out this vision. They will push out that bot wave. And now the pressure is being put onto this bot tier 1.
Yeah, getting all those extra petals, that's the advantage.
Yeah, I miss more active items.
Early on in the game. Faker getting poked out though. It's going to be hard to defend this tower on the next wave potentially.
Yeah, the siege here from AL with their range advantage looks very good.
Faker on the side, just trying to zone out any potential dive as it's Guma's job to clear out this wave though. But Tarzan and Kyle are behind them. They're going to go in.
Oh my god, what is this weird dive angle?
Cannot connect on the flag and drag carrier now. Getting engaged on. He's getting burst down by Shanks and he is just
gone.
Shanks deletes him from this
Carrier out? Oh my god, they're just having a complete fight between 2 towers. But it looks like it's working.
Crushing the fight, it feels like. Guma flashes back to the tower. Doran and him going to try to hold their ground here, but it's a 2v5. They need to cut the wave.
Oh my god, Tarzan. Oh, Guma.
It's a multi-man knock-up there from Doran, but the heroics are not to be. Doran falls as well. AL lose no one. They'll get the tower.
Dude, so good. Holy shit.
Tarzan is such a Chad. He just walks up to them, starts fighting between towers, chunking out multiple
Yeah,
people,
I don't know what the fuck that MSI was for.
Carrier and Faker are still alive, considering fishing for exit kills, but they will not find any.
Yeah,
Back at this play, and as you highlighted, Kobe, Tarzan with the aggression immediately.
Yeah, it's like right around here.
Steps the knockup from Ona, and with the arrival of the Rumble, the combo dropped onto Carrier. He's eviscerated from the fight, and it turns into this one-sided affair for
He gets Shanks a little bit, but then has to run away. Yeah, that is
deleting Carrier as well. AL running them out of their own defense here. As you know, they also finished up on the tower afterwards, so bunch of kills plus
nice
the tower, plus the cheer from the coaching staff, and AL will feel very comfortable now.
Doran could be in some trouble. Equalizer going to get dropped, but potentially could drop this out. Flandre, though, overheating, slowing him down with the Electro Harpoon, and they are going to commit the Arcane Storm, and he is not going to be able to get out of this one. He is tanky, but not tanky enough. T1, though, trying to fight back on the other side. Do take the top tier 1 for a bounty, and are going to be looking for this top tier 2 as well, trying to get that injection of gold that they need to give them some hope in these fights.
It would be risky for Flandre to TP and try and defend that top tower. T1 would not hesitate to dive, so instead, AL would just accept the loss. They'll concede the gold, as they're able to, at the very least, trade it back on the bot side of the map.
We mentioned it in the earlier game, but this must feel so good for Tarzan. Absolute monster game for him versus T1, a team that cost him a lot of heartache.
Dude,
World 2023. But he has
Tarzan is so
come back
good, man.
So strong.
Holy
Leading
fuck.
this team, he said it really does mean so much to him to be able to lead this AL team. Now in this position, looks like they should be able to close in on the rest of the map. Baron will approach in just 20 seconds. AL can move over with their advantage, have Kyle move up, take vision control first.
Chokzan is stepping up.
T1, whereas T1 need the surprise play.
T1 needs to activate Tarzan's inner int
Where
code.
is it going to come from?
I mean, AL. Okay.
Or maybe.
Right.
Does he has one, doesn't he?
Ultra deep.
Yeah, the LMG match. I remember that fucking shit.
As a potential TP flank. If Faker or Doran can get in from behind, there may be an angle for them to set up a collapse onto AL once they've started off the Baron. But AL, their priorities are just keeping these waves pushed in.
Yeah, 2023 Worlds, Tarzan and Kanavi have the most disgusting ints ever. Hey, 7 tries to win the title, but he finally made it.
These players have such unique stories. Tarzan, 6 times he made it to a regional final, losing all 6. The 7th was the one he finally is able to take this split with AL. And it was a heroic game 4 from him. One of the most incredible Zed jungle performances I have ever seen to get his team across that finish line, to get that first regional trophy. I had felt he was the best player in the world to not win a regional title. That has been checked, and now he is on the hunt for the international title.
Yeah, it's been heartwarming to listen to
Kansas coffee bar for bar shameless. Dude, they're probably reading the Twitch chat.
Talking about his leadership qualities. So
because they don't know anything about AL, dude.
Tarzan himself talked about from the day that he joined AL.
What the fuck do they know? They know as much as like me or some shit.
Strength to go together to the international stage. And now they are here, and they are showing that.
The last two, they just looked at his league PB and was like, ah, he lost 7 times or 6 times. Looking at his league PB second places.
And they found miracles. They have made miracles. There is a reason why Faker has so many world championships to his name as they go in.
Oh.
Shanks, can they knock him down? He goes golden to buy some time.
Okay. What the fuck is that damage, dude?
Goes back in, but Owner is by himself, trying to take Kyle with him. The bullet time gets one there from Guma, as Faker was hunting Hope, did force the flash, but it's 1 for 2. AL with the advantage, and they are Guma slow.
Huge rumble ulti, actually.
He has to run for it. Tarzan on the side, seeing if there is an angle. Doran trying to buy some space for his carries, but he's getting slowed down, and Doran's in a lot of trouble now. Flandre is going to overheat, and Doran may just follow the blast cone, tries to get him out to safety, but it is not enough. Tarzan is pushing mid-lane. It is just Faker and Guma here to hold the line.
A valiant effort from T1. They thought that it
Label Tarzan 600 damage leads in game.
Seeker's arm guard buying him enough time for AL to turn the fight in their favor. Carrier with a good ultimate just doesn't quite translate into the damage that they need. And while Guma lands a multi-man ulti across the members of AL, it only ends up picking 1 kill as AL find 3.
Both of the times so far.
Well, Shanks has been doing really well. He's just like shitting on Faker quite a bit.
Tried to go for their picks earlier with the Hex Gates, or just now. It has just been better responses from AL. Of course now, T1, they know they need to make that surprise play. And so they choose their moment, they make their play. But as you say, Shanks just gets his Zhonya's off. And then here come the reinforcements.
Doran getting stunned in the fight, meaning that he couldn't get that follow-up as well, was huge. He does do a good job of keeping Hope out of the fight, but at this point the fight is already lost. Guma does good damage on the 3 members. He does get himself a shutdown on the
He didn't reach Shanks, dude.
Over, and AL just chase for the cleanup kills.
I mean, Shanks so difficult to take down, has a 3-level lead now, make it a 2-level lead as Faker had leveled up after that replay. Shanks nearly 18 though. This guy is monstrous right now. Doran in some trouble. Kyle gonna go in. AL look like they want to just pile in. Tarzan is chasing here. He is confident the equalizer gonna get dropped on him and Owner. Owner's gonna have to leave Doran, I think, but Guma, Owner, everyone coming in.
What the fuck, Doran?
The Pop Blossom CC is there. Faker arrives.
Dude, they're so low.
Guma's gonna be knocked down on the other side.
Oh my god, okay. Tarzan's in there?
Getting another, diving into the back line. The shining light of AL. Tarzan will lead his team to victory. AL
Dude, they don't even have Baron again, dude.
But once
He's trying to end the game without Baron buff. Okay, Shanks, please don't lose all your health.
They win the fight once more. Only Owner is left alive.
Yeah, Tarzan just has aura, dude.
Falling to pieces.
T1 thought they had an angle. They wanted to go for the comeback, but AL would not allow it. It is just Owner here trying to clear out the wave, is able to cut the minions. That may buy them some time, but the Grubs there doing some work as well, still tanking up the tower.
Oh, wow.
It's enough. Owner kills the minions,
yeah.
And they decide we're gonna go for the dragon instead.
GG from Tarzan, the GOAT jungle, dude. Whoa, dude, tomorrow's match is gonna be so exciting. AL versus T1 is so hyped, dude.
That it does open up the counterattack possibilities from T1.
Look at the flank from Guma and Carrier. The combo looks so good, but Tarzan turns his attention immediately onto Guma, limiting what damage he can. Then Shanks arrives from the other side, the additional damage threat, and T1 end up getting collapsed on. Tarzan was so impactful in this fight and prevented Guma from turning the game around.
Exactly. He takes down Guma. He W flashes to finish off Doran.
Yeah, it's tomorrow. Dude, they're in losers bracket.
AL, and they actually did.
That's the downside of being in losers bracket, dude.
Number 3 for themselves. Instead, taking away jungle resources and maybe looking at a play over towards Baron here.
T1 are going to TP for it. They have Kyle in their eyes. Tarzan, though, coming in. Kyle's just going to flash around in onto Guma as Tarzan arrives. Kyle will fall. Hope is caught. Has no flash. Here comes Faker. He goes between worlds. He's trying to knock down the AD carry.
Oh my god, what is happening here?
But it's a great equalizer.
The equalizer's kind of ass, but Guma's dead. Doran! Doran!
Crushing through the fight with a triple as the Arcane Storm tears T1 to pieces.
T1 try and make another comeback, but AL is having none of it. This game will go to them.
No. They're not for double lid, no.
They push toward the Nexus. They have to buy a little bit of time for the minions, but they will arrive. And AL know this game is theirs. This team now on the precipice. They take us to match point as they're going to claim game number 3 here. AL will fight it out.
Oh my god, please don't play Hig.
T1 can stop them. 2-1.
Carrier over Kale fans ain't gonna like this one. Yeah, dude, that was weird.
Shouting out
like,
his former team from where he was to where he is now, pushing T1 to match point.
Yeah, everyone that I know that's an expert that watches LCK and LPL had Kale over Carrier.
Shanks here on the international stage representing.
He's not forgetting that, and he is definitely not forgetting.
Yeah, Caedrel had the worst one, dude.
International success thus far. Let's see what the analyst desk has to think about it.
Yeah, fake over Shanks, no.
Cinderella story, not even in the making, already running for anyone's legend. And when you talk about Shanks, you can say the same about Tarzan. Maybe the best
I mean, it's because AL doesn't have big names.
International final in
like,
his career because so many
nobody knows who Hope, Kale, Shanks, or I guess Flandre and Tarzan are kind of well known, but besides them, nobody knows who they are.
In this game, we talk about how
because people don't watch LPL. People say I watch LPL, you know, to look cool. But in reality, LPL is the least popular league. Nobody watches the shit.
Really early on.
Yeah, I just want to even point out the draft because it make it how
it
was to make it very.
But like that's usually what happens, right? Like BLG was getting hyped because everyone knows Bin, Knight, On, Elk, you know? Like then it's like, oh yeah, dude, Knight's so good. Here it's like Shanks.
Aurora, Nico,
I don't know Shanks.
It's very clear.
Or Kale's like, oh, you mean that guy from Live Sandbox that sucks ass? Oh yeah, he's ass too, you know?
I mean, there's a couple of things that had to go right in these fights, and I feel like sometimes as you watch two pro teams in a game, they start to figure out what the right order of things is that they have to do to
this is how it is, dude.
Win the fight, take it in their favor, and I feel like we saw
that. Yeah, I mean, like,
the
everyone I talked to was saying Kale's the best support.
How difficult it can be in situations
he had like the best split.
Every single time.
I think the big thing, as we see some of Tarzan's early highlights, is that AL also did a really good job of recognizing.
Baker is still probably the worst mid laner out of the 4, right? Because Chovy, Knight, and Shanks, I feel like are all better than Baker.
The Kyle and like Tarzan combination.
Hope, yeah, Guma over Hope.
Tabe dropped on us. the poetry coming through.
It's like that
What's crazy is that you could probably say Guma over
And so now we find ourselves
Ruler this year. But like, I feel like that'd be a hot take.
It's kind of crazy to see.
Because I feel like Ruler in the like, you know, towards the end in playoffs wasn't as impressive.
T1 comes up strong.
Absolutely.
Obviously, MSI Ruler's been fucking amazing, but if we're just talking about before MSI.
We know that we have the upper hand in these skirmishes and these fights.
Chovy, Nightshanks, yeah.
Of these fights.
There was a big one. I kind of talked about the goal coming in from T1. If we can start this one out, they see a focus on Flandre and Tarzan. The focus, the goal is going to be able to kill Flandre. Now, if you can run this reel, you can basically see a good decision from Flandre. He goes up. He decides, I'm not going to be a part of this target. And not only do they throw everything at Tarzan, but then they're like, wait a minute, so Gumayushi cannot drop his ulti because Tarzan's the only target. Aurora doesn't drop her ulti because he's the only target. Flandre
Faker can jump over the wall.
The ulti to stop any
Hey, let me take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back. Dude, this is so good, man. Damn.
Was because they didn't catch that Flandre ended up separating.
Yeah, I mean, and just the foresight to know if Xin Zhao is going to disrupt this team fight, this is where they're gonna go. This is where I'm gonna put my ultimate. I'm already thinking 2 steps ahead, so you won't escape. And I was very, very impressed by that.
And I'm going to go through another team fight.
Let's see what you got.
This is kind of how, I know, Raz and I are doing dueling telestrators all day, right? So we start up here, and the big thing I want to point out is that Flandre, after having cleared out mid, he's actually walked all the way down, so he's going to continue down here. And as we play this through, it's a little bit of a waiting game until he gets there. However, they recognize Tarzan goes in onto Faker, and immediately when Keria steps up, Solar Flare, pause here, because the big thing is that Keria is one of these 2 huge backline threats with Pop Blossom. He was not able to get it off in this fight. The Rumble ends up coming in. This equalizer is going to go down across beautifully the rest of T1 as we play this out. Flandre was absolutely cooking in so many of these team fights. Even when Guma ults, he's not able to get a lot of damage onto anyone's legend. And they clean up here. They recognize that they can get the redive on the back half of this. And this was the fight that really, really set them ahead.
Yeah, and for these 2 teams, you know, for AL, who have come from so far, from Tarzan, who was kind of excommunicated for a while, and a lot of these members, including Hope, that didn't really know if they were ever going to get back here. To be 1 game away from the finals against T1 with all the added heavy context, right, of their own personal history, but also the history of the LPL versus T1, it is just monumental that they find themselves on match point the way they have been playing.
And you can't understate the stress that you're under. You're going up against T1, a team that you feel like has always been able to do it in clutch situations. The organization has never found this level of success. Like, Flandre, sure, he won Worlds, but being at MSI, this is his first MSI. And
I love how you say that. Oh, yeah, sure, he won Worlds.
Yes, but no, but it means so much for him as a player. So being in this position where they are now on match point is a crazy state to be in.
And I want to bring up Shanks again, right? Because I've been talking about how I've watched him on WE Academy to see him flashing the take notes followed by the WE
logo
as he's going in to siege the T1 base. Really, really strong Victor performance after a little bit of a shaky laning phase early.
And now, before we go into this break, we always talk about T1 Magic, and I know that's a little bit maybe you can't really determine what that is, but it mostly means to me that they can come back from impossible situations or difficult situations, that they can be on the same page in these skirmishes, and I don't really think we have seen that much in the games where they were behind. Are they going to start now, quickly?
They have to. I don't think so, but they must.
Yeah, T1 have to make that magic rain down right now, or they are out of MSI, and anyone's legend, they can make it to the MSI final with this next game.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to
如何铸就。
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king.
Okay. Ooh.
Chaos around me. So many enemies. They all surround me. They out for blood and revenge. Rising with killer intent. The fury is immense. But I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no, you won't see fear. Nothing but fire, and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared.
Oh, we're gonna see T1 on blue side. We'll see if it's good enough to win.
Vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way.
Get out my way. Do you think AL can win tomorrow if they win today? Oof.
All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Chuck about to half HP. Owner cannot connect on the flag and drag area now. Getting engaged on. He's getting burst down by Shanks, and he is just gone. Shanks deletes him from this world as Faker goes between worlds and tries to start the fight. Guma running from Tarzan. Doran is here. Kyle is low, but it's AL again, crushing the fight.
Oh, yeah. No, I think tomorrow will be 5 games.
But it's a 2v5. They need to cut the wave. Guma trying to heal up as much as he can, but Tarzan flashes in and knocks him down. It's a multi-man knock up there from Doran.
Like, Gen G, to me, is not like a super clean team. They have like bad drafts and mistakes, but overall, they're just so good.
And welcome back to MSI, ahead of Game 4 between AL and T1. First off, Alun, congratulations for your first MSI. This guy left his girlfriend at home for Faker. I guess he has his reason, but I want to show you guys the amazing signs that
Lila.
Shanks, Hope has been incredible for this series so far. A lot of love for AL, of course. More love for Shanks. Everyone loves an XDD, of course. Faker Faker is the GOAT that we knew about, but I want all of you guys to see all the love that the teams have been receiving so far. Now, important question. Who thinks that AL is gonna win the next one?
Ooh, yay.
All right. Now, who thinks that we're going to Game 5?
What the fuck?
Casters, over to you.
We are all hoping, I think, for that Game 5. The excitement that it would bring would be incredible, but AL are looking locked in and trying to prevent any sort of a comeback from T1.
Yeah, almost got whiplash from the previous game to then the one we just had because T1 had been so strong in the previous one.
True.
Threw it down here.
True. If you asked in Mandarin, you'd probably get a louder reaction.
For AL, and they certainly have the momentum.
Yeah, you can't afford to underestimate T1 in this position, though. They're a team that, with the level of experience, with the number of accolades associated, you cannot afford to underestimate them. So we're going to be jumping into Game 4 draft presented by Omen and HyperX. And T1 returning to the blue side will look to remove Twisted Fate and Poppy from the pool.
Yo, Alex, what's up? What's good? What's going on? How you doing?
When they're down 2-1 in the best of 5, 48% win rate.
Oh wait, I can't remember my thing up.
Lower than I would have expected. You know, this is a team known for being so clutch.
I think 48's personally something damn impressive, personally.
But you're already down. All right, are we going to see...
Doing everything, Vedius.
Are we going to see...
Come on, Coach Tavi, the GOAT. Cook up something.
I assume so. And then we start to get pretty far down.
Well, I think with
Komichi doesn't have a champion pool.
Afford to leave Talia open, force AL into banning it, and then potentially go for a different power pick.
It's also really interesting because Alistar, I think, you know, the lone really high prio engage support that is kind of left up and available. We have gotten through most. I guess Rakan as well would be there, so it'll be interesting to see if those rise in priority at all.
I'm thinking of junglers. Sejuani, Skarner are two that kind of stand out to me right now. Alternatively, like, because
Jinx, yeah,
kind of fallen to the wayside. You could consider something like the Zed, the Nocturne as well, this deep into the draft.
Damn, dude.
There's that Talia that we were talking about.
Talia and Azir ban?
Both, and it's going to be the Corki first pick.
Yeah, you start to, the deeper you go into Fearless, looking at what champions they're going to get early for Guma, and then want to lock down that Corki very early on. The burst damage here, see what they can get done.
Question is, what supports are left that you can pair alongside it? The Ambessa Instalock coming through from AL. The Corki reminder can be flexed into mid lane, always a possibility. Our expectation is that it's being played towards the bot side. And that is a blind Sylas. You haven't even seen many of the other champions that have come through, but putting a bit of pressure
blind
on
Sylas?
to find a good response with
so what?
His most common control mages gone, the Victor and the Orianna. Curious as to what direction he's going to go.
And it can sometimes be a bit of a denial pick. If you think that, hey, Alistar could be high prio, well, guess what? You don't really want to pick Alistar into the Sylas. So it does kind of limit some of the options.
I think they're like Sejuani or something.
Good point there as the support.
Ooh, Rakan, okay.
They opt for a very good champion for Keria here, the Rakan locked in.
Also quite good into the Alistar as well. So with the same logic in mind, if you expect AL to be leaning more towards that Alistar, they've already prepared for it. So while not the strongest 2v2 lane with Corki and Rakan, again, assuming that Corki is going down towards the bot lane, it does provide you with a lot of great teamfight, mobility, and engage later on into the game.
Wow.
Maokai coming through for
Maokai.
Really going to close down on the jungle champion pool then. I mean, technically you can flex Jax into jungle, but I definitely expect it to be into the top lane. So we can have 2 more bans here to really pinch down on Owner's champion.
Also, potentially, you know, if you're worried about some of these Sylas matchups, now you have the opportunity to go for protection bans here. Of course,
ban, okay.
Thought that, hey, Faker could be the one playing Corki. We have mostly been seeing it in the bot lane, but occasionally in pro play this year, it still is being played mid.
AL clearly thinking about those jungle bans and the lack of really beefy front line on T1. And so the Skarner and Sejuani that you mentioned.
Would it be Zed? Maybe into Maokai? We have seen Owner bring it out. And I'm just thinking about, I mean, like, I don't think it necessarily makes sense in the comp of T1. They could do with a little bit more engage or a little bit more crowd control. They're going to remove the Casio, so instead they're going to
They
mitigate some of the
think it's Corky Bot.
that could come through into that mid
It's
lane.
most likely Corky Bot.
I think right now T1 really needs something that is going to block the Maokai ult or some way to deal with it. So that's why I'm still thinking like tanky jungle frontline for them, like the Sejuani. Meanwhile, for their ban, are you worried about the Maokai plus Blitzcrank combination? Because that has been used fairly effectively as far as
Dude, I mean, don't you just pick Xayah here?
There is no one who can soak a Maokai ultimate, then you're like relying on a rush of a Mikhail's for the Rakan to be able to have someone step in front and get it off quickly.
Can I just talk? I love how animated Tabe gets with his players. When they're picking, he's right next to them, standing, really having that conversation about what do you think is the best pick right now, and it's going to be the scaling center. So AL leaning towards the style that they found success with in this series, team fighting, team fighting, team fighting.
And I really like it with what you have in the first three, right? It's all dives and it can really support what you are building for and scales incredibly well. Can definitely answer any sort of split push threat that could be there also. Nocturne, I do think, makes some sense if you wanted to play alongside that Jax towards side lanes.
I don't love the amount of dive, though. Instead, they go for the Lilia. And we talked about the potential of the Corki in the mid lane. Pairing the Xayah Rakan, always the possibility when it comes to Gumayusi and Keria, a bot lane that they absolutely adore. And will it be the full protection for Kyle on the bot side?
Dude, I feel like Tom Kenshi would actually be pretty good.
Will be your primary engage there. Contemplating between the two.
Yeah, but I don't know why they went for Senna and not Xayah.
The earlier problem I was talking about for T1, it looks so dangerous for any of these members to be in front with a Maokai ultimate.
Yeah.
It poses so many problems. So AL going for the safety option here with the Tahm Kench.
Wow. So AL, I mean, they've got a pretty typical front-to-back composition. I will say that the ultimates that Shanks can steal probably aren't the strongest on the side.
Ooh, I don't know, man.
T1 have a decent number of split push options with
I don't know what strat to like more.
in the side lane, but a little bit more on the front to back side, running double
I feel like
carry with an AP jungler.
I feel like I'm gonna go with AL. I'm gonna go with AL draft.
These are two AD carries that are difficult.
Lock it in, boys. AL wins.
This is a Lilia versus 4 melee champions. That is
the
ideal situation.
I'm just worried about this. I don't know, man.
You can have a
Gumayusi and Keria and Xayah Rakan.
Dive in on these AD carries through the Rakan CC, through the counter engage of that potential 4-man sleep on these melees, and I think things could get tricky. So I do feel that both comps, really have a shot in this one.
It just doesn't feel like they have really good
have a lot of threats.
what's it called?
On the precipice of making their way to an international finals.
Like Silas doesn't really have that many good options to steal ults from.
To force us to a game number 5.
T1 have shown magic at many world championships over the last few years, but it is crucial to remember the word world championships. MSI has not been their tournament over the last few years. Second place in 2022, third place in 2023, third place again in 2024. AL could keep that streak alive if they can knock T1 out here and make their way to the finals.
You can even see AL was looking for some early game shenanigans. They actually had Flandre run down towards that bot lane to try to show their support. See if someone would step forward for a deep ward. Did not find it, but I always like these level 1 pre-planned plays in a high intensity game like this. It can make all the difference.
Yeah, looking at set point here, any sort of early extra advantage goes a very long way.
Owner does get the ward on the enemy Raptors. Of course, Raptors a big target for Lilia throughout the game, always wanting to be able to steal those away, get ahead of your opponent. But I want to talk about Shanks and his incredible journey here. So the average pro play career, only 167 games. Shanks has been around for a lot longer than this. And why, you ask, is this important? To me, I think it is important because his career was not an easy path. He started out here and has had so much struggle early on in his career. We talked about how you have to go through these
I mean, I think it's impressive.
find success.
I always respect people that don't give up and always try and win.
He was on some really bad teams in the LPL. He was on a 4-12 team, a 0-16 team. So many players in those situations, I think, would have been replaced, would have been a footnote in the history of the LPL. But he was able to fight through those difficulties, prove himself even amongst all of these struggles, and now has risen to the point where he's an LPL champion, where he's on the precipice of taking down T1 and getting to his first international finals. And I just think that journey is so impressive.
He showed incredible determination to get to this point. And as he said at the end of the last game, that's why he flashed the WE emote there.
Such a core part of his history as a pro. And for him to have the honor to go up against one of his idols, I mean, so many, an idol to so many.
I mean, I don't know. Are you just farming and just chilling?
Has accomplished so much, the greatest of all time to ever play the eSport.
Yeah, I don't like the blind Silas
facing
pick.
Across him in lane is that man pushing him underneath his tower. The Corki pressure already off to a strong start as Doran on the top side looking to do the same thing, looking to grab a plate already in the 1v1.
Yeah, both T1 solo lanes here pushing very heavily early on, keeping up that pressure.
Yeah, carry is really good.
Finishing up on the full clear at the moment. Doran even proxying to gain the extra little bit of timing here.
Yeah, I love the aggression there. They know that the Maokai started on top side, so he's going to be clearing down towards bot. That's why he's going for this proxy angle. But the T1 bot lane will just back off, knowing, again, hey, they are the ones that would be targeted. You get that early demolish, you get that early plate proc, and he's even going to be able to kind of stack that next wave together because he did that semi-proxy, and we'll be able to TP back to a wave pushing towards him very likely. So Doran going to be in a great spot, but they're going for the lane swap.
Wow, they're already swapping.
They make their recall on bottom side. All of this pushing for T1 results in the easy swap on over, so it is going to be Guma and Keria catching up on top side.
And Flandre has to push this top wave as quickly as he can, because if he doesn't, then he's in some serious threat, given where the wave is. Guma going to catch this wave.
Okay, Flandre.
Yeah, both top laners in awkward spots here. Doran, I think did spot the Maokai as he was walking over, but he was desperately trying to crash that wave. Wasn't quite able to do it. And T1 clearly have a freeze here against Flandre, trying to hold that as much as they can. Flandre is in experience range.
What are they gonna do with Doran?
Walk up and CS some of these minions.
Oh, they're not gonna try to like gank him?
Stay around, see if he can actually find an angle to get a crash here. Flandre is gonna get rooted up there by Guma. Not looking for the kill, but they are continuing to poke him down.
Yeah, Jax does have an easier time in the 2v1, but now he's under attack.
He's gonna get hit by the root. He's gonna be in trouble here. Owner is coming to try to bail him out, but is it too little? Is it too late? They see Owner arrive, and they do
fucking Owner.
Doran, no TP.
Go away. Why are you helping Doran?
Push this in, and they
let him die, dude. So cringe, so cringe.
Relatively confident that they're okay.
Yeah, it's not going to get frozen on them, so they're just going to let it push on towards them. Because
what ults do you think are good for Silas to take?
To his other side of the map.
I feel like Rakan ult's not that good.
There from AL, Tarzan already going into that jungle as Doran under attack and teleported on in this bottom tower.
It's a double TP. They're actually, oh no, excuse me, one TP is going to go mid lane, one is going to go bot lane. And it is going to be a look at a dive here. Can Doran get the perfectly timed Counter-Strike to try to survive this? Leap Strike's back. There's the Counter-Strike coming in. They will reset the aggro there as Hope juggles it, and now Doran really has no way out of this. Flashes back, outplaying as much as he can, but first blood will go the way of AL.
Beautifully done by AL. They get Flandre to the bot lane as well. Looks like he's going to choose to reset
gank bot.
TPs towards the bottom lane. Shanks going to go and try and catch this top wave. T1 still hold on to the gold lead for now, but a lot of farm denied away from Doran.
Only Jax, yeah.
Is able to answer
maybe Corki ult's okay.
Guma trying to look for a recall here with Keria.
I mean, there's nothing like really OP.
His owner is just trying to keep his farm up. Tarzan and him both farming very equally and are on the same buy for now. It is, of course, going to be an AP Maokai here from Tarzan.
Yeah, going to be able to get that extra bit of damage later on. And again, the Maokai ult will be such a big part of their team fight. For now, T1 hold on to their little bit of gold lead, but evened up so much as far as the two top laners.
Just expired there. I think Doran got eyes on
Kyle. 80 damage though.
Yeah,
but I thought they scale it to AP.
Just barely. Doran, by the skin of his teeth, will avoid the knockup and survive.
Just barely does Doran escape. Shanks quick to push in this top wave. Junglers hovering around the bot side of the map as the TP will come through from Tom Kench to help keep Flandre safe. Tarzan is in the area with level 6. They really want this wave to go into Flandre's pockets. And he is
yeah, it's not true damage. It's not true damage.
T1 with good pressure on the map, but they don't quite deny Flandre that gold.
Yeah, good defense here from AL to allow him to keep up his CS on this Mbessa. You need income on this champion. You need to have the threat for later on, doing their best to get him there.
How about this early advantage, though, from Faker, quietly opening up nearly a 500 gold lead here, has non-stop been pushing, has a really nice CS advantage, and has been able to pressure the tower for plates here. And T1 going to be using those pushing waves to start up this dragon here. Again, getting a relatively early dragon to start off game 4.
Yeah, fighting a Lilia this early against that dragon as a Maokai is a risky thing to do. With Faker being as strong as he is, AL don't want to run the risk of going for that fight. Plates-wise, it has been Faker that's gotten a bunch. He got one in bot lane, gets one in mid. Guma also grabbing 2 plates topside, shared with Carrier. They're keeping this push on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Flandre still has not been able to get a single recall off for a purchase.
True. Yeah, top lane farm is so bad right now because they keep being swapped around. And Flandre's trying like 1v2 or 2v2.
Flandre in some trouble there. Will get knocked low, but will.
It's really hard.
Base. Faker staying around, fishing with another rocket, does get some poke on him.
Yeah, the unrelenting pressure here, constantly whittling away, and AL are taking the grubs at the moment. Wow. Flandre is trying to survive with his biscuits under tower. Goes back in again.
Yeah, T1 being relentless here with their pressure. Just non-stop poking and prodding. Guma and Owner, though, showing up. Don't want to give over the full 3 grubs. Tarzan has claimed 2, but Owner will be able to come in and grab one of his own. And
yeah, I mean, Mbessa is pretty annoying.
Where he was talking about his expectations for who he would face in the finals. He was expecting that it would be anyone's Legends. He said they are the most likely to make it up into the finals, not his longtime regional rivals of T1, which I think did surprise some players, but AL has been playing at such an incredible level.
There was a lot of talk, too, between those 2 teams at the beginning of the tournament about how their scrims were going. They were both very complimentary of each other.
It was like, I love the social media comments about how they were trying to reverse curse each other. Yeah. No, you're really good. No, I insist. You are really good. And
you are the best.
Yeah, and clearly both have demonstrated an absolute excellence in the level of play. And right now, we find ourselves in a very slow-paced early game. No one quick to force anything, and that makes sense. When you've got a double AD carry comp on the side of T1, itemization is very important. Kobe, you were just talking about for Mbessa, you also get those cooldowns, you want the levels, you don't really want to try and force anything too early. And
dude, they are trying to fuck Flandre over so hard.
The that he's at, it's going to take a little bit longer to get that first item. So
they're like permanently ganking him.
Trade of objectives is 2 grubs secured by AL on 1 dragon for T1. Flandre once again under a bit of pressure from Carrier and Faker.
But as is Doran, 3 members of AL here on that bot side as T1 poking away at Flandre. You can see Doran could be the target of a dive here. Will they look for it? Tarzan for now, just farming up this jungle camp as Doran will be able to pick up most of this wave. Shanks and Kyle trying to kind of butter him up, though. He's now down to half HP, and they definitely want to consider this angle. Owner, though, is going to be spotted. He's moving down, so it could be a risky dive.
Yeah, they've got plenty of vision here, so AL not going to overforce anything. Here comes the Rakan support teleport as well with Spellbook, just in case. And they're going to get their reset off once again. Both of these top lane carry champions in 1v2s for so long means low income for each of them.
And while people always talk about Lilia as this really fast farmer, I think people sometimes underestimate how quickly Maokai can farm. You know, the Maokai has actually stayed pretty much dead even alongside this. Tarzan is just power farming, already has the injuries completed.
Yeah, AP Maokai cruising on through. And again, that
I don't know.
Such a critical
I'm not a big fan of AP Maokai, to be honest. Especially if you have another AP source on the team. I feel like it's more beneficial to just be a frontline.
Mostly carry actually just laning with Faker here, making sure they can't look for any sort of hard engage. Faker with that range advantage, only way they can really do something about it is to hard engage on him. So it's been often Guma just kind of solo laning while Faker is here covered by Carrier.
Yeah.
And yes, oops, run game. I'm sorry. What the fuck does that mean?
Those souls. Gain more range for yourself. And
Okay.
by that time.
26 stacks on the center so far. Static Shiv being completed will give Hope a little bit more wave clear. Of course, he is behind in farm.
Thornmail?
He is ahead in gold.
I think he's gonna go Thornmail.
Be too concerned about that. Flandre is within kill range for Doran.
Mercs? I feel like you would get the Ninja Tabby still.
Doran, as you say, has Flandre quite low, but is trading back well. Doran was trying to posture, see, is there an
It might be
angle
full
for a dive?
AP
Is there an angle to
Maokai.
proc that demolish? Couldn't find the opportunity to go for either.
Faker with flawless farm right now. A player that whenever T1 is in these situations is the one that we often turn to.
Shanks looking aggressive, but Keria is here once again, does land the knockup.
Okay.
Kyle coming in, Faker looking. There's the Senna ultimate to cover.
That's a lot invested right before this dragon spawns. So, couple of ultimates here, some decent value. Although Faker now with no flash for that dragon fight might be a target.
Keep track of that as the TPs return. There's the rocket belt completed with the Trinity Force finished for Faker. A big spike for the man in the mid lane of T1.
Oh.
We'll see though, can they
Dude, they're gonna fight for this dragon. Oh, Kyle's getting cut out.
And he is incredibly low.
Has to flash out.
In comes Tarzan with the Maokai ultimate. It does connect onto Keria. Kyle
Oh, Ona flashed in.
and Shanks is looking for a fight onto Faker. He's
Okay.
in 1v2, but he looks
Shanks.
like he's winning it.
Shanks.
Faker getting incredibly low.
Shanks.
No flash. It's
Oh, he
gone.
did it.
With the abduct. Shanks getting
Oh!
1v2. He's in a 1v2. And
Dude, wasted flash.
that looks. Owner now coming down, trying to knock down Shanks. As a response,
Oh, yes, flash. Oh!
Flandre is here. Guma flashes in.
No way! No way! Shanks is still alive!
But Shanks still surviving. Flandre now looking for more here. Tarzan flashes
Oh,
in.
Tarzan flashed over! Holy shit! Dude, I'm sorry for shitting on your Silas Shanks. Your blind pick Silas whenever you like. I apologize. What the fuck, dude?
Confidence from Shanks in that situation to take the fight to Faker. I mean, oh,
Keria!
With the spell book, won't have a way out, but he definitely had a way in, and he grabs the
What the fuck?
for T1.
We said it, Venius.
Keria.
T1, Keria gets back in.
Fucking spellbook Keria.
Spellbook enjoyer. Keria makes use of it.
I mean, it is a nice steal, but when we take stock of the game, the gold swing in AL's favor, the Maokai ultimate rooting up Keria, who starts off an engage onto Kyle. He flashes away. Then you see the Rakan getting rooting up. Shanks goes for a 1v1 against Faker, steals away the Rakan ultimate, knocks them both up, well, charms them both, I should say, interrupting the knockup, and then Shanks sidestepping and then getting the lockdown onto Faker to secure the kill.
So clean, gets the kill and the flash there at the end too. Worked around the minions to make sure he could get the stun, flashing away, buying so much time.
Oh.
He got Guma's flash and ultimate out, and draws in the extra members of Team 1, making T1 commit so heavily to take him down.
Oh, Doran's flash was wasted as well.
Both smite charges were used by Tarzan in that fight. I think T1 must have noticed that, and that's, I think, why Keria goes. He had no smite, because both of them were used. So if T1 noticed that in the midst of the fight, that is pretty incredible to be tracking the summoners that closely.
So, AL with a small gold lead for now. Faker still has the edge over Shanks. That Trinity Force still something to be reckoned with. AL, though, in a position to contest. Shanks in an awkward spot as he's separated from the rest of his team. Could create a flank, though.
Okay.
No TP, so if they overcommit here, Doran could TP in and try to stop them. They're going to go for it, though. Shanks
I didn't get it.
them, poking them down. Gumayushi will be caught by the Maokai ult. Owner grabs the Herald, but now they're looking for Shanks. Shanks could be in some trouble.
Shanks is in trouble. Oh, they're so split. They're so split.
Tarzan in some trouble here, but Flandre's trying to close the gap. He's running through mid lane to get back to his team, and Hope is poking them down. T1 in some trouble now. They're going to have to run for it. The swirl seed slowing them. Guma incredibly low.
Oh, the sapling.
Will have to be popped. Can they chase in? These
Oh my god, they're just diving.
And Flandre wants to cut them short. Goes in, gets one. Hope chasing onto Faker. Looks for the Q to try to get Guma. Could not find it. It is the Herald for T1. It is one
Tahm Kench
for one,
OP.
but it was so close to being much more.
My goodness, so close. AL a little slow on the engage, allowing for Owner to secure the Herald. And they do what I think they should do. Collapse on the flanking member. Shanks goes for a bit of an engage. He uses his E. He steps up too aggressively, and Carrier
I
is
don't know.
quick to punish him. Being isolated from the rest
I
of
think
his
Poppy's
team,
really OP.
T1 think that they can get a little more.
Yeah, you see AL members moving in two different calls right there because Tarzan was leaving the play, Shanks still going in, and the early teleport that came from Doran meant that he was completely sectioned off. So Shanks going down at the beginning, but they still got the chase down kill.
Faker
Flandre
looking for the solo. Flandre
Oh.
has the shield, gets out to safety.
My goodness, the action is really kicking off here. They're trying to keep the Herald away. I don't think they're going to stop it. The tower secured for T1. And the goal difference remains close.
Hope has 47 stacks on Senna. Not bad, not bad.
Against the momentum AL built after game 3.
Keeping in, they're actually looking here for Faker. Faker is pretty far back, but is now going to spot Shanks here, and they are collapsing in him. He's going to immediately have to flash out. There's the Abyssal Dive. Charm comes through there from Carrier, trying to peel for Faker.
Oh,
Faker
he ate Faker.
Nothing to get away, and he's going to get gobbled up here.
Oh ho ho! Tahm Kench.
Who goes on a rampage.
TK.
He lands the
Tahm
throw into the
Kench.
Abyssal Dive and serves up Faker.
Dude, but they're losing so many towers, dude. They lost mid and top
The
bot.
team to slow down. While all that pressure was being put onto Faker, they were pressuring the bot side of the map. They secured their second tower of the game. They push in this bot wave, and now they have great position around the Dragon, spawning in 48 seconds.
They also got the feats of strength here with their Herald.
Oh, never mind. I guess they can punish that.
Trying to get a tower back. Shanks took that top lane one. Owner looking, can't really find much of anything. The Dragon going to be spawning here in 30, and T1 will have their eyes on it. They are on their way to a potential early soul thanks to the steal from Carrier, and would love to get that third Dragon.
Dragon could be huge for T1 to find their way.
Yeah, the ult is really
Deep
nice.
in enemy territory. There's not a lot.
You can
of
just
defensive
eat your
vision
ally and just
for
be
AL.
safe.
They do have the one on the blue buff.
Cancel. Like, the enemy team gets a mega engage. Tahm gets eats your teammate. You're like, okay, well, fuck. There goes our mega engage.
TP's committed. Shanks steals away Carrier's ultimate. Probably one of the best options he has available. The backline access that he has. Oh, wow, he is testing Carrier's mechanics, able to sidestep that one. The mid push will come through from T1. The bot push as well. T1 pushing on all sides, keeping the pressure up onto AL. Hope.
Oh, Hope.
Valks forward, does get a nice little bit of chunk there onto Hope. As Doran could be in some trouble, he is sectioned off. He maybe
okay.
Is welcome here, and he's gonna get charmed.
Doran.
The Senna ult comes through. Doran flashes
wow,
out
flashes out.
They spent a lot, multiple ultimates used.
Holy shit, he used 3 ults.
Stolen Recon ulti, it was the Flandre ulti, it was the
Doran has
Senna ulti,
TP.
They didn't kill Doran, who has his TP.
Exactly. He can just recall and teleport back. He won't have a flash for the actual fight, but the battle over the brush to start it out. He's teleporting behind them.
He is teleporting very deep. Hope spots it. Will AL try to turn on him? Looks for the root, can't quite find it. Tarzan marking Doran right now as T1 now have the inside track towards the Dragon. Owner getting his movement speed stacks here off of the Raptors. He's gonna look, Carrier's trying to Shanks on the side in trouble.
Wow, Malga ult stopped the carry engage. But they have no abilities, dude. They don't have ults. Holy fuck, they're all getting shit on. I think they gotta give.
But everyone is alive, and it's Carrier that's even lower. Doran trying to push through mid lane here. AL look like they concede defeat here. They're going to back off and give the third Dragon. T1 again stands their ground.
AL didn't have the HP, they didn't have the resources, and they did not have position on the Dragon. T1 with excellent patience. Doran getting out of harm's way was crucial.
Oh, dude, don't engage with Tahm Kench, dude. That is GG.
Back the pressure towards the mid lane side of the fight that he's putting out, even down 1,000 gold compared to Flandre, still having a lot of pressure. Faker, of course, on the Corki, though. The 2-item power spike is so big for this champion. Really making use of those rockets, really making use of that chunk damage to get T1 to soul points. They're building so much tension in this game, and Flandre is actually even starting up this Otacon here for AL.
Trying to clear out that ward, but doesn't quite finish it off. Shanks and Flandre hovering around the bot side of the map. My goodness, what a tense affair. AL now will need to win out the next
Icon
fight
throw.
to deny the soul from T1. T1
Also, I think Flandre
is
missed a candy
continuing
minion.
to show through. And look at that, 2 items now finished for Gumayushi. You already mentioned the 2 items for Faker. T1, they don't have to force anything right now. They can slow the game down, work towards a few more components, and be ready for the soul fight that will be starting in 3.5 minutes.
And Hope is just about bang on the average here for the stacks. The average stacks at 20% at MSI has been 50.9. He's just ever so slightly behind that, of course, as we are almost at 22 minutes, but is going to be scaling well. Has decided to go for the early static shift. Sometimes people will go into a more aggressive build from here, but elected to go for the rapid fire for the poke.
And that's why it is pretty critical for T1 here to have all these dragons, so they can use this dragon soul as a point in the game to force AL, so that they cannot continue to stack and stack and stack for Hope forever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about to say it's pretty. It's the like jumps and the dashes. It's so annoying.
You know, good sleep from owner.
Fuck, man.
Area with a good charm engage.
You can see 2 items for both Faker and Guma. These 80 carries scaling incredibly well. Faker had a very good start, got quite a bit up in gold, but Shanks has been battling back, finding kills in these fights, not to be outdone. Wants to try to close the series here. But T1 continually fighting for vision here, and Shanks gonna get aggressive. Can he find the abscond abduct? Just out of range is Faker, and Faker now trying to turn and fight back. Trading Corky rockets. Faker gets the best of him though, as Shanks is low on health and mana.
Spacing from Faker there was just perfect. Sidestepping all of the Sylas skills, dodging the rockets, and then throwing rockets back of his own. Forcing Shanks back. Will he have enough money for his upgrades?
55 stacks on Hope.
There is the Cosmic Drive now completed. Both mid laners at level 13. The Dragon only 2 minutes away. You can see how both teams have been working as quickly as they can to get as much gold as they can ahead of the upcoming fight.
And these fights are just going to be so much about
Spacing from Faker
really
something,
no
please.
true tank on either side. You know, the Jax, the Tahm Kench can be somewhat tanky. You know, just utilizing the counter-strike. His carry up, pops the Ghost, will be able to jump out to safety. Felt confident he would be able to get away there. Doran finally finishes off that tier 1 top, but they see him there, and AL have started up the Otacon. Will they stay on it, though?
Man.
T1 is around. Doran gonna base, look to buy, and then he does have his teleport if they feel he needs to join. Hope still on his way over here. Otacon down to about half HP. The TP gonna be spent as Doran is looking to join. He just bought his Seekers. That could be critical. Will he go in? Doesn't look for it just yet. It's getting lower and lower as Flandre is getting
Flandre's getting low. Doran's in the back line. Oh! Zay got Otacon. Flandre's down. Flandre's down. Oh, they can't get in there. Oh, wait, never mind. Hope is still alive.
Hope.
Oh, he has no damage.
But T1
oh my God.
Lose Guma. They do get 2, and Guma claimed the Otacon.
T1 clutch it out. Look at how they force this. They lay down the feathers, and then Doran goes in for the flank. He teleports in, he sees the 3 members, so even as the Maokai ult goes through, Doran goes in. Guma focusing on the Otacon right there, along with Owner, and they burst it. Just 28 health left after the smite went through. Meanwhile, Faker had done so much work on Flandre on the side that then he was able to push off Flandre, get that kill on the side, and gain momentum for T1.
The fact that they were able to kill Guma was the biggest surprise to me, but Doran's flank, I think, was instrumental. A well-coordinated team fight from T1. Everyone seeming to know exactly what they needed to do. They secure the Otacon, and the Dragon will be spawning in a second.
And the fact that Doran killing that top lane tower, he just enough gold to get the Seekers before that fight. Bases,
yeah, they were really slow on the trigger.
Knowing he has that in his back pocket, this again will be very delayed because he's between 2 items right now. So yes, that was strong for one fight, but Flandre on the other side is massively stronger right now when you look at the actual combat stats. The Broken Seekers is going to do nothing until he gets gold to upgrade that into Azonius.
Doran has been doing
so much. Though. T1 going, Tarzan trying to get in, they're going to burst it down, they do claim it.
No, they don't even fight.
They're going to look for Faker though, the public execution.
Oh, yeah, now they're going to try to fight.
But Carrier is there to peel, they're turning on his Shanks.
Oh, shit.
Doubled up by Kael, but it's Doran in the back line trying to take over. Owner going in.
Owner's in there.
On everyone.
Oh.
Eternal sleep for
GG, dude.
Makes no mistake, the multi-man ulti was perfect.
A flawless Yes! Team fight for T1 as they wipe AL off the map. The magic of T1 is not over just yet as they look to push us to Game 5.
T1 on
Dude.
the international stage here.
Holy fuck, man. These teams are so good. Crazy.
They find their window. They
What the
take
fuck?
their moment. They're knocking on the Nexus, and you know what's coming. What else could it be in a battle between Titans like this? It's going to 5.
I gotta say, Doran did so much work with such low resources this game.
Oh, yeah.
In a game where the two top laners had to 2v1 for so long, starved out of so much gold, he made critical plays near the end game.
Does AL close it out?
Escaping first on the bottom side. The
They close it out?
attempt at his life before that dragon fight. Coming in with the flank on the Otacon.
I mean,
value there.
This series couldn't have gone any other way. We're being pushed to Game 5, LPL versus the LCK.
This series is delivering. Desk, who do you think takes it in Game 5?
Well, we're not going to answer it just yet, otherwise nobody would be listening to our analysis. But I will ask it at the end of the series, I promise you. We asked at the tail end of last segment the magic that T1 can always count on. Or count
yeah,
on
I need to go get some water.
International tournaments like
I'm
this.
actually
We've
out.
really seen it. Now their backs were against the wall.
I'll be right back, guys.
Of these skirmishes in this game that if they lost them every single time, it would have lost them the game.
And they were right. For me, Doran had such a major impact. It was the Otacon fight where I felt like he was doing a lot. Here is another example. He is sticking to the back line and making Senna's life impossible to fight through.
Yeah, he came up huge. The Otacon fight is also the huge one for me. But again, where it started is, remember back all the way to Gen G T1.
Yeah.
If all the games are kind of like blurring together in your mind. And Ruler gets that clutch second Drake steal, right? I think Anyone's Legend did such a good job playing these team fights early and the skirmishes early, especially Shanks. But the Keria Smite steal.
The unsealed spellbook
actually ended up becoming huge for T1 in this because it then put them onto Drakes. It made Dragon such a massive priority that AL then had to fight with T1 sometimes having setup on that. And I think that it's kind of fun to see that go from what we saw in the Gen G series to, just the drive-by spellbooks.
And I love that you know when that happens and it gets stolen against your team, you're just so mad, you just kill him, you just like press all the buttons, but the damage has been done.
I'm just zooming in my jungler usually, but the jungler is asking why is no one zoning for him. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and that magic is just excellent team fighting, especially if they lost the last few skirmishes because Shanks had a great game. They come back the next time, and I was focusing on Doran. Another star for these fights was Owner.
Yeah.
His Lilia, a pick that I didn't see coming going into this game, was a massive one. It's great versus Maokai. If you have a long fight, you're a menace to deal with. And those Lilia ultos really played a massive part in these fights.
And Doran, he's just such a smooth criminal.
Yes, he is.
This entire fight actually starts because they blow so much onto Doran. He ends up escaping, TPs back in, right? And then as this Drake starts up, he's just keeping Shanks out of the fight. And this ends up being crucial because we talked about how important Shanks has been for Anyone's Legend in the fights. It was that clutch kind of recon ultimate steal that we saw in a previous fight in this same bot side river. But yeah, Doran is doing work on this Jax.
He is, and I love that you brought up Shanks. And when we look at Shanks versus Faker in this series, I do feel like I remember more of the plays from Shanks. I see where he's trying to kind of push the issue, whereas Faker is just relying on the rest of his team. They all do it together.
That being said, that last game was hell for AL's early game.
Yeah.
Like, all three lanes were getting shoved in. Specifically, mid lane was like down like 10 or 15 CS extremely early on. They were getting sieged constantly through topside. They didn't allow Senna to really stack up because they ended up swapping pretty easily, and that allowed Jax to be able to get, what was it, Ruby Crystal longsword bot lane, while Doran shielded and Bessa stuck top. I think, once again, T1 are so smart in their early game. They played out their early game spectacularly, especially since the game before that AL did well there. So it felt like it had to go to game 5.
Yeah, it's too blue wins now for T1 as well. In this one, I do want to top it off with the Atakan fight if we can, just so that we've had everything. But again, I just want to say that you cannot overstate how important every single skirmish was, because if you lose one of these, you're probably getting wiped, right?
Yes, and just take a look at Doran. They see him on the flank, but they know it's coming to a 50-50 on Otacon, so they focus on him and just let Hope deal with the Jax, which is crazy. All that being said, Flandre was dealing with Faker on the bot side of it and was losing. So in a long skirmish, in a long fight, especially since they had to peel off the Jax, T1 was flourishing.
That also split the fight. Tarzan actually moved up away from the Otacon,
that is perfect.
right?
That is
hilarious.
excellent.
Oh my god, that actually moved Tarzan up off the Otacon, right?
Yeah.
So it's also why T1 were so easily able to grab that objective as well.
Yeah, oh, that's so good. I love that sign. You guys are absolutely awesome.
Yes,
but
you are.
I do want to look at a couple of things in terms of T1 at internationals. We requested this T1's Game 5 win rate at international events. Now, I don't know what it is, but it's 55-40 record, 57.9% win rate in Game 5 at international events. I think what this picture shows is that it's never easy, even if you're the favorite going into Game 5, even if you're the underdog going to Game 5. It is always very difficult because the tensions are never higher. The thing is, right now, T1 has to trust so much that they've done this so many times before.
Remember what MSI started with? The first MSI in Tallahassee. Game 5. Game 5, EDG versus T1. Game 5, it was like a major situation. Of course, T1 lost in that one, but it means so much for T1 as world champion after world champion. MSI is the tough one. As you can see right here, 2022 is the last time they were in finals for this one versus
I love
RNG.
that you bring up Tallahassee because EDG was actually not the favorite in that final game. We get the Evelyn moment. We get Clear Love. We get LPL Magic, right? And on their side, that's a huge victory and maybe something to want to channel going into this Game 5.
And a small thing too, the last time T1 even won an MSI was 2017. That was the roster with Bang, with Huni, Peanut, Wolf.
In Brazil, yeah.
Exactly. That was such a long time ago, and they want to be able to reach that peak again.
And on the other side, though, Emily, we do have to give credit to AL as well because they love playing these brawls in the LPL. They do it all the time, so I don't think they're going to be particularly phased. But the question is also, now you're at the edge of Fearless. Now you're actually at that moment where you have to make crucial decisions. How do you think AL is going to pilot this one?
Yeah, I'm actually super curious to see what they do in draft because with this one, they had 3 losing lanes.
Yeah.
That's great.
And even though they were able to come up ahead in a few of these early skirmishes and actually set themselves in a pretty good position until some of those team fights started going wrong and Doran started ripping through them. Not fun to play with,
The
right?
dreaded K word might be coming.
Oh,
for draft.
Nada, maybe.
Bot lane cryo.
So, predictions on the desk where we went for T1, you went for AL. Do you want to flip-flop or not?
I'm not going to flip-flop, but I didn't ask the crowd before. I didn't ask them what their prediction was, and I'm going to start. Anyone here rooting
AL
for AL?
fighting!
And I have to ask the bigger question.
No, my voice is getting a lot better.
Believer in here?
I just like, yeah.
Finally, I hope everyone will cheer for this.
Like, doesn't it sound a little bit better? You look smashable? What the fuck?
One last game to decide who gets to face Genji.
I've never
in
heard
the Grand
anyone say
Finals.
that.
Let's scrape some silver.
No, AL, dude. AL gets blue side. Dude, they're gonna win. Yeah, they played some really bad fights. Like, Doran had some really good flanks. Doran is unleashed, dude. He's gonna run it down game 5. Think about how many BO5s AL's played compared to T1. T1's gonna lose, dude. T1 doesn't have the experience, the knowledge. What the fuck? No, dude. AL is winning. Shut up. Dude, what the fuck? Why is my chat filled with people that just like contradicts everything I think or say? Dude, I say CFO win, everyone says CFO lose. I say AL win, everyone's like T1 win. So dumb, dude. We have a bunch of contrarians in chat. Not about any team taking part in MSI. What about CFO? CFO took part in MSI.
This could be Soul though. T1 going, Tarzan trying to get in. They're going to burst it down. They do claim it. T1 claim the Soul. They're going to look for Faker though. The public execution back in onto him. But Carry is there to peel. They're turning on his Shank. Shank's in trouble. Going to get gobbled up by Kyle. But it's Doran in the back line trying to take over. Owner
Yeah, that was a crazy owner play. So cringe. Why is there so many T1 bans, dude?
Anyone's legend. It's about writing their name in history. And for T1,
wait. This guy has I will Diddy date. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? They can have that on stream? A guy had an I will Diddy date sign. What the fuck?
Number 5 about to kick off here. Both these teams took Gen G to 5. We knew that they could be evenly matched coming into today. But we're getting straight to the full 5 here.
Anyone can be a legend, not T1 though. True.
International tournaments, we have already had more game 5s than ever before at any event before. And I'm so happy that it is here in Canada to be back home with this incredible crowd and these amazing teams, the absolute best in the world. It has been my honor to be here with you all.
What an incredible series. Both AL and T1 have put everything on the line. For AL, it's about proving what they're capable of. For the LPL, getting some revenge against T1.
Showing T1 fighting.
It's about
they fucked up the ING, what the fuck?
A team that showed struggles in spring, but these struggles never seem to hold them back when it comes to the international stage. A team that has sought after an MSI trophy for many, many years, and they are on the precipice of looking for a rematch against Gen G.
All right.
Let's get into the all-important game number 5 Fearless Draft. Pantheon will remain.
Azir and Tully are both up.
Series here. Owners Nocturne as well getting.
Oh, AL bans till what?
You have to believe that Azir is going to be perma-banned as well. There's no way
Azir's gone too.
Those two champions are getting through. Nobody is trading that. And so we still have yet to see the Poppy make an appearance. I feel like
AL's gonna win. Oh, Doki, you're gonna cry so hard.
Skarner and the Sejuani also very valuable, especially if we're thinking about a slower, more teamfight-oriented game. the Caitlyn respect towards Gumayusi going to be taken away. Gentlemen,
Yeah, of
I hate to
course.
say it, but
And Leon's
Kalista
really good.
does rise in value as we get into Game 5. So many of the power 80
Don't you
carries
put
have
that bad
through.
juju out there. We don't want to see a Game
I'm just
5
saying,
decided by Kalista.
Imagine if the Kalista gets its win in Game 5 of this series.
I mean, Jinx also. Jinx to me has a lot of priority now too. Tabe sometimes says, you know, it's Game 5, Jinx. We just
No!
Jinx.
I also really am a fan of champions like Ashe, which has been relatively low priority. I think Ashe can be strong, Zeri can be strong, Jinx, and we're getting TF here. Has not been super successful at MSI, but it is a champion that if you can execute well on, you can dominate the side lanes,
Oh,
you can find
no.
picks, you can control movement on the map.
I mean, I would say it hasn't been successful at all. 0-7 here at MSI, a champion that, alongside the Kalista, has not been able to win teams many games.
Oh,
They are
fuck
putting a
me,
lot of
dude,
faith
TF.
in Shanks here in Game 5. The Alistair, an engaged champion that we often see early in the draft, has been left open all the way until the end. And that Jinx that you were talking about.
Oh, he gets fucking Jinx.
Gumayusi.
He's hovering it. This T1 team.
Oh no, what is AL gonna
This
pick?
T1 team that this year, as you touched on, so many changes.
Oh,
Ziggs.
Ziggs.
Okay.
Okay. Don't let the doubts begin. Okay. Ooh, Poppy's huge.
Wow, AL with a clear game plan coming into Game 5.
Absolutely, and this could be really difficult because what they're going to look to do is gold card onto the Jinx, Ziggs ult immediately on your head. They're looking for this.
The hope will be restored.
And Jinx can be pushed in and poked out by the Ziggs. It can be difficult, but it's not the most comfortable for some AD carry players. We have to see how well Hope can actually perform on it. He has played it a couple times already this split, so he should be locked in and ready to go.
Plus, it gives you a lot of potential for playing the map.
Wow, they
When
get
Ziggs
Garner.
can blow up towers on the side lanes, create more space for Twisted Fate to work with, and find some picks and keep that pressure up.
I do like what T1 have as a foundation, though, for their draft. Simple, straightforward, front to back. Put your trust in Guma. This Jinx in the clutch has just been so valuable, especially in these Game 5s where the pressure is really high. Teams will show that extra bit of respect, which for a Jinx means that all she has to do is concentrate on farming, getting that first item. And if a member gets low and she connects that ultimate, the snowball quickly begins.
Tarzan Zed?
Towards the top lane.
Maybe.
Camille protection ban here early on. Taking away the Hextech ultimatum, which is a great combo with working with a Ziggs. Also, Camille really good for split push, so they don't want to have to deal with Twisted Fate backing up split push Camille. I do like that strat. Nice one.
What is Faker gonna even play?
They've got a lot of
I don't even know what's available for him.
If they want to start fights, it's not going to be an easy thing for them to do. T1 have a very solid front line, so they're looking for things that can match into the Twisted Fate. With Ryze gone, with Silas gone, your ability to play through sides is not the easiest.
Bard ban,
Bard
okay.
being removed, I think, is a smart ban. When playing with the Ziggs, you can leave that Ziggs alone, safe to free farm in the bot lane. The Bard would have a lot of access to roam around the map. Well, that is going to be denied.
All talk, no truth. True.
Rise in priority for Kyle.
Dude, the faithful shall be rewarded.
Possibility as well for a little
Come
bit
on,
more
let's go. What are they gonna pick, dude? What are they gonna pick?
Taken away from
They ain't got
That's a
shit.
throwback.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go so deep here to find an answer in the mid lane now. Is it going to be probably
Things like a Akali still up and available.
A bit risky into the Twisted Fate.
If you do want to control Mage, Way definitely fits the bill.
Yeah, I mean, it also fits nicely with this front-to-back style comp that they're going for. When you see how much range AL is going to get, especially when that RFC comes through.
Ah. I was like,
The
oop,
crowd
Kazin.
Gumayusi, as he will lock in the way.
This does mean that they have two low mobility carries at their disposal here. The Jinx and the Hui must be protected.
Oh, the debate right now for Flandre. Does he want to go full towards the tank? Or does he want a little bit more of backline access?
It could be Poppy support or Poppy jungle.
For the Aatrox instead.
And the pressure will be on Doran to do something with this.
It looks like it's Poppy
Doran,
support.
The newest member of the team. All eyes have been on him.
Oh, of course, the Poppy support. My expectation was that it would immediately go into the jungle, but they're bringing Olaf
Olaf?
into the jungle. They want to run this Jinx down.
It's very good against, you know, Skarner and Alistar CC here. If you're looking at those two low mobility carries, and the only thing you have to get past is hard CC peel, that could be your way in.
One thing I've hated about Twisted Fate camps is it feels like there's not enough damage to facilitate it. Aatrox plus Olaf, that is a threatening backline.
Gragas was the pick I was thinking. Doran has looked good on it, is up and available, and will give them some more.
I'm happy birthday, Brolaf.
Contain the Olaf, though. It feels like there's going to be all eyes on Guma. Get into the backline, the Olaf, the Ziggs ult, the TF ult, everything piling in to try to take down.
Oh man, dude.
Carry.
I mean, Doran's Gragas is a champion that he's brought out and had. What's the word? He's truly had amazing performances on it. He's been so clutch, and it's been one of those picks that, as you highlighted, Azael, he can default to when he needs to make magic happen. Naturally, as you said, eyes do fall on Gumayushi, but Doran can be the facilitator, can be the playmaker, can be the difference maker in this Game 5.
All right, in Game 5, with all of this pressure, we bring up one of the controversial picks. The Twisted Fate comes back. There's the champion pool, and we'll see if they can get TF a win.
Oh man, we're going to Game 5, baby. Holy shit.
This split, and we'll see how he can perform on it as we're heading in for what will be the final game here between T1 and AL. Game 5, we're getting onto the Rift. It's time to go. This is going to be an incredible finish.
In the last game, Doran on the Jack.
Let's go! Brolaf.
With the Spellbook Smite Steal to get them the extra dragon, the extra range to the soul.
It'll be only the 4th way game for Faker all time. Has not lost on the pick just yet. Man with the champion Ocean, always going to have another bag of tricks to pull from.
Right now, it is control over this brush, the entrance to the bot side river for AL.
Olaf invades at level 1. You always have to be really respectful of that. If you get tagged by the axe, it could be trouble. But Faker knows it and is playing far back.
Kind of like 10 years on me. I only look like I have 10 years on you, dude.
Notice the ward that Shanks was able to get deep in enemy jungle that is going to show the transition back to this other side of the map. They've got Raptor ward as well as deep blue quadrant ward to try and track owner because of the invade.
Bit of chip damage already going to come down from Hope. So many times we've had this conversation about Ziggs, but it is very much just about farming in the early levels, wanting to get back to base so that you can have access to mana. Once you do get more mana and more levels, then your wave clear becomes a lot stronger. Meanwhile, our observers showing us Tarzan's path, starting on the Raptors and then immediately moving towards the top side.
I think Tarzan might have some sort of plan for some invades going on because they have so much deep vision, and he's going Raptors just
This is why you like LCK.
CT1's placements at MSI. They lost in this match the last couple of years, have not won since 2017, back with the roster that had Huni on it, and are looking to get back to the finals to try to claim another MSI title here for T1. Worlds has always been their tournament. They always perform well at MSI. Their dominance has not been the same as it has at that World Championship.
Yeah, MSI last couple years stopped by the LPL.
Damn, forced to heal out.
Very aggressive. Heal's going to be used on both sides here. It is Spellbook this time for Kyle as well as Keria. Both players have been making great use of it.
Meanwhile, on the top side, we've been focusing so much on the bottom side of the map. It's Flandre off to an early lead, getting some nice trades against Doran, forcing him underneath the tower. Both mid laners throwing spells back and forth.
Dude, I think my stream is 18 plus.
Tarzan did start Raptors, then cleared up to his top side. He's now reverse clearing back down. I wonder if he is going to try to find some sort of an angle to get aggressive or just wanted to end on this bot side.
I think it's very much that. He wanted to make sure that he could just go straight towards those
10-10-2003.
Because playing with Pry on the bot
side. Oh, that's what the fuck?
I mean, look at that too. They go for the early recall for Guma.
I could be 21.
Ugh. And Doran's blade. Going for the swap already. T1 making the call.
Good poke there from Faker. Just trying to whittle down this TF. Being able to have Prio in a matchup against TF is so critical because you want to punish any roams that they go for. Keeping them locked under the tower is often the recipe for success, denying those roams before they even happen, or at the very least, if they go for it, making sure they punish. But you can see the early swap top. Guma is up here. Owner is behind.
Oh, Flandre.
The potential for this dive, but I think they're going to try to look for it. Owner will be the one to try to set it up. Body slam flash connects. He's the wall, and they're going to be able to take that first.
Clean.
T1 strike first in game 5.
That was that recall timing on the call money for Guma. They make the call. They timed it right at 3.5 minutes. They recalled him. They sent Owner on over after the clear. They find their first blood. Keria got solo experience.
4-4 down the board, dude, that's crazy.
And then they could just teleport Doran back over to cover.
A flawless dive, flawless timing, and a flawless start for T1 as they do find that kill onto Flandre. Not only do they alleviate that pressure that Flandre was putting down onto Doran, the only downside is that that kill didn't go over to Guma. If they had, they could have started the snowball on this Jinx, because meanwhile, Hope was just free farming on the bot side of the map. You can see he has about an advantage, which is equalized due to Gumayushi being a part of that kill in top lane.
Part of the kill and also part of the plate that they were able to grab right off the back of that on that top side. So Guma does get paid. Shanks gonna be a little bit annoying here as he interrupts Faker's recall. Kyle down here now with Hope. Will be the mismatch lanes here, but I do think this favors the Gragas. Obviously very safe, a lot of wave clear here. Doran should be able to hold on, I think, pretty well in the 1v2.
So the goal is even.
Sustained both in the kit as well as in inventory. Doran still with his potion as well as the double biscuits. Meanwhile, Flandre is out of juice.
I have hair, fuck you.
Up there as far as the consumables go.
And he is on the Null Magic Mantle, obviously.
Whatever, dude, whatever.
AP solo lanes, because of laning against Doran, but now he is laning against Guma. AL, though, will start up the early dragon here.
T1 positioning again for a repeat dive.
What the fuck?
Remember, though, Flandre held onto his flash last time. He was perfectly CC-chained by Doran and Owner. Keria has flash this time. They decide, you know what? It's not worth it. It would be too risky.
A lot of time being spent. They're doing a good job of denying Flandre a lot of farm. But once he gets this wave, he should tick over to level 6. And
they're not diving, they're not diving.
Self-defense against the threat that T1 is posing on the top side.
Yeah, there were actually some red question mark pings inside the jungle over there. So T1 were clearly without the extra vision of Kyle, that not sure if it was just Tarzan on the dragon or if there was a Poppy coming through to defend a dive. So they call off the play in case there was defense from AL. In the end, AL get their dragon.
Kyle hovering around the mid lane, wanting to drop some wards to provide information to both Shanks and Tarzan.
Okay.
He now has hit level 6, the TP into mid lane from Keria, something we've been seeing a lot more on this patch since the buffs to Unsealed Spellbook. Tarzan, though, just power farming through his jungle. The route that he's chosen means that just on spawn, he's immediately back on those camps, and he's starting to build a small farm lead and an experience advantage over Owner, but Owner should be able to close that in no time.
And it's going to be really important for Tarzan to stay ahead of the pace of the game. There's no utility on this pick. The Olaf does one thing, and it does it really well, but you have to be strong enough to get into that backline, to send it for these carries. This is not a champion that has a good fallback plan. You need to put yourself in a great position to succeed. And Tarzan has been stellar for AL, not only in this series, but really all year for them.
Truly has.
Dude.
Leader on the team.
Are they gonna, when are they going to find a pick with TF ult?
Of this AL team. And as you say, if you're an Olaf and you're running down a Jinx, you better have enough threat behind you.
I mean, the Poppy's already going to help with that too, because any wall that stands in your way, Kyle is going to be right there next to you to move that wall aside and give you access onto that Jinx. We talked earlier in the series about how when that Varus was playing into the Jarvan, it was going to be difficult to navigate. Well, now that pressure is going to fall onto Guma. Both Flandre and Tarzan are going to be looking to put pressure onto this AD carry, while Hope and Shanks will be looking to apply as much poke as possible. T1 looking more so for that front-to-back team fight as they continue to scale up.
All right, the grubs here and available. Lots of extra experience in here for the jungle. Would be very nice for Tarzan to grab these for AL. Of course, they're the team with the Twisted Fate and the split push possibilities as well for later.
Looks like they're going to try to look for a steal just wide of Tarzan. The timing was on point. The aim just wide.
The goal is back to even. Ooh.
Nice interrupt there.
Exactly, interrupted there by Kyle, who does take over to 6.
This is interesting. This could be a trap play. The Skarner's going for counter jungle, but Twisted Fate has ultimate ready.
We'll see if they're going to be able to spot him out here. Faker pushing in on that bottom side. Has eyes on the TF,
there's red
so
buff.
shouldn't be able to actually get that ulti off. Owner has to bail out. Can't actually take the red buff.
Yeah, good defense there.
Oh.
The threat of the Twisted Fate ultimate.
Okay, looks like
here.
both teams are pretty even.
Over, defends his jungler's red buff. As you said, the resources for the Olaf critical. They don't want to give away anything on the other side of the map.
You can feel the tension.
That explains why Dex has like the weirdest chat messages. He must always be intoxicated. Who wins? Dude, I don't know, man. It's gonna be hard.
Top side of the map.
I think we're kind of split between AL and T1.
He's going to now go back to the Raptors and start moving his way through the jungle once more.
I think this first fight, when it does break out, is going to be so critical. If Tarzan can pick up some early kills, can get ahead in gold. All of the
I think it's AL, but I mean, Doki obviously is dumb, so he thinks it's T1.
There. Run through the Gragas, the Skarner, the Wayfear, the Alistar combo.
And Kyle, look at this deep vision Kyle is getting super deep into the jungle. Both Krugs and Raptors warded up. Tarzan now.
Yeah. That's why everyone has really dumb opinions. Because they're always like intoxicated.
So nice when you have this Ziggs that can blow up towers. AL have the possibilities of ballooning a lot of mid-game gold through tower destruction. Once Ziggs get those down, once they proc the Void Grub, and open up some territory for the Twisted Fate to work with.
Tarzan now back for this third grub. They hadn't actually collected it earlier, so he's going to be able to grab it.
Nicely done by Tarzan. And I wouldn't be surprised.
What do you mean? I'm making a living off esports.
He's probably sitting on a decent amount of gold. Going to clearing what camps he can. It feels like the Tarzan is just one step ahead of him in terms of the clear.
And meanwhile, T1.
Yeah, but I rarely predict who I think is going to win. I just predict who I like more.
Guma and Faker safe. The two low mobility, big carry champions here need the extra safety. Keria doing his job with the extra vision on the bottom side, so you can try and hover up there.
Well, I hope you lose your life savings. AL's about to make you homeless.
With Shanks going for the Rod of Ages.
Let's go, AL! Come on.
Damage here in the other game, but Faker hasn't completed his item either. Perhaps Tarzan feels that he's strong enough on this Olaf to just force
I don't know. Because they both need money.
Shanks found some nice trades. Flandre pushing out that top wave.
I don't know.
It's just reset. Both top laners have TP available.
The T1 just trying to buy time for Faker. I think he
that's a good question.
His first item. He's heading back to base now with that teleport, so they want to make sure that AL doesn't have an angle to start before Faker can get back here. And he is teleporting, and there is that Blackfire Torch as expected.
Provide a huge amount of AoE damage here. AL going to start it out, and here comes the contest.
Both top laners have their TP. We'll see if they elect to join. Shanks has the ulti ready. Will he look for an angle into that backline? He's fighting with Faker on the side as Kyle goes forward. He's looking to get the ejection, but he gets pulled over the wall by
Kill gets fucked.
Stunned into it, knocked down, and the Ziggs ult was wasted. Tarzan pops the ghost.
Oh no!
Doran is there.
Shanks!
Shanks back into the team. Shanks flashing out, but can he get away? Keria zoning them off. The zap connects.
Oh, they gotta leave. Oh no!
He's in trouble, and he's got nowhere to go.
Fuck!
Gets gifted the kill. T1 win the fight off the heroics from Owner.
Owner comes up huge, yoinks him right over the wall. They get their kill. They get their dragon. T1.
Andre interrupts the recall, but can they punish it? Looks like no. Doran was there trying to cover. Both teleports were used.
Such a massive momentum shift. We were talking about how tense that first fight was going to be. Tarzan felt so strong on the Olaf, but it's Gumayushi that picks up not one, but 2 kills. The Yuntal's now completed. Gumayushi ahead in gold, and now
I didn't look at the items before that fight started.
Real problem for anyone's legend.
This is exactly where they want their money. And let's take another look at it, because Kyle on the bottom side is going to start channeling the Poppy ult.
Yeah.
Over the wall, barely snipes him, and yoinks him right back over.
Yeah, that Ziggs ult did like no damage. And Ziggs has no mana.
Comes through from Doran. He chains ZC Shanks. He gets him away from the wall. Shanks is forced to flash, but he's just flashing to his death as Flandre retreats and leaves his mid laner to fall.
And in the arms race between an Olaf and a Jinx, with the Jinx getting 2 early kills, you can look at the disappointment there.
I mean, that shows it. They're going to look for a play here onto Faker, though. Gold card, locked and loaded. The stun does connect.
Okay.
Stealthy popped here by Tarzan. Faker has nowhere to go.
Nice, that's what I need to see. Those are the kind of plays I want to see, dude.
Okay, the Olaf trying to catch back up there in the arms race then. Tarzan with some money too. See about the rest of the map though. Should be fine wave clearing bottom side there with the Ziggs. Hope can hold that no problem. It doesn't look like there's going to be an early push before this Rift Herald. 50 seconds waiting on the arrival of that Herald.
Shanks needs to keep making plays like this, catching T1 members out on a side lane, threatening that collapse. Congratulations to Ona, passing on.
Okay, we don't care, dude. Like, everyone's passing everyone at this point.
Very close. AL will secure the first tower of the game. The next objective for them would mean that they secure the feats of warfare. Herald spawning in 15 seconds.
Exactly, and look at the setup work that they did. Again, super deep vision leading up to it. They go for their reset timers though, and T1 move in. Get control of that critical brush at the opening of the river.
Yeah, most of T1's vision have been on that bottom side to play around the dragon. But this T1 here first at the Herald. Gonna be pulling it, starting that up. You can see everyone from AL coming out.
Guma has both summoners ready as well.
Oh my
He's
god.
got his cleanse and his flash available. T1 are incredibly dangerous.
Good early poke there from Faker onto Kyle. Gets him somewhat low. Carrier popping the ghost. As the Ziggs ult does not connect, just barely onto Faker. Guma though getting chipped down some. AL know they need to chip them down before they fully engage. Doran is on the side, but Guma has the covering fire. Look at Faker over the wall, trying to threaten here. The Herald's getting quite low. Kyle looking for the knockout. Can he find it? No, sidestep.
No. Oh. Jinx gets it.
Tarzan pops the ult. He's looking
Oh no. Oh no.
Faker is untouched, and you know what
Oh. Guma's untouched.
The fight goes the way of T1. Hope will fall, and it is an ace. 16 minutes in, T1 wipe AL off the map.
AL Hope nowhere to be found in this arena, Vedius.
Fuck, dude.
Just clean up the fight. Guma even getting the objective here.
The barrel onto Shanks, knocking him into the team. The pick in the tri-brush. Everything going the way of T1. And Ona securing the 2-person ultimate. A perfectly executed team fight puts them firmly in control of Game 5.
I mean, Doran with the heroics, body slam flash over the wall, catches Shanks, knocks him right into his carries. Shanks could do nothing. And you can see the excitement on the faces of the T1 staff. They are so far ahead in this pivotal Game 5.
Game 5 heroics are what matters.
Fuck, dude. I can't believe it.
AL, the pressure must be mounting.
What do you mean, dude?
They are so close to the finals. They've performed extremely well at this tournament.
Could be UC on fucking Jinx. Hope on Ziggs.
They'll need to find picks, utilizing this perhaps there's an opportunity on the bot side of the map.
0 win rate. TF.
And T1, they just want to keep fighting.
And Guma still has both sums. We were mentioning this before the last fight. He still has flash and cleanse available, so he can play so aggressively with the amount of peel that the T1 frontline have.
You look at Hope, no flash, and Keria has his, so that explosive engage is available. T1 have this low. Flandre is in the pit. He has not been spotted, so he does have an angle to look for a flank. Shanks now clearing out the ward. AL does expose themselves. Kyle channeling the ulti, but T1 backing up. Doran, though, goes too far forward. Is going to get knocked out. AL trying to burst this down. Can they take it? They do get it, but the Spiraling Despair comes through, and Kyle is just gone. Tarzan is in the midst of all of
Keria.
And he cannot win that fight. Great backstep from Guma. Avoids the Ziggs ulti. Shanks trying to flash out to safety. Hope is just being body blocked by Keria. You shall not pass. Knocks him back.
Oh no.
It's another kill going the way of the Jinx. As Shanks is in trouble next. Has the gold card prepped, but it just
Fuck.
It's 12-1 in the pivotal game 5.
Keria continues to deliver these kills to Gumayushi. 7, 0, and 5 for the AD carry of T1. Another tower is secured. Faker in some danger.
Faker potentially in
Wait,
trouble.
Keel hasn't even finished his support item yet. What the fuck?
Nice fear to peel for himself. Guma arrives. Owner still in some trouble. The teleport is going to arrive now from Hope. But T1, get out. Faker survives.
Yeah, what the fuck? How far behind is Kale?
Tarzan
Now he finished it.
looking to find something. He at least does stop the recall.
I've seen enough. Pretend you're lagging. Oh, dude.
They got their fight win and they got Faker out alive.
Guys,
It's
I
Guma that's
can't
getting all the
stream.
kills, but this game is all about the supporting crew.
Oh,
With his engages, Keria
that's gonna make
utility
tomorrow's
he's
matchup
providing.
less
And
hype.
you'll see how in the entrance, it's very difficult for AL to approach. Flandre comes in from over the wall with the TF ulti, dissuading T1 from engaging. Kyle connects an ulti onto Doran. He TPs back into the fight. But once they get the objective, AL can't stay in the fight. The damage has been done. A nice ulti from Faker comes through, and they just go pick up the bait. And look at Keria on the back line. The two-man knock-up. He's going to just shepherd Hope, wait for his team to arrive. The flash comes through.
What the fuck?
Look at this beautiful
You guys is boring and stupid, dude.
delivering him to Guma.
Boring.
Zap after zap on Shanks, keeping him in range, slow after slow to be able to chase down the extra one. They let nobody out alive.
The last 5 international winners, 4 of them have been from the LCK. If T1 does take this series, it would be an all-Korean affair in the finals, guaranteeing the 5th straight international title for the LCK.
They are headed that way right now, and Guma is leading them there. 100%
Yeah, no one wants to watch LCK final, dude.
From the Jinx.
It's more interesting to see LPL. Even if AL lost tomorrow, I would rather see AL versus
The Artican
Genji.
objective that T1 have loved to force around in this series. They know that they're stronger in the fight. AL are going to have to find some magic in this game 5. This Jinx is so strong, and here we go.
T1's not winning MSI.
Doran on the side trying to block them out.
I've seen what Genji does to T1. It's a massive shit.
Is going to be popped. Shanks is trying to join from above. He does land some good poke there onto the back line. Faker incredibly low. Will they just back off here? Doran.
Oh my god, I'm completely reset.
So it's back to full HP. He has his teleport, so he can rejoin, and T1 could look to force. They're going to find Flandre. Flandre on the side, cast back.
Oh my god.
But can he get to safety? You can see Kyle looking to knock Owner away.
Oh, this is such a messy fight. This is such a messy fight.
Guma is legendary. Owner in the midst of everyone. Shanks trying to get the damage out, but they just don't have enough.
Oh.
Owner is still standing on no HP. He survives, and T1 want more. Keria goes in. Knock up onto Kyle. Kyle is down as well. It's the resets for Guma. It's the chase down for T1. The body slam connects on.
Man, fuck.
Another, and Shanks is gonna fall as well. T1 are marching down mid.
It's a slaughter, and T1 are the.
There's so many game 5s that's go to shit, dude.
And Doran feeding kill after kill into Guma.
17 kills under T1. Keria and Doran start the engage off by once again hand delivering another meal to Guma. Faker with the TP, cutting off their escape, funneling the rest of AL back towards the river. Shanks TP's in, Tarzan thinks he can turn it around, but they just don't have the damage to pick apart AL.
Yeah,
They are tearing them apart in game 5.
Nobody left alive. Keria popped his ult. Him and Doran just
Oh
constantly
man.
holding down each and every member of AL.
Tarzan knows, Shanks knows, this could be the end for them. It's going to take a miracle, if not multiple, to be able to try to come back in this game. An over 8,000 lead now for T1.
Tarzan is deep in enemy territory right now.
And they're going to hunt. Keria is moving up there. Will they be able to actually chase him down? Tarzan has been spotted. Double TP here to try to cover AL. Has their jungler spotted though, and Tarzan is still hanging around. The rest of the T1 members are down for that dragon, so AL trying to surprise here. Can they actually catch Faker? Heal used for the move speed. Gold card comes in. Ziggs ulti through. Faker in trouble, flashes out, but Tarzan is hunting, and Tarzan gets the shutdown. The teleport's coming across
Oh my god.
They're gonna be able to turn it around. Carrier is in the midst of everyone, and it's a double for Faker from the grave. Dorian arrives now. T1 low on damage, but they just want to keep them around. Guma is coming, as is Owner.
He's taunting them.
And look at Carrier. He is just styling on them. Owner is almost here now.
Fuck, dude. Disgusting.
Dancing on AL, and he's soon to be dancing on their graves. Flashes out, but does get shut down. Hope in trouble. Great sidestep, though. Owner does not connect. Guma still on the way. Not here just yet. But can there be an angle for AL? Guma now arrives. Owner still surviving. The ulti gonna
Oh my god.
Can he take one with him? The CC is never ending here. They get another shutdown though. Hope with another kill. Maybe gives them some way in. But Carrier styling on him. I have never seen him playing like that. On an international stage, the confidence is just oozing out of T1.
So when is TF gonna be like really strong?
And they are starting to have
Isn't I just feel like he's just a gold card bot.
Some shutdowns going back the way of AL.
And you can see the idea of AL's
Man.
composition as well. Faker did get a double kill in that fight, but the idea was well executed as they caught him out on the top lane, the follow-up from the Ziggs ulti, and that's the type of poke that AL has.
Even the
available to
GOAT
them with
Tabe
this
can avoid
composition.
game 5
It's true,
shit
if
trash.
T1 don't show proper respect, there's a world in which they can concede one too many objectives. A single Baron could still flip this game on its head.
Big gold swings are possible when objective bounties are up. But right now, T1 with such an advantage that they can go clean it out and force you to walk into darkness versus Carrier, Owner, and Doran, this front line that has been so good at setting up for the carries. Here we go. With the Scuttle Crab, they'll see all of the wards. They don't even kill it.
Tarzan could be in some trouble here. Doesn't want to use the ulti just yet, but he is in so much trouble now. Gonna turn around here. Shanks coming in from the side with the red card. Flandre is rooted up, and Tarzan is down already.
Just feels so weak. I mean, there are like a shit ton of gold behind.
As Owner goes forward, he's looking for Kyle. Hope trying to lay down some covering fire, but he can't do much. Shanks now retreating back. The carry's still alive here for AL, but Owner looking for the dive. Carry is behind him. Shanks is locked up, and Shanks is gone. The ignite pop there onto Hope. He's got to get back to safety.
Oh my god.
Hope of holding on to this game.
T1 is hungry for blood. They find another 4.
13-0-9 for Jinx. Holy shit.
Is there for the taking, and T1, they are dominating in game 5.
It's like a waterfall when all of the tension just releases in game number 5. T1, fight after fight after fight, just crushing it. Having fun now on the stage. And the Baron will be theirs.
Tarzan trying to get there as fast as he can, but it was obviously too late. Hope even teleporting out. They're trying to see, can we find someone on a late recall, catch someone, get some purchase in this game. T1, I think most people were betting against them coming into this series, but it always feels like when you count out T1, they just get stronger and stronger and stronger. The struggles they're always able to overcome never cease to amaze me.
Yeah, a crazy year for them. Zeus for Doran, swapping Guma and Smash, working so much this year. Everyone just thought it was going to be HLE and Genji, the representatives, but
Guma and Smash, you're canceled.
Right back
T1 fans are going to get mad for you comparing players.
Looking to a rematch with Genji.
And I was right there with everyone thinking that it was going to be HLE and Genji, thinking that T1 wouldn't even qualify, and yet here they are, game 5. 11,000 gold advantage, potentially moments away from closing the series.
Man, what a disappointing game 5.
Rematch. They took Genji to 5 last time. They certainly want to do one better, try to take him down this time. T1 pushing in 2 waves here.
You can hear the roar of the crowd supporting T1 as they break into the base. The ulti comes down.
Owner not able to connect there on the Impale, just barely. Flandre does back up, but the wave clear, not enough. Owner gonna get knocked out here. but there's no real angle for an engage from AL. Their damage is just too lacking. They can't really go in. And Kyle has to flash out there as Faker shoots out the Spiraling Despair. Can't quite connect, but that's another summoner down. That's another resource lost here for AL. And they are working with scraps already.
Gumayushi is monstrously strong.
Oh, man.
T1
Oh, well.
posturing. The Nexus towers and the Nexus, all that remains between them in the finals. The tower is going down incredibly fast. Faker somewhat low, but AL, if they're going to make a stand, it's got to be now. Shank's going to pop the ulti here, but can't even find an angle. He's going to look for Faker. They're going to go for it.
Oh, instant fear. Oh, no gold card either. Oh, Guma's untouchable.
Chasing Hope. Owner is there with the CC, and it's T1, baby. The more improbable it seems, the more inevitable they become. T1 continue to defy the odds and vanquish the LPL once again.
Oh, that Olaf.
And with that, the LCK will show their dominance once again. They will secure an all LCK finals here at MSI 2025.
After the controversies and the struggles, T1 once again find themselves in an international final. It's been a few years since they were last in an MSI final, but it was hard fought. AL took them to the very brink, but in Game 5 they showed their resolve. They demonstrated
Hey, fuck, man.
And they find themselves
Blue
in a
side
rematch
flying
against
pick TF.
Genji
True,
once
that was
more.
actually so bad.
A valiant effort from AL. An honorable tournament.
Dude, even
They can stand proud.
even the GOAT coach Tabi.
An incredible team with a very bright future, pushing both Genji and T1 to the brink. 5-game series against both. We know we will see AL again. This team is going nowhere. They've overcome so much to get here, and they really did prove their worth.
Shanks, for his first international tournament, absolutely killed it, and I am excited to see him return to the international stage. A player that has worked so hard throughout his whole career. I have high
They should have learned from CFO versus T1. We gave over the Jinx and fucking got ran over.
Baker with a nod to the crowd and Vancouver loving it.
They didn't learn their lesson from us.
International choker, but he showed up massively multiple times in 5-game series when T1 needed him. Back against CFO, he was heroic. His engages here as well. Fantastic on the Gragas.
I mean, him and Carrier, they were just bullying AL. The fact that Carrier was dancing on them in the top.
I guess I'll just rest my voice for the rest of the day, and yeah, tomorrow we will have MSI Finals into Asia Masters. I'll probably take a break after MSI Finals.
Now ahead of them, Gen G, the reigning MSI champions, a formidable foe.
Absolutely.
I mean, we basically said
oh well.
LCK final wasn't
oh well, what can you do?
We are joining Lord, G-Sun, and Owner for the Verizon.
I'm gonna go fuck off, rest my voice. It's almost fixed, so maybe tomorrow will be fine. We'll see. Alright, anyways, guys, fuck yourself. Take care. Unfortunately, we're gonna have all LCK finals tomorrow. AL ran down Game 5, but hey, you know how it is. Right, take care. Peace, peace. Bye-bye.
Have been so one-sided here at MSI.